second Henning continues to stay on top for Spencer, continuing to keep that lead going into the third period. Just 2-0. Very close match here against the Spencer, as well as the STLA kid here, that Storm Lake Rogue.
Dable with it. He's in a flyaway position. They're going to call for a stalemate. These guys are going to go back to neutral. Dable going to stick to Logan. He's up 3-1. 32 seconds remain in period number 2.
Still just trying to stay cautious over here is Logan. Trying to get back on top here as Dable is going to go in for another takedown. Trying to swing around that left side of Logan. Trying to go for 2 here. Ref hasn't called it quite yet. I don't think he's going to go for the takedown here. I think he's going for that cradle, and now he's going to swing around, get that leg free, and get those 2 points. He'll go up 5-1 now with just 5 seconds left to go here in the second period.
We're cruising down all the way to period number 2. Moving into period number 3, it's going to be a decision for the kid out of Spencer in Trayton Logan. Folks, welcome back to the broadcast right here, as we had some technical difficulties with our audio and video to begin the broadcast, but we're here and we're ready to go right now. You were listening to Hank Ambrose, joined alongside Wright Hill Piper on the call for the Dodger District Weekend Tournament. I've waited all season to cover wrestling, and here it is right now. Dable on top, going over Logan. Over on mat number 1, we're sticking to our Fort Dodge guys. Dable still has the lead. He's up 5-1. 1:45 seconds remain in period number 3 as Dable looking to get a lead. Dable, the sophomore, coming into the match. He's 10-16 compared to Trayton Logan's 9-8.
Working hard there on top. Still just trying to get wrist control, trying to move him flat to his belly and then get him turned over to his back, working on that left arm there. And he's got the leg in, had the leg in there on that left side. Now just trying to break him down again. He'll get that left leg back covering on that ankle. He's got him curled up now, trying to get wrist control and turn him over here.
Dable just going to stay on top. Trying to work in that butcher right there. As you can see him try to get on the far side, but Trayton Logan doing a good job at just making sure that his wrists don't get one over. But he's got to move. He's down by 4 here with 1:05 to go in period number 3. Trayton Logan not looking too hot to start off against Dable. Dable, the sophomore, looking to get a victory over at his home gymnasium at Fort Dodge Senior High, sticking him to the mat. Now he's trying to go for that cradle. So we saw from earlier from the other Fort Dodge Dodgers, we've seen 2 tech falls, we've seen a bye already, and now the Dodgers, they're cruising on through this thing, right?
Absolutely. Now, under 45 seconds left to go here in this 132 bout between Trayton Logan and Gavin Dable. Still all the Dable show.
Getting back to it, Dable still on top. 5-1 with 35 seconds remaining at the 132-pound bound. Dable doing a good job just suckering him in. He's looking to try to get a butcher, but doing a good job at just staying balanced, bouncing back between crossface and butcher back and forth. So he's still just going to ride him out here. Trayton Logan, he's on his base, but he hasn't made a move with his legs whatsoever. Dable doing a good job just applying pressure down low. So he'll break him down, and he's up 5-1, 10 seconds to go in period number 3.
Looks like he's just going to ride him out here to finish out the match, and he'll take home the victory here in the first round, 5-1.
As we look over on mat number 2 at the 126-pound weight class, we got a match from Spencer going up against Storm Lake. Over there on that side, Christian Roque taking on Wyatt Henning. Henning is still on top. He's still got the lead, 9-0, as we're in the third period over there as well. 1:15 seconds remain over on mat number 2. Mat number 2 is on the right side of your video screen, as you see out there. And if you just tuned into the live stream, welcome. Listen to Hank Ambrose, Wright Hill Piper on the call for the Dodger Weekend Tournament. It's districts, baby. We've waited all time long to finally get this going, and finally we do. Folks, I'd like to take the time to shout out some of our sponsors. Troy Anderson, Coldwell Banker, joined with Legacy Realty, Jamie Lara, and Loffersweilers, joined us alongside them. Sticking tight now, still on top at the 126-pound weight class, as we're looking over at Hang. Hang looking like he may move on, and if he does, he'll be taking on Coy Davidson out of Fort Dodge in round number 2 at the 126 bout. So he's sticking to him tight. He's going to flip him over to his back. Storm Lake kid, down on his back. You may be counting lights down there. Hang and doing a good job at just staying stable as well. Now, what he didn't do right there is he didn't go chest to chest. Going chest to chest, had an opportunity to get a pin, but he's going to stay on top, 12-0 with 10 seconds remaining. Now, in this position, if you're in the position that Christian Roque is in, you might have to just do a flyaway cradle. But here you go, counting down the back points. He'll either just get that win right at the end, and yes, he will. 15-0. He would have got a tech fall if he let up his shoulder right there, but The time is clocked out. He'll win 15-0 all the way through regulation on mat number 2.
Looking at this 138 bout over here on the black mat. Right now we've got Edwin Vasquez against Cade Johnson, Storm Lake, and Spencer working here. Spencer with the red ankle band on here so far, down 10-2 late here in the first period.
Agony Centennial, they're going to stay on top here. Lucas Bruhl, see what he's got in store is looking on the other end of the mat. Here we go. Looking for a breakdown as he's got a good leg in. Notice right there that when he threw his arm to break him down, he also moved his hip up. That's what got him off balance and broke him down to his belly. He's going to stay 10-2 on top before he flips him over. Sticking on top. Doing a good job is Lucas Bruhl. Working against Denison Schleswig's Enrique Ledesma. Ledesma now in a position, not quite a pinning position, but he's getting back points. If he gets his shoulders down, he could be stuck. As he's going to sit him out, Lucas Bruhl could get the pin right here. Talk about having to be flexible. Goodness, and that is a pin for Lucas Bruhl. Lucas Bruhl will move on to round number 2. And he'll take on the winner between Edwin Vasquez and Cade Johnson out of Spencer. So over there at the 132-pound weight class, we just saw Ankeny Centennial get that match won as well. Cale Weiner, he's going to get the victory over Angelo Perez. And here we go. Back to the 138-pound weight class. We're still on mat number 1, folks. I'm looking on over towards Cade Johnson of Spencer as he'll take on Edwin Vasquez. Coming into the match today, Vasquez 15-13. The junior taking on the sophomore who's 23-10 on the season. So he's sticking to him tight. As we work our way forward through another of our matches, folks, I'm going to take the time to spend the time shouting out a few of our sponsors. Peterson Sanitation, Active Health Clinics, Overhead Door Company of Webster County, thank you for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Fort Dodge community and surrounding area community as well. So far, we're looking down low as Cade Johnson is going to stay on top. So he's working tight against Vasquez. 2-0. Here we go, Edwin doing a good job building a base. Now he suckered in. What he did was he just leaped on over as if he was going over a fence, but sucked it into his leg as he's going to bring it in now. 2-0 remains your score. Vasquez looking to hopefully try to break free. He'll get flattened out, however. Ooh, near pinning position, but dangerous situation for the kid out of Spencer. Cade Johnson going to get sent to his back. That's a reversal for Edwin Vasquez, 2-2. Vasquez, he's going to be right in on top on mat number 1. Mat number 1 is on the left side of your video screen, as mat 2 is on the right side of your video screen. 55 seconds remain, 2-2 in the 138-pound weight class. So we're working it down low. Doing a good job, working hard, sucking him in now. And that's going to be a reversal now for the kid from Spencer, Cade Johnson. Looking to get win number 24 on the season. Cade Johnson keeps putting himself in situations where he throws a duck under, but it goes straight to his back. 4-2.
Still working on top here. Leading by 2 here late in the in the first period. Trying to incorporate the legs here to try to get him pushed over to his back here. Looks like it may fall into a stalemate here before the first period ends.
4-2. Here we go, and he's going to let him up. Cade Johnson he wants a takedown before the end. I mean, he let him up with 10 seconds remaining in the first period. Gutsy call. Cade Johnson not going to get any points out of it. We'll go into the second period, 4-3. Decision going to go for Edwin Vasquez. Vasquez, let's see what he chooses right here. Looks like he's going down. Hang on, courtesy right here as he went and called defer. He wants a decision in the third period, so here comes Johnson. Johnson chooses down. Johnson now going to stick with it. Johnson an opportunity to go up by more than needed over a takedown. 4-3. Sticking to him as he's bellied out right now. Vasquez got a lot of strength to him. He's stockier compared to Vasquez. He's got really strong legs. We've seen him use that earlier. As earlier when Johnson tried to throw in a single leg takedown, it did not work in his favor. Here goes Vasquez nearly trying to turn him in. Potentially dangerous call right there. And what he did was he placed the hand a little too high, rearing the bottom of his neck, the very top of his back. You got to watch how high you place that hand when you're turning him on a Turk like that. That's why it got called, and that's why these guys are going to go back towards the center of the mat. And right there, a caution to be called over on Johnson. Johnson still has the lead, and he's on bottom, 4-3. 1:35 remains in period number 2. Johnson on his belly. Vasquez, now he's going to search in for one of those Dodger crossface cradles we saw from earlier. Vasquez now, he's going to get rolled on over. Johnson still sticking down low. The 138-pound weight class. On the other end, we just made it towards the 145-pound weight class over on mat number 2, seeing how they're doing. We'll check in with them in a little bit here. We're going to stick to mat number 1. Vasquez still searching for points, but Cade Johnson still has the lead, 4-3, and right now he nearly got turked. Edwin Vasquez did a good job at just circling him, but he did not go full rotation. It's right there. He got his head up, stuck him out free. Cade Johnson still looking to stay alive. In period number 2, he still has the lead. They're telling Vasquez to circle him. Circle, 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 and that's what they'll do. Johnson gets sent to his back. Belly to belly. Needs to be chest to chest. Can't pit him there unless you get your shoulders down. Vasquez still working. Trying to sit him down. 4-3, 25 seconds remain in period number 2. 138 bout. Vasquez. Here we go. He'll put him down now. Vasquez sitting on him. Johnson does a good job at fighting, showing heart, especially at the end of this period. We only have 5 seconds to go in period number 2. Johnson trying to not get turned once more. Now Johnson, he'll lose points this period as 3 back points awarded towards Vasquez. Vasquez takes the lead for the first time in this match. He'll be up 6-4 heading into period number 3. And look at that. It's Vasquez's decision. So Johnson choosing bottom in round number 2 is not going to work out in his favor. And look at that call. He's going to do a gentleman's favor and just let him right up. Vasquez is up by 3, 7-4. Johnson needs a takedown here. So he'll keep on sticking to him tight. 150 remaining in period number 3. 7-4. Johnson looking to try to go for a throw. Did a good job of setting up a shot, but just could not execute. Vasquez, with him being so stocky, it's good to block those shots down low. Vasquez going to keep on sticking to him. Johnson trying to go for a throw. He got him down. That was a back-end throw right there. That's going to be a 2-point takedown. No back points awarded. It was close, but wow, Vasquez did a good job at just turning on over. 2 back points awarded out of that one, 8-7. Well, if you're going to let up any back points, better be a low number, as that's what Vasquez let up right there. Now, coming into the period, keep in mind, Vasquez was up by 3. Now he's down by 1. Johnson retains a lead. Look what Johnson tries to do right there, trying to extend the arms out to try to sucker him in. He wants inside control, which he got right there. So he's going to try to butcher him down. He's got his head into the side of his armpit, right in there. That's a pressure point right there. Now he's going to try to peel him back. 8-7, Johnson still has the lead from Spencer. Johnson going to get on a single leg look, but breaking free is Vasquez. 35 seconds remain, and he might reverse it as he's trying to circle around him. Now you got to break free and get around his hips to get the reversal, folks. Let's see if Vasquez can get it done. 25 seconds remain. And now they're going to say got forced out of bounds. These guys are going to go towards this back to the center of the mat. 8-7 in favor of Johnson. Johnson remains on top. Vasquez in position to score. Stick around because in just a little bit, we got some Dodgers coming up here on mat number 1. We're excited to cover that one. Here we go. Johnson sticking to him high. He's got an inside hold on the left side. And now he's going to go far side elbow. 14 seconds remain. Johnson stays alive on top. Vasquez got to throw a roll. Got to do something. He'll break up to his feet. He's got 5 seconds. Vasquez, what you going to do? Forced out of bounds. Both feet fly out of bounds with 2 seconds remaining. Vasquez has a decision to make. He's down by 1. Johnson, he could give him a gentleman's. Caution called here. Now you got to watch it. Another one going to be a point resulting in favor of Johnson. Here we go. Johnson gonna ride him out till the close of period number 3, coming back down by 3 total points at the very beginning of period number 3. He's going to walk out of here scoring 4 points in total in that one. Johnson gets the victory. Cade Johnson, as he'll move on to round number 2. And here we go. Here comes a Fort Dodge Dodger over on mat number 1. So over on that side, we're going to see Savannah Salem from Lamar's, Iowa, taking on Demarion Ross. 27-6 in the season. Here goes Demarion. See the look here at the beginning. Demarion with it. He's going to try to go for a little single leg. It looked like it converted into a duck under, resulting in a 2-point takedown. He's up 2-0. 145 remains as he's looking to get back points, putting them to his back. Ross. So I got to sit down with Alexis Ross, his younger sister, earlier on to becoming ready for this upcoming weekend tournament, as we're going to make sure that we tune into that interview a little bit later into the broadcast. Make sure you stick around for that. And also an interview with Jordan Pryor, Iowa Central's heavyweight, number 1, the JUCO NJCAA level, as Demarion Ross flips over Savannah Salem, and Ross sits it down for a pin. Had the lead 7-1, doesn't matter. Ross gets the pin, and he's going to move on. And jumping from 138 to the 145-pound weight class. Once again, folks, you listen to Hank Ambrose on the call for the Fort Dodge Dodger District Wrestling Weekend Tournament. Folks, big shout out to a few more of our sponsors here. Shot in Electric, The Docket, Trevino Drywall, and much more. Sponsoring the broadcast today. Right here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, alongside Alpha Media, FD's YouTube channel. So we're looking over at the 145-pound weight class now, over on mat number 1. Got a Spencer matchup taking on Lamar's. Lamar's has Matthew Vondrake taking on Jackson Schultz. 0-0 early between the two as we're 30 seconds into period number 1.
Over here on the red mat, mat number 2, 152, the weight class over there. Dylan Deroser wrestling out of Lamar's, as well as Edgar Barrero wrestling out of Storm Lake. So far, it's Barrero up 7-0 with about 150 left to go here in the second period. So far, just trying to ride out Deroser.
Folks who just joined the broadcast, just listen to Wright Hellpiper on the call over on mat number 2. Big props to Wright. Doing the color for me today and sticking up with all my stats. Thank you, my man. Otherwise, Dodgers sticking to it right here as you're listening to Hank Ambrose now. Over on mat number 1. 145-pound bout. So we're looking on over. We're looking at Matthew Vondrake taking on Jackson Schultz out of Spencer, Iowa. 45 seconds remain. Vondrake sticking to him. A little heavy on the feet early on. Not used to seeing this. Usually at the beginning of these weekend tournaments, guys ready to go. They want to just fly in there for a takedown. And, oh, now that is a alternative style of a headlock trying to throw in that time by Matthew Vondrake. I think what happened there was he tried to throw a headlock, but it just slipped out of his hands. And right there, that's going to count for a takedown. So Schultz going to go up 2-0 over Vondrake. 25 seconds remain in period number 1.
About 40 seconds left to go here in this 152 bout between Deroser as well as Barrero here. 9-2 here so far, the score. Barrero in that green singlet as well as the green ankle band up on Deroser here so far. Barrero coming into today a junior, 26-9 on the season. Deroser 30-17 on the season, a junior as well. That's over there on the red mat, mat number 2 on the right side of your screen there. In the neutral position right now, Deroser just trying to stay on top and not showing a whole lot of urgency here as the second period is about to close out.
As we get back to the action on mat number 1, thank you, Wright, for the coverage on mat number 2. Looking on over with 1 second remaining in the first period. Jackson Schultz going to keep the lead heading into mat number 2. Here's the flip. The flip goes up, the flip goes down, and it's going to be over towards the Lamar side as Vondrake going to choose defer. Here goes Jackson Schultz. His decision is he wants down. He wants to tally on the points as he's already up 2-0. Now, in a position where Vondrake's in right here, you can either let him up, give him the gentleman's right away, just let them both up, or he'll try to ride him out, and looks like he let him out. Then he tried to sucker him in into a takedown early. What he did right there was he just tried to circle his prey, but it didn't work out. Good defensive mechanism right there that time by Jackson Schultz to fly away and keep it 3-0 as Schultz has the escape. And here we go. Vondrake now, a position where he may keep it in. They're going to call for neutral. They'll call for neutral. Vondrake near took him down, however. But he just cannot keep both feet in the inner circle right there. Here we go. 1 minute 30 seconds remain in the second period. So we keep it going right here. Looking over at Vondrake. Kid from Spencer, it's Schultz.
On that right side, Matt, now that's still that 152-pound weight class. Now Barrero looking for the pin here against Deroser, and he'll get it with 55 seconds left in the third period.
Looking on over, 3-0. Schultz still has a lead. 1 minute 5 seconds to go and some change. As you'd have to think Vondrake getting a little tired early on here. Schultz has been the guy that's kind of let him just push into it. He's been the building block so far in this one. Schultz not going to let him get inside help. Here comes Vondrake. Trying to push him towards the outside. Schultz just letting him back into his own corner. Nearly get thrown outside. Schultz did a good job at flying away, but within that flyaway, they both flew out of bounds. 40 seconds remain in period number 2. You're listening to Hank Ambrose. Right, Hillpiper on the call for the Dodger Weekend District Wrestling Tournament. 3-0, Schultz still has the lead. Both men still in neutral. Over on mat number 1.
Up now on that right side mat, that red mat on the right side of your screen, that 152-pound weight class, Gage Stevens from Boone, coming in 25-8 on the year, a senior, going up against Jace Fullhart from Spencer, the 23-20 sophomore, looking to go to state for his first time in his career.
Schultz still sticking with it as he's on top. Thank you, Right Hillpiper, for helping us out with the commentary on that last one. Schultz going to look to fly away, but backed him out of bounds once again. Schultz is going to stay on the rear end of things, keeping backing up. Sooner than later, Schultz may be called for a stall. Surprised I haven't seen a caution up from here early on, and that's going to close period number 2. Decision now going to go over on the side for Vondrake. Jackson Schultz has the lead. He's up 3-0. 2 minutes remain in period number 3. Schultz. He's going to just suck into his belly right here. Looks like he tried to break down, forcing his hips, going near side hip, but it's not going to work in his favor. Looking at Matthew Vondrake now, who's going to let him fly up. Vondrake going to let him free now. 3-1, as we just saw the first point awarded towards Vondrake. He got an escape. He was due for points. He's been working super hard, especially in the second period. It's crazy to say that he didn't get any coming out of period number 2.
Moving on to that right side mat there, still in that 152-pound match. Gage Stevens from Boone and Jace Fullhart from Spencer. Right now, Stevens just trying to ride out Fullhart here going into the end of the first period. He leads it going into the second, 2-0 so far.
3-1, 1 minute 15 remains. Here we go as we're looking at Schultz sticking tight against Vondrake on mat number 1. That's on the left side of your screen. Vondrake did a good job at just sticking to him. Here we go now, back to it. 1 minute, 6 seconds remain. As we're looking over down at Schultz, who just got a takedown. He's up 5-1 over Vondrake. Coming into the matches today, Jackson Schultz, 18-18 on the season. As a senior's taking on Matthew Vondrake, who's 13-13 and a junior. Keep in mind, folks, top 2 place winners in each weight class today, they move on to the big fella over in Des Moines, Iowa. The big one, state wrestling. So these guys got to battle hard. They can only let up 1 loss on the match, even if a wrestleback does happen for them. Here we go, 5-2, as we just saw Vondrake. Got an escape as he flipped it up, 5-2, the 145-pound weight class. Jackson sticking close to him. Johnson staying on top. Vondrake needs a takedown and a possible back point here. But Johnson going to sick in on a single leg takedown, bouncing around the center of the mat. He could sucker him in. 11 seconds remain before they bounce out of bounds. Vondrake, see right here, he's in a tough spot because he could either just fall down or he could try to force him out of bounds. He does force him out of bounds, but that took a lot of time off of the clock. Only 3 seconds remain in the third period. Vondrake just trying to get a single leg takedown to go his way. The final going to be 5-2 as we will see Johnson out of Spencer from the 145-pound weight class move on to round number 2.
Still in the 52 class here, that Gage Stevens, Jace Fullhart match. So far, Stevens still up on Fullhart 2-0 with about 35 left to go here in the second period. and they have just fallen out of bounds, so they will go back to the start here, and I believe it will start with Full Heart on bottom there in that purple singlet, red ankle band.
Otherwise, folks, before we get back into the start of the play-by-play, I want to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. Stephanie Bishop, Kesterson Realty Incorporated, alongside Next Edge Performance and Pfeifferlick Martial Arts. Thank you so much for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community. So much more from around the area as well. Back to the action right here. So far, as we're looking down, we're going to stick to this 160-pound weight class match on mat number 1. As we're going to look at Ankeny Centennial's Jackson Hellcamp taking on Michael Rose out of Ankeny. I'd love to see this. 2 Ankeny wrestlers going back and forth at it, saying who's the better Ankeny wrestler coming out of into districts. 2-0 early in favor of the kid from Centennial. That's Hellcamp. Hellcamp going to flip him over. Coming into the weekend tournament, he's 5-1 on the season, as Michael Rose is 1-22. As Hellcamp had him flipped for a moment there. He'll be awarded some back points just when they show it. Just a moment here. 2-0. Hellcamp trying to put him in the driver's seat, as he will, flipping him over. Tough spot for Rose. As Rose has got his shoulders down on the mat, he will be stuck, as we'll see Hellcamp. He'll move on to round number 2. Rose going to have to hope for a wrestle back. As we go back here over towards mat number 2, just a little update for you folks. At the 152-pound weight class, we're currently looking at Storm Lake's Edgar Barrero taking on Dylan Deroser out of Lamar's. I believe that's incorrect. That's Boone's. Them green singlets, get me. That's Gage Stevens from Boone taking on Jace Fullhart from Spencer. Right on over there at the 152-pound weight class on mat number 2. Back to the action on mat number 1. We're at the 160-pound weight class as we're looking on over. I believe that's looking on over at, there we go, that's a Storm Lake kid. Angel Figuera taking on Alex Allen from Lamar's. 1:35 seconds remain in the first period. Up 2-0. Alex Allen still has the lead as he's going to try to go for a far end, short little duck. He's trying to sucker it in now. As he goes to break him down, Angel Figuera looking to try to build a base, but Alex Allen doing a great job at flipping him over. What Alex Allen did so well right there is he just waited for that leg to come up from Figuera, and then he just tabletopped him, flipped him on over, using leverage to his advantage now. Nearly riding too high. Can he put him on his back? Figuera looking like back points to be awarded for Allen. Allen gonna put him down. Here it comes, pinning position. He's stuck. Alex Allen, the 160-pound weight class, will move on after he got himself a pin. So we're moving on forward. Still at the 152-pound weight class over on mat number 2, we're looking on over at Gage Stevens and Jace Fullhart. Over there, you can see that Fullhart so far has a lead, and he's down 5-0. Here we go. Back to the action on mat number 1, which we're covering today right here on Alpha Media FD. We're going to look on over at Ankeny Centennial's side. Ankeny Centennial at the 170-pound weight class, as he's taking on a kid over from Denison Schleswig. It's Zach English taking on Jose Velovos. English coming into this one 32-10 on the season. Jose Velovos 1-5. 1:33 seconds remain in the first period. So we're working with it. Gonna break him down now. No points awarded because he got a takedown a moment ago. Just rose on his feet here. Velovos still looking to try to find a way to score. He's got a far side weak arm right there. So he's suckering him into his elbow. Looking for a flip, looking for a Granby. Here it goes. He will flip over. Velovos, tough situation. Here we go for Zach English, looking to pin him. So he's got him down. He's belly to belly. He needs to be chest to chest. Are his shoulders down? Looking for it. English going to stick. Oh, good job at flipping his shoulder over was Velovos, but looking like they're going to get him back to his back. Back to his back and back to getting a pin is another Ankeny Centennial kid, Zach English, to move on to round number 2.
Still over in that 52 weight class match over there on that right side. That's still Gage Stevens and Jace Fullhart going at it. Stevens continues to lead 5-0. Got a blood time out here for Stevens. Got a little bit of a bloody nose. They're trying to get fixed up before they finish out that match.
170-pound weight class. We're looking over at Boone now. As Boone's Dylan Postonic taking on Evan Hollis out of Lamar's. Check it on over right here. 0-0 a minute. 55 seconds go. We're 5 seconds into round number 1 of this 170-pound bout. Sticking to him tight. Kid from Boone. Let's see how these wrestlers come out now. Now, as we look right here, doing a good job at trying to go for a single leg takedown that time was Postonic. Postonic will throw him, but throw him out of bounds, if you will. Going back to neutral position. Postonic had the right idea, but he threw him a little too far, if you could say right there. Postonic, now he's going to stick to him right here as Hollis is up on top. Looking to be broken down, however. Postonic in on a single leg takedown. We've seen this situation before. Broken down for 2 points. A single converting into a double. That's 2 points for the kid from Boone. 2-0. 125 remains in period number 1. Postonic looking to turn him now. Doing a good job at just getting in that neck, putting that arm over in that half Nelson. But can't really make a move on a half Nelson when your opponent's standing up on his feet like that, crouching on over. Now look at there. So we're looking at Hollis trying to get a leg over towards the weak side of Postonic, and he will. Got his leg over, but Postonic going to try to break him down. He does into a crossface cradle. 50 seconds remain. Postonic remains 2-0. The 170-pound bout before he's going to try to get back. Just going to be on those hips, but the reason caution or stalemate isn't called is he's still moving him. Still moving him so far. If he keeps him alive down low, then we'll keep on wrestling right here in period number 1. Postonic still with the lead. He's up 2-0. Postonic to break him down. Wrist control going in favor of Postonic now. He'll flip him, but can he stay in bounds? No. It was close. And actually, for a moment there, it looked like Hollis nearly kept both of his feet in. But both of them forced out of bounds. 19 seconds remain in the first period. 2-0 in favor of the kid from Boone and Postonic.
On that right side, Matt now, Hank, sticking with the 152-pound weight class, it's going to be Mason Liska versus Tegan Pfeiffer, from Ankeny and Fort Dodge as well. Ankeny going to be in that red, gold, and white singlet. And Liska from Fort Dodge going to be in that gray, red, and white singlet. Liska coming into that match 8-25 as a freshman. Pfeiffer coming into that match 20-18 as a sophomore.
So we're going to be over on mat number 1 now. Over on mat number 1, you're seeing that on the left side of your video screen. And then on mat number 2, you're seeing the kid from Fort Dodge over on the right side. We're going to be in on that match in just a little bit here. We just saw the flip. Here goes Postonic as he will choose down after the defer went in favor of Hollis. So he'll have the choice in the start of the third. Here we go with Postonic. He's already up 2-0, and it's a tough spot right here when you could even potentially let up even more points if you're Hollis. Got to do a good job at keeping Postonic down. See what he's got up his sleeve. It's also the first time we'll see Postonic down this match. See what he likes to do in his down position is also crucial. See if he's got a huge arsenal up his sleeve, and he's going to just try to go for a stand-up, which it looks like it nearly worked, but oh, dangerous situation. Near breaking him down, then flipped him over to his side. Postonic going to ride him and make sure that he bellies out. Postonic going to rise him up. So he's still got him in with that far side single leg. A single leg you might want to try to have on the near side, but far side it's a little tough, especially when you're in a situation could be broken down again. Hollis doing a good job trying to use that left arm. Now he's a righty, but the lefty, no matter the arm you use for a crossface cradle, usually works out. That thing's tough to go against. Hollis gets brought to his feet. Postonic looking for a slam. Can he get it to go his way? Oh, falling down, but Hollis doing a good job at sticking to him. Postonic, he's still up 2-0 as he's in bottom position. 1:05 seconds to go in the second period. As he's going to throw him outside and keep both feet in the inner circle, they're going to call for a reverse It's 4-0 in favor of Postonic. And over on mat number 2, we got an update at the 152-pound weight class. As that's going to be Pfeiffer, as he's going to get pinned right there from the kid from Ankeny. We're going to move on from the mat number 2 weight class. That's Tegan Pfeiffer going to move on. Mason Liska from Fort Dodge getting pinned in round number 1. Still an opportunity if a wrestleback proceeds. We'll make sure to get all to those wrestlebacks at the beginning of round number 2, but right now we're still in round number 1 as we're looking over on mat number 2 with 35 seconds remaining in period number 2. Still a lead from Postonic. Postonic doing a good job going up against kid from Lamar's, Evan Hollis. As he started on bottom, got the reversal a moment ago, Postonic still has to be moving his feet. Don't want to be called for a stall, stalemate, or a caution right here.
Up on that right side mat now. Now up into the 160-pound weight class. Cale Hartman from Fort Dodge, as well as Gage Smith from Boone, going at it. Hartman coming into this match, a sophomore, 24-16 on the season. Gage Smith just 4-23 as a junior. Gage Smith in the green singlet, as well as green ankle band, and Hartman from Fort Dodge in the red and gray singlet, also in the red ankle band.
4-0. Here we go. 2 minutes remain in this one. Over on mat number 1, we'll cover that Dodger match in just a moment. I do notice over there that we do see a pinning position going for the Dodger. Let's see if he does get it. Otherwise, we're going to be still covering mat number 1 over on this side. Postonic still has a lead. And right as I say that, the pin occurs. So it must be magic right there, right? Dodger going to be moving on. Is right there, like right just announced, that Dodger over there just got the victory as he's going to be moving on. That's Cal Hartman over Gage Smith. 170 with it. Minute and a half remains. Postonic going to get a double leg takedown. And then it heels out of bounds. So here we go. 126 remains in the third period. 6-0 after we've seen a takedown, a reversal, and another takedown by Postonic. Each of them occurring in each of the different periods.
Up on that right side mat now, that red mat, 182 weight class, we've got Jaden Engel out of Boone and Talon Adams out of Denison Shellswig, wrestling on that right side mat. Adams coming into this match 4-10 as a senior. Engel from Boone coming into this match 26-6 as a senior. In that pinning position already for Engel.
Boone brought a lot of tough kids as we're looking at one of them right here as well as mat number 1. Postonic still has the lead 6-0 in the final minute of the round. Here we go. Postonic going to keep in as he's got a near side butcher. Trying to work him outside. Postonic doing a good job being light on his toes right there, as you can see on mat number 1. So he's going to try to circle. But a reversal. Opportunity. Can he get it down? Here we go. Could be a flip. Still no points for Hollis, as Hollis had an opportunity to get him on his back, but no. 25 seconds remain in the third period. Hollis got to keep on battling. But just looking for that stalemate, it looks like he's just going to hold on to him, and they will call for the reversal in favor of Hollis. The score 6-2. Postonic has the lead. He's on bottom. 10 seconds remain in period number 3. Postonic looking to get up via escape. He's going to get his head free from under his gut. Here we go with 2 seconds as we back out of bounds, and it's going to stay right there. So the final 6-2 in favor of Postonic. Postonic going to move on from Boone at the 170-pound weight class. Wow, big time.
Up now on that right side mat, sticking with that 182-pound weight class, we've got Cole McAtee from that Storm Lake team, and Logan Song from that Ankeny Centennial team. Song coming into this match 27-14 as a junior. McAtee coming into that match 15-12 as a sophomore.
Getting back to the action on mat number 1, we're looking at the 170-pound weight class still, as we've seen it from the last 2 matches. Over there, we're looking down low at Storm Lake's Dwayne Dykes taking on Xander Kenworthy from Ankeny. So far, Kenworthy, he has the lead. He's out 2-0 over Dykes. Right now, what he just got is he had a duck under. Now he's going to sucker him in to his hips, looking for the near side wrist control, which is exactly what he's got. So he's going to stick into him. Dykes going to be put to his back. The kid from Ankeny going to get the victory right there. Xander Kenworthy going to pin him in the first 40 seconds of the very first period. He's going to move on to round number 2, taking on the winner between Orion Larson and Calvin Ty from Spencer, which is the match right here, which is exactly what we're going to cover. We're getting back to these Dodger wrestlers. Folks, also, before we get back into the play-by-play, I want to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors: Ball Plumbing, Pingle Tire and Auto Center, the Hildreth Company of Rockwell City, and much more right here. 92 Rock and on yourfortdodge.com. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast. Back to the action here. We're looking on over Orion Larson, 17-21, the junior coming into the district wrestling weekend, taking on Calvin Ty, who's 22-6, the senior, looking to move on to state once more. Still 0-0. Minute and a half remains in the first period. See what Orion can do right here. Ryan going to just stick to him. Looking like he wants that near side wrist control. Looking to possibly break him down from that standpoint right there.
Up now on that right side, Matt. In the 182-pound weight class, it's going to be William Henricks from Ankeny, 11-7 on the season as a junior, and Eric Burnett from Lamar's 17-16 as a junior coming into that match.
Back to mat number 1, looking at for the Fort Dodge Dodgers. Orion Larson still staying up high in neutral position. Haven't seen a takedown yet. Who'll strike first? Haven't seen a setup either. There we go. There's a setup. It's going for Ty. Ty trying to suck him in, but Larson doing a good job at bellying it out. He flew away, and now he's got him in a front headlock. Still got to break him down. He'll just let him up. Doesn't want to keep Ty in a position where he gets too close to his legs. Both guys a little shorter, stockier in frame at the 170-pound weight class. Still fighting. So Ryan, as he went for a duck under right there, still 0-0. 10 seconds to go in period number 1. Orion Larson will stay on top. Larson sticking high. 3 seconds. As that's going to close out period number 1. Now, 2 minutes will remain in period number 2. The score is 0-0 at the 170-pound weight class. Ryan Larson will be down as Calvin Ty, he's going to be up on top. Larson will break free in the closing 3 seconds. 1-0. Now, in a situation like that where you see him just blast up right away, you would have thought maybe Ty will just give him a gentleman's, let him stand up at the beginning. Usually when those situations persist, they try to keep him back and circle the prey and take him down right as it would have been Larson standing up right there. As he'll try to force himself into a takedown right there, Ty not going to get it. Larson is up 1-0. A minute and a half remains in the second period. Larson still sticking tight in neutral. He's moving him. He's trying to be heavy on the head. Tried to throw him, but looky there. Ty doing a good job of staying on his feet. A minute 15 remains in the second period. 1-0. Larson will keep on going. Snare right there. Larson going to just back him away from it. A minute, 6 seconds to go. 1-0 in period number 2.
Up on that right side, Matt. Now Ashton Archer from Spencer, 6-5 as a junior coming into this match, as well as Ben Edgley. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, from Fort Dodge. 28-12 coming into this match as a senior. He's in full control right now, up 8-0 with a minute left to go in the first period. And he gets the pin right as I say that with 58 seconds left.
Edgley going to move on. Football star, wrestling star, moving on to round number 2. But we still got a Dodger going on map number 1. It's Orion Larson taking on Calvin Ty. He's up 1-0, 35 seconds remain in period number 2. Larson going to keep with it. Larson going to keep on going. 20 seconds remain in the second period. What he's got right here, not a lot of action. Been very heavy on the feet. These guys are getting tired. Both very powerful. When you keep on pushing into these guys, going to make a lot of stress. Keep on coming off of each other. Here we go. Larson going to stick to him with a second. As Larson Here we go. He'll head into period number 3 with the lead. He's up 1-0. And Calvin Ty will have his chance to choose bottom. Caution going to be called. That's going to be called against Orion Larson. Try to break him down a little too early. Now for the second one, he will break him down. Calvin Ty will try a Granby roll. It's going to work in his favor. It's a reversal. So for the first time this match, Ty has the lead. He's up 2-1.
Up on that right side, Matt, now, 195 weight class. Nelson Steese out of Spencer, 8-17 as a freshman coming into that match, as well as McGuire Bryant from Boone, 29-8 coming into that match as a senior. Up on that right side, Matt, on the right side of your screen, the red mat, 195-pound weight class.
1 minute, 30 seconds remain as we're looking back on mat number 1. Ty's up 2-1. Ty looking to break him down still. Larson, got to build your base, which he's doing a good job at doing now. Now it's step number 2. Try to break free. Wrist control. Find an opening. It's Larson. He's tired. He's been having to move Calvin Ty all the way around the first 2 periods. Larson still trying to stick with him. 1 minute 5 remains in period number 3. Ty still has it. He's up 2-1. As he goes for a near side breakdown of his arm, he will get it in his favor. Now he'll try to suck in for Granby. But he won't try the roll. He just wants that wrist control. 50 seconds remain in period number 3. As Ty still has the lead, 2-1. As Larson got to find it. It's Dodger fan. They're getting loud. Larson breaks free. He's up 2-2. He's up and on his feet. Neutral position, 2-2 with 30 seconds to go in period number 3. Way to go. Ryan Larson, this is the closest match we've seen. Usually these round 1 matches result in a lot of tech falls and pins with the seedings, but this is a good one. 22 seconds remain in the 3rd period. The score is 2-2 between Calvin Ty and Orion Larson. Larson sticking with him. Gonna let him back up 15 seconds. Make it 12. And Larson and Ty both go out of bounds. 10 seconds remain. The score is 2-2. It could be the first time we see an overtime period, but not just yet. Still got a lot of seconds to go. 10 seconds is a lot of time. 5 seconds. Make it 3. Either these guys going to shoot? No. They're going to let each other breathe out, respect each other, and here we go. Just need 1 point. A takedown will do it. 1 minute on the clock in the overtime period. 2-2 against Orion Larson and Calvin Ty. Going back and forth, sticking between the two, nearly looking for a throw, and oh, no, flipping him over. Larson, yes, Orion Larson. Upset win over Calvin Ty. Way to go, that's huge. Calvin Ty will fall to Larson out of Fort Dodge. Wow. What a match. That's the match of the day so far through round number 1. That was big time. So we're late through round number 1. That was awesome to see right there, right?
Absolutely. Getting the upset there. Great to see for that Fort Dodge team. He'll move on to the winner's side of the bracket and hopefully wrestle in that finals match today, hoping to get first and move on to state over there at Wells Fargo in Des Moines.
And at the 170-pound weight class, Calvin Ty from Spencer was ranked number 11 coming into the weekend today, as he just got upset by Orion Larson. Way to go, Larson. Otherwise, folks, we're going to get right into it. Folks, I'll tell you what, though, before we get back to the play-by-play, I want to take the time talking about my sponsors. Big shout-out towards Baker Electric. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast alongside yourself. Ball Plumbing, thank you as well for sponsoring the broadcast. And alongside Ball Plumbing, I'd like to also thank Pingle Tire and Auto Center. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Fort Dodge community and so much more. As we get back to the action, as we're still in round number 1 of the Dodger Weekend Wrestling Tournament. Districts. We just got this districts until some of these guys, the top 2 guys, they got to move on to state wrestling over in Des Moines, Iowa. As I'm going to be covering mat number 1, you're listening to Hank Ambrose on the call. On mat number 2, you're listening to Wright Hill Piper on the call. As we're looking on over on mat number 1 at the 195 weight class, Ankeny Centennial versus Ankeny once again. I said this before, I love to see these guys go up against each other. Carter Smith from Ankeny, Caden Kaiser out of Ankeny Centennial. Sticking to each other tight. 45 seconds after we just saw a takedown go for Ankeny Centennial.
on that right side mat. Moving on to the 220 weight class here, we've got Aiden Hoag from Lamar's, 41-3 as a sophomore coming into this match against Connor Eli from Fort Dodge, 4-11 coming into that match as a junior. In pinning position now is Hoag, trying to get that pin down on Eli. Can't get teed out here quite yet. Might just be looking for back points. He does lead 6-1 with about 35 left to go here in that first period.
Ankeny Centennial against Ankeny, as we're looking at Smith still keeping with it. He's trying to find points, but Kaiser doing a good job at sticking to him on top. Kaiser going to ride him out at the end of period number 1. Kaiser goes into period number 2 with the lead, 2-0 for the kid from Ankeny Centennial. As we just saw a pin happen over on mat number 2. Fort Dodge Dodger just got pinned in that last matchup. Tough one to see over there, but still with an opportunity to move on after wrestlebacks. Still don't know yet. Otherwise, let's keep it rolling right here on mat number 1 at the 195-pound weight class. So we look on over for there. It's still Carter Smith out of Ankeny taking on Caden Kaiser out of Ankeny Centennial. As Kaiser, he's up on top, and he's trying to escape, and that's exactly what he'll do, 3-0 off of a stand-up. And now he'll throw his head to the ground, circle around him, looking for that simplistic duck under. As he threw him down, he's up 5-0, minute 45 to go in period number 2. Kaiser now looking to get for a far wrist. Or no. For a moment, it looked like he was getting for a far wrist, but he just let him up and took him back down. Playing with his food, he's now up 7-1. Kaiser going to keep on sticking to him. Kaiser now looking for far side. Now he's got to rip it off right there. Smith did a good job at noticing the positioning of Kaiser's arms. What he did, Kaiser tried to go high and then break him down with his legs down low to build momentum. Kaiser, he wants more points. He's just going to let him up. The score currently is 7-2. Kaiser still having the lead. So right now, both guys in a duck under situation. As Kaiser, despite not being very low to the ground, he's doing such a fantastic job at throwing that arm, throwing the elbow, and sucking right down. 7-2, 45 seconds remain in the second period as Kaiser tried to throw himself into a double leg takedown, but it didn't go in his favor. Kaiser trying to get up off to his base. He does. No points still awarded between these two. And now Kaiser looking to get 2 points out of it. He circles around him, trying to get over the hips. He will. The score 9-2 with 25 seconds to go in the second period. Kaiser remains on top over Ankeny Smith. Kaiser looking for a near side elbow. Breaking him down to a far side armpit as well. Uh-oh, a flip, keeping him in bounds. It's a reversal in favor for Carter Smith. He's now up 9-4. 5 seconds to go in the second period. It's Kaiser Smith trying to flip on over to close out the period, but no points awarded. He can't get out of it. The score, 9-4. So they're going over to change that over there. I had it wrong on the scoreboard. That's what they're doing over there on mat number 2. It's going to stay 9-4 as we still got a match going on mat number 2, right? You got the update for us?
Absolutely. That's Sam Watson out of Ankeny Centennial facing off against Deshaun Amita from that Storm Lake team. Amita coming into that match 16-13 as a senior. He's in that green singlet and green ankle band. And Watson from Ankeny Centennial in the gray singlet and red ankle band, 19-22 as a senior going into that match. And Amita currently up 2-0 going into the second period against Watson.
They're going to fix the score. Now, I originally thought it was a 9-4 heading into the next period here, but they're going to say that Kaiser also had a back point awarded to him. 10-4 right now as they fix the score. Well, actually, hang on now. We're still waiting until the scoreboard is still set. Right now, we're still at 0-0. Still having scoreboard difficulties over on mat number 1. It happens from time to time. Ain't no thing. It's all good. Here we go.
Sometimes, Hank, that track wrestling can get kind of tricky on you.
Yeah.
Play some tricks on you sometimes. I know we had problems with that long ago back in my days.
Trick wrestling. That's what it is. 10-4. Minute 55 remains in the third period.
Might as well call it trick wrestling.
And what a trick that was over there for Ankeny Centennial's Caden Kaisers. He's going to send down a double leg takedown. He's going to remain on top. He's up 12-14. A minute 35 seconds to go in the third period. of the 195 one-round weight class. Kaiser keeps on going. He's up 12-5. 1:25 remains in the third period. And folks, whether you're listening on the radio station, online, or on YouTube, you can find us on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, alongside Alpha Media FD on YouTube. So we're live streaming video on Alpha Media FD. Definitely would suggest you guys checking that out. Otherwise, folks, 1:05 remain on mat number 1 as Kaiser going up against Smith. Kaiser has the lead as he's out of Ankeny Centennial. He's up 12-5. Both guys in neutral. Kaiser led up Smith a moment ago. Kaiser has been super hungry to get takedown after takedown. Here he goes, trying to go belly to belly in neutral. He will for a throw. How about a ride that was? We may be in the middle of February here in Fort Dodge, Iowa, but roller coasters are out rolling around 14-5. 35 seconds remain in the third period. Kaiser is on top, looking to get the victory. He's just got to ride him out here. Kaiser remains on top. Now, you still got a lot of time if you're Smith, but in this situation with 20 seconds remaining in the match, you're going to want to try to throw a Granby roll or a roll of some sort to try to get him to his back right away. Kaiser going to bring him back towards the center of the mat. See what he starts here. He'll start on the right side. 14-5. 18 seconds remain in the third period.
Score update on that right side, Matt. Still sticking with that 220-pound weight class. Sam Watson still facing off against Deshaun Anita. And currently Watson now holds the lead against Amita 4-2 with about 150 left to go in there in that third period. He was down 2-0 for a short while there. Got some back points, put himself back up on top.
And for the 195-pound class, we saw one from Caden Kaiser out of Ankeny Centennial as he's going to take the victory over Ankeny's Carter Smith 14-5 at the end of the third period. And before we get into this upcoming Dodger match with Lynch for the Fort Dodge Dodgers, I want to shout out our sponsors, a few of them anyway. The Hildreth Company of Rockwell City, AKM Livestock, and Toma Construction and Flooring. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community and surrounding area here in the central Iowa area. As right now we got Lynch at the 195-pound weight class. Now you may ask which Lynch. Caden Lynch going up against Camden Forhelm. Forhelm now going to get a duck under. Flip him over. Lynch in a situation where he's getting sent to his back. Going to find a way to belly out. Raise that shoulder, but right there got a lot of weight on him at the 195-pound weight class. As we're looking at Forhelm coming into this match, he's up, heading into the weekend, he's 36-11. The sophomore out of Lamar's looking to get that pin over Lynch. Lynch doing a good job at battling. 1:25 seconds remain in the first period. Lynch got his head on right under there, trying to raise it for his far side. Getting belly down. 1:10 seconds remains. They're going to call for, looks to be potentially dangerous right there, back points. They're going to go back towards the center of the mat. 5-0. 3 back points awarded from the kids from Lamar's. Forhelm.
All tied up on that right side, Matt. 10 seconds left to go here in the third period. Ankeny Centennial trying to get a reversal here. Going for 2 now is Storm Lake, and he'll get it, and he'll win the match. 8-6. What a match there from Storm Lake. That Deshaun Amita barely coming out with the win there as Ankeny Centennial's Sam Watson visibly upset after that match is over.
It's a tough one. Never like to see that. But let's get our attention back over towards mat number 1. Caden Lynch sticking tight, working against the kid from Lamar's and Camden Forhelm. Forhelm is up 5-1 with 30 seconds to wrestle in the first period. Forhelm looking to go for a Turk, but Caden Lynch trying to battle against it. Lynch, can he get it? No. Lynch going to be taken down for the third time, and they're going to say it was forced out of bounds. As Forhelm, he's up 7-1 with 22 seconds remaining in the first period. The 195 weight class, we're about to get through it after this match from Lynch, as Lynch is still on bottom. 15 seconds remain in period number 1. You listen to Hank Ambrose on the call for mat number 1 and Wright Hillpiper on mat number 2.
Up on mat number 2 now, Hank. 220 weight class. Lewis Chan out of that Denison Shellswig team, 8-19 coming into this match as a sophomore. And Logan Huckfeldt from Spencer, 23-5 as a junior coming into that match. Both in purple singlets. Huckfeldt going to be in that green ankle band, and Chan going to be in the red. I say that right as Huckfeldt gets that pin for Spencer there in the first period with 1:19 left to go.
Back to the action on mat number 1 in our Fort Dodge Dodgers. Minute 55 seconds remain in period number 2. As we saw Helm, he chose bottom. Lynch does a good job at rolling over him. And also, look at him move. Lynch has really quick feet. So we've seen him as a defensive end for the football team for the Fort Dodge Dodgers. Here he goes trying to go for a throw. Now no points can be awarded when he starts the period on top like that. So it's going to stay 7-1 in favor of Helm. Minute 30 seconds remain in the second period. Lynch looking to try to throw, but he's getting sucked down to his hips. Uh-oh, Helm now. He's just backing up. Beat, but here goes Lynch as he's going to try to send Helm to his back. And that was sneaky by Lynch. I like it right there as Lynch was starting to get in a dangerous spot, getting to his own back. Then he just sucked in on his hips, brought him down, and then right there, Lynch is going to stay on top. It's still 7-1, 55 seconds to wrestle in the second period. See what Lynch does here. You're in a spot where it's either you got to think about getting takedowns or you got to think about what you want to do here. So he's going to try to reach under to go for what possibly could be a little under the leg cradle. Now he doesn't have a wrist or arm control, so he's still got to battle for that. And now with both of these legs stalled out, well, right there goes a roll. Lynch going to stay from behind. 28 seconds remain in the second period. 7-1. Sticking back into it. Lynch going to be back. Helm trying to get that reversal, still not. Lynch doing such a great job in the second period. If one thing's for certain, Lynch has so far won the second period. But he's down 7-1. Helm with the lead. 5 seconds remain in the second period. And Lynch, don't send him. Nice. That was close. And that's the story of period number 2. It's been all Lynch in period number 2. Despite Helm having the lead, he's up 7-1. Lynch did such a great job at just kind of letting him fly to his back and then throwing him down. 7-1, 2 minutes to go in period number 3. The 195-pound weight class. Lynch going to build his base. So he gets to start down off of his decision in period number 3. He'll try to sit out, but he doesn't have wrist control. That's never for a good recipe. Helm now. Looking for a body half. He's got a far side wrist. Now he's going to try to work him outside. It's almost like an opposite side of a Turk is really what that is. A minute 35 seconds remain in period number 3. 7-1. Helm trying to move Lynch forward. Lynch has done such a good job at fighting. Is Helm now going to try to suck in for a cradle? Lynch has such long legs and a super long abdomen, though. I don't think that you can connect it just by having him on his base like that, can you? It's close. Lynch is trying to battle, make sure he can't win wrist control. Lynch not going to allow it. He's still got that leg out far. But a ball and change for Helm nearly went in his favor, despite Lynch still being on his toes and knees. That's his base for you.
Up on that right side mat now in the 285-pound weight class, heavyweight. Joseph Kingston out of, not Joseph Kingston. The Keenan Nichols out of Fort Dodge, 23-15 as a junior coming into that match, as well as Garrett Plague out of, that Denison Shellswig team, 11-27 as a sophomore coming into that match.
Getting back to the action on mat number 1. Caden Lynch got sent to his back as we got 25 seconds remaining in the third period as he's going to be stuck. Helm did what he needed to do in the second period, playing defense. Then when Lynch was on bottom, he could just not muster up the strength as Lynch will be pinned with 20 seconds remaining in the period, the final period of the opening match over at the 195-pound weight class. Lynch going to have to go back and hope for the wrestle-offs. Otherwise, moving into the 220-pound weight class. We're about to move into it with Boone and Ankeny, but before we get there, I want to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. First Community Bank of Newell Rockwell City, alongside Mid-Iowa Insurance. Join alongside Manson Lumber. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community and so much more. Right here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD. We got Dodger Districts all day long. It's going to be a late one. Made sure I had my energy drink. I've stayed up. I've been excited for this one. Over down on mat number 1, where I'm covering. I'm looking over at the 220-pound weight class, where I see Ankeny's Jack Dorfler take it on Brevin Bennett out of Boone. Bennett comes into the weekend 30-9. The senior taking on the freshman. Jack Dorfler is 12-18. So far, it's 0-0 on mat number 1. 1 minute and 5 seconds remain in the first period. These are starting to get to the heavier classes now, and these guys are going to stay up high. So that's what they're doing right there. As like I said, Keaton Nichols also on mat number 2. Right, Hillpiper has an update for us on mat number 2.
Nichols still up on Plague there, just 4-3. Now going for 2 more, and now he'll go up 6-3 with 1:30 left to go here in the second period. Nichols once again coming into that match 23-15 as a junior. Plague coming into that match 11-27 as a sophomore. Nichols being one of our Fort Dodge wrestlers, looking for a chance to go to state here in his 3rd career season with the Dodgers.
25 seconds remain. 220-pound weight class over on mat number 1. As we're looking on over, sticking to him tightly. Brevin Bennett taking on Jack Dorfler. Bennett trying to suck in that arm. 10 seconds remain in the first period. Bennett trying to get on that near side elbow. Sucking him in, and still no points awarded. Will throw go? No, it won't. At the end of 1, 0-0. Here comes the flip. Goes up and goes down. Going to be going in favor of Brevin Bennett. Bennett going to choose defer. So here comes the decision by Dorfler. Dorfler going to choose down. With no points awarded in the first period, we've yet to see either of these guys go down. Let's see what Dorfler has. Dorfler going to try to move his hips forward, but look at that right there. Brevin Bennett going to stick down onto the one leg. It's a far leg, too, and he's got a near side wrist. But he'll let it free, trying to win it back. Brevin Bennett looking for a little scramble right here. And what this does is it makes Dorfler have to move his head back. Look where his foot's going, and you never want to be looking down when you're down like that. As Brevin Bennett might be letting up Dorfler. Dorfler, he built past a base. He's on his feet. Bennett, though, will break him down. Dorfler going to reach behind, looking for a hip. 1 minute, 20 seconds remain in the second period. Dorfler still battling. Bennett with a near side ankle. He's going to stay going. Bennett keeps it going. It's Dorfler still having there. So they still go there. 59 seconds remain in period number 2. There we go. First mat. Got to see a point awarded. Going over for the Ankeny side, Jack Dorfler. Dorfler going to stay up 1-0. He's working against Brevin Bennett. Bennett was a favorite coming into this one with the overall record 30-9 compared to Jack Dorfler being 12-18. 1-0. 25 seconds remain. So we're going to keep on going. Dorfler looking to get in on a single leg takedown as he sprawled down low. But Brevin Bennett did a good job at flying away. No points awarded with 13 seconds remaining in the second period. Bennett looking for far side cradle. He's got hold of his near side toe. 5 seconds remain. No points rewarded as Dorfler will rise. Kid from Ankeny showing power. He wants the victory. Dorfler might have came into the weekend tournament with a losing record of 12-18, but the freshman maybe entail to upset the senior, Brevin Bennett. 1-0. 2 minutes remain in period number 3. Bennett starts on bottom. If you're rooting for Boone, this is the situation you want and need to be in as Bennett gets bellied out. Dorfler, how impressive has he been early on into this one?
Still over in 285 on that right mat there, that red mat. So far, Nichols still up against Plague. 7-4, as he will now get the pin with 45 seconds left to go in that third period. So he will move on to the winner's side and will face the winner of the Kramer-Phillips match.
220-pound weight class still on mat number 1. So we're looking on over there. Dorfler taking on Bennett. Bennett still going. Is Bennett, he's still down. Dorfler looking for that upset. He's up 1-0. Bennett has a single leg in. Dorfler trying to go for the crossface. A far side ankle. Trying to wide him out. Uh-oh, Dorfler sits down on his behind, but now he'll try to roll him. Brevin Bennett in a situation where he could capitalize off a reversal. Is he's working for it? Is that 2? Yes, it is. Bennett goes up 2-1. Make it 3-1. Well, it was a reversal here, so let's see. Now, is that 2-1 or 3-1? 45 seconds remain in the third period. On the scores table, I see 3-1. Must have called him down for an escape. Here we go. 45 seconds remain in the third period. Dorfler still moving with it. As he'll be bellied out. He needs a reversal of his own. 33 seconds now in the third period. Dorfler appears to be gassed. 25 seconds, 3-1. Still going. Got to keep fighting, got to keep going. 15 seconds remain in the third period, 3-1. Dorfler still needs to find a way to roll. No action has gone. Is looking like we're going to see a stall work in favor of Dorfler. Wow, that's huge. 3-2. Dorfler, 7 seconds, an opportunity to escape or reverse it. As the arm is sucked in, Dorfler got to make a move. 5 seconds. He builds a base with 3 seconds. Can he get free with 1? No, he can't. As Brevin Bennett tallies from behind and gets the victory. Brevin Bennett gonna move on. Wow, what a match. What a match. That's going to close off the 220-pound weight classes. Now, here we go. We're just about to start round number 2 as well in just a little bit here. But before we do that, I want to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. First up, big shout out towards Manson Lumber for sponsoring the broadcast. Alongside Manson Lumber, I'd also like to shout out Shelter Insurance Davis alongside United Bank of Iowa, Lake City for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community. So much more right here, 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD. As you're listening to Hank Gambros, join alongside Wright Hillpiper on the call. I'm covering mat 1. Wright has mat number 2 with the updates. So far, we're looking at, over on mat number 1, a matchup between Spencer's heavyweight. That is Andrew Howe taking on Ankeny's Joseph Kingston.
Drew Ayala as well as Cody Vandermark wrestling over there on the red mat, the 106-pound weight class. Ayala, of course, the brother to Drake Ayala, wrestling for Iowa over there in the 125-pound weight class. He's up 7-1 here early in the first period over Vandermark. He had a bye there in the first round, coming in 37-2 as a sophomore. He is sure to be one of the better wrestlers of his generation here, considering his family heritage and considering his record that he has here so far on this year.
2-0. So we're back on, over on mat number 1. Is Ankeny looking for a pin. Got to shoulder him down right here. Joseph Kingston over Andrew Howe. Howe, can you make a move? Is he still down low, working on to his shoulders? Can he put him down? Doing a good job of just sticking him down. Ugh. Wow. And blood time right there. I noticed it on his elbow. I was wondering when. It looks like the blood time is going to be called in favor of Spencer's Andrew Howe. So while they get that cleared up, let's go back towards mat number 1. Fort Dodge Dodger working on him. The flyweight. So far the score 14-2. So we're about to be in the start of the second period. The flip is going to be in favor of Drew. 14-2, like you mentioned earlier, right? We've seen his brother wrestle over at Iowa filling in. That was really cool to see. Fort Dodge kid moving on up.
His brother Drake, while wrestling at Iowa now, was a 3-time state champ in high school, wrestling out of Fort Dodge. His brother seeming to make him proud here at districts here in the second round.
14-2 over on Drew's side. As a reversal will do it. Still working against him. Here we go. Keep on going. As I notice over there, we'll get back towards Drew, but back after the blood time on mat number 1. As here we go with the big fella, gonna sucker him in. Joseph Kingston looking to get some more back points. This one is a pin. Kingston with the pin as he gets it over Howe. Wow. 5-0 with 20 seconds remaining in the period. He got a pin, and he's gonna move on to round number 2. And right there, Drew, what he did right there, he got the reversal, he got the back point, he got the tech fall, 17-2, and he'll move on. Wow. Now he got the first round bye. Now he got a tech fall in round number 2. It's looking like open acres for Drew Ayala early on. So we move down the bracket here. Before we go there, I want to shout out some of our sponsors. Shelter Insurance, joined alongside United Bank of Iowa Lake City. And Lake City Drive-In, thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community. Alongside here, you're listening to the Dodger District Wrestling Weekend coverage right here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com. Join alongside Alpha Media FD YouTube channel. Here we go. Look at this. We got 2 matches consisting of Ankeny and Spencer right here at the 106 and the 113-pound weight class. I'll choose the 106-pound weight class, right, as they're over on mat number 1. As I'm looking down over towards them. Looking over at Gabe Cothran, taking on over for Truman Folkers. Folkers is with it, doing a good job sticking to him. As a 2-point going to be awarded for the takedown over on the Ankeny side, it's Folkers who has the lead.
Up now on that right side mat, 113-pound weight class. We've got Gavin Hellcamp out of Boone, as well as Max Bishop out of Fort Dodge wrestling over there. Both won their first round matches. Max Bishop getting a tech fall in his first round match, and Hellcamp winning his first round match 8-4 there in the third period.
We're moving on forward here. This is going by quickly. Quickly. Here we go. So we're back to it over on here. 40 seconds remain in the first period as we're looking on over. As Folkers has the lead for Ankeny. He's up, going against Cothran. Spencer. Folkers going to keep on moving with it. He's up 2-0. 25 seconds remain in the first period. Folkers trying to go for a far wrist. Can he get it? If he can, he'll have a half Nelson, but he's going to have to build him to his base right here. Folkers still moving as he's going to flip him over. And Spencer, their situation with Cothran not looking good so far. 5 seconds remain. 2-0. So they'll work around the bend. That's going to close off period number 1. Here comes the flip. Going to be awarded towards Cothran of Spencer.
Bishop getting the fall there on that right side with 55 seconds left there in the first period, up over Hellcamp.
Nice one over on that side for Max Bishop over Hellcamp. That means Max Bishop, he's going to be moving on to the final round. Hellcamp, he's still waiting to see what his wrestle back will entail. As we get back to the action here, we got a blood time over on mat number 1. It's over on there. So how about we just go back over there towards the mat number 2 for the 126-pound weight class. Over there, what do you got for us, right?
Over on that right side mat, we've got Davidson out of Fort Dodge getting a bye there in the first round as the number 1 seed, going up against Wyatt Henning from Spencer, coming into today 27-14, now 28-14 as a freshman, getting his first round match win, 15-0 over Christian Rourke. They're going to be wrestling over there. He got that tech fall there in the third period, winning 15-0.
1 minute, 45 seconds remain as we're in period number 2 over on mat number 1 at the 106-pound weight class. Over there, we're seeing from the likes of Gabe Cothran as he's taking on Truman Folkers. Cothran so far is down as Folkers has the lead 3-0. Both these guys in neutral position. 1.5 minutes remains in the second period. Who's cruising and who's bruising out on mat number 1? It's Cothran right now who's trying to break him down. As we've seen so far in this one, for the most part, Cothran has been the aggressor, but Folkers has just played great defense. Not letting him get into his inside hip, a far ankle, or anything like that. Each of the takedown, each of the points awarded towards Folkers has been off of a defensive stand. 3-0, Folkers still has a lead with 55 seconds to wrestle in period number 2. Cothran is going to fly in towards a single leg shot, but it's not going to go for him. And here comes Cothran, or Folkers. Folkers trying to circle around him. Cothran does a great job building his base, getting to his feet, letting up no points.
Update there on that right side, Matt. Coy Davidson out of Fort Dodge wrestling against Wyatt Henning out of Spencer. Davidson currently up on Henning 4-2 with about 25 left to go here in that first period. And going for another takedown, make it 6-2 now in favor of Davidson.
5-0 in favor of the kid from Ankeny. It's Truman Folkers up 5-0, 15 seconds to wrestle in period number 2. So we are in round number 2, the 106 class. The winner of this one is going to be taking on Drew Ayala heading into the final round. 12 seconds remain, 5-0. Folkers remaining with the lead. Going to keep on going here as he's sticking tight. Folkers has got a good job staying under the arms, and now he'll just ride him out till the end of period number 2. We're heading into period number 3 in just a moment here between Truman Folkers taking on Gabe Cothran. Neutral going to be called between the two. Now, if you're rooting for Spencer, you need some points. I mean, to come back from this one, it's either Cothran got to go down, get a takedown, and 3 back points to tie it up, or he's got to take him down and let him up a total of 5 times to tie it back up. As we're looking down there. Cothran looked and go and throw. As he's working against him. That's always a tough spot. Once again, Cothran tried to throw for a single leg takedown. Didn't set the shot up fully, and that's what's going to lead to his demise. Folkers going to keep the lead and nearly came around for that takedown, but not going to go down for him.
That right side, Matt, still in that 126-pound weight class. Davidson versus Henning there. Davidson still up on Henning 8-4 here with about 1:15 left to go here in the second period as they now get called to neutral here.
105 remains in period number 3, and there we go. First takedown of the match going in favor of Cothran. Cothran is over Folkers. 55 seconds remain in the third period. We're going to keep on rattling through here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD. We're on Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. You can tune in towards the live stream. It's a video format on there where you can listen to my call alongside Right. And if you just want audio, you're doing the right thing as well over on radio and online. 32 seconds remain. The score 6-2 in favor of Folkers. Neutral position. 30 seconds remains. Here we go. Got to move here, Cothran. As Folkers going to take a step back. Cothran going to be the aggressor as he's going to get in on a single leg takedown. But sprawling free, Folkers going to work around him as he's going to get on a far side ankle. Still no points awarded. Folkers nearly getting 2. He will. Saying they planted him down. 5 seconds remain in the third period. It's 8-2. Way to go right there. 8-2 to close out the match is Folkers going to move on to take on Drew Ayala in the championship round of the 106 class. That match took a little while with that blood time. I mean, we're already on 126 over on mat number 2. And here comes mat number 1. We got the 120-pound weight class still over there for them, we're looking on Ankeny Centennial taking on Ankeny early on into this one. As for them, it's going to be Trevor Anderson taking on Prayton Bright. Anderson, let's see what he's got up his sleeve. He's only lost once this season. Anderson, the 1 seed coming into the weekend tournament. He's going to try to look in tightly. We saw earlier Ankeny Centennial was dominating all the way throughout their first about 6 or 7 weight classes, and then Ankeny came away with a few upsets, or near upsets even. As right there, we'll see a takedown go for Ankeny that time. Trevor Anderson getting it to go. 2-0. He lets him up. 2-1. And now another takedown for Anderson. He's lightning quick. 4-1. Anderson might try to let him up again and go for another takedown. Peyton Bright still moving with it. 4-1. A minute 15 seconds remain in period number 1. Anderson still moving. Who'll break him down? Who'll go? A minute 5 seconds remain. Still 4-1 as they try to work outside. They will push him outside, and they're going to go back towards neutral. Anderson sticking with the lead as they're going to let up the kid from Ankeny Centennial. That's Peyton Bright. 4-2 now with 59 seconds to wrestle in period number 1.
Davidson and Henning still in that 126-pound bout over there on that right side mat. 25 seconds left to go here in the third period. 14-8 the score. Davidson up on Henning. Currently, it's looking like he is going to pull out the win here for Fort Dodge and move on to that finals match. Wrestle in that first-place finals match for a chance to go to state here. Maybe add another Fort Dodge kid to this state roster. With 8 seconds left, it looks like he is going to get it done.
Nice win over there on mat number 2 as we keep on going there. Back to the action here as we're going to go over on mat number 1. For the 120-pound weight class, we're looking at Cam Butrick. It's Cam Butrick. He's taking on the Spencer kid, Levi Johnson. So far, we're looking at the score still 0-0 as we're looking for a scramble. Johnson still battling for it. Butrick trying to go near side ankle, but he's in a situation he's about to give up 2. Both guys still parallel. No points awarded. Now, if he flips him to his back, that'll be 2. But Johnson can't get it to go yet. But he still has the leverage as Butrick does a good job at going for a stalemate. They'll go back towards the center of the mat and keep on wrestling with a minute 20 seconds to go in period number 1. 0-0. Butrick going to dive in for a takedown.
Up now on that right side mat there, 126-pound weight class. Out of Ankeny Centennial, we've got Cale Huron versus Benjamin Hansen out of Ankeny. Both winning their first-round matches. One for Hansen there in the first period and Huron there in the second. Up now there on that right mat so far here is going to be Hansen up 2-1 early here in the first period.
40 seconds remain on the mat 1. Here we go. Butrick still trying to battle for those points, but in a situation he could give up some points. He's done such a great job at not giving up the 2, and there he does. He will give it up right there. Johnson takes a lead, 2-0, 25 seconds to wrestle in period number 1. Butrick now trying to get both legs to suck in. If he does, he'll try to drop the leg. That's exactly what he tries to do, but that leg is not free on his left side. So with 10 seconds remaining, Butrick got to find an answer. Tries to lean back with 6 seconds. Butrick is still down. Johnson has the lead 2-0 in the closing second, and that'll close off period number 1. 2 minutes remain in the second period. As a flip is going to go in favor of Johnson. Johnson to defer. Butrick is with it now. Two minutes remain in the second period. Here we go. 2-0, Johnson with the lead. Granby roll made by Butrick, but he can't keep it on his side. Butrick still battling. Uh-oh, don't get sent to your back. Johnson near keeping tight. Looking for a half Nelson as he's going to try to battle in, but Butrick trying to defend against his wrist. Does a good job at doing so, but he has to clam up as he's got that interior defense locked down. Johnson now is going to try to step over. And now sending it free, but going over towards the other side. Butrick looking to get a reversal, but he's still too high. Johnson still keeping it. These guys are still parallel within each other. No points awarded. 2-0. Johnson looking to push against Butrick. Johnson, does such a great job at getting back toward the other side. Johnson now looking for back points. Butrick, is flattened out on his back. Shoulders down. Got to battle Butrick. Get the shoulder up. Keep it moving to the side. Can he keep it going? Back points are going to be awarded at least. Still unclear on how many. Don't be stuck, Butrick. Got to battle you out, but he can't. He'll be pinned in the second period. Johnson is going to move on. Wow. So Johnson will move on. He'll take on Trevor Anderson in the championship round for the 120 class. Big time right there. So we move on forward. Here we go with another match heading into the 132-pound weight class. So we got another Dodger. Out for the Dodgers, Gavin Dable. He'll take on Trayton Logan. Well, that was round number 1. Gavin Dable actually going to be taking on Carter Davis. 132-pound weight class between Dable taking on Davis. Let's see it. Dable got a battle. Dable heading into the weekend, 10-16 as a sophomore. Carter Davis, 12-11 as a senior. Dable got him belly down. 1:45 seconds remain. He's trying to go for that wrist control early. It's a testament to see if he can still win it right here. Still got a mat going on, number 2 here. Otherwise, mat number 1 between Dable, still both in neutral position. Dable flies away before he tries to cut to the corner, but he can't score. Dable, right opportunity, just cannot work around the lengthy senior. Dable going to keep on going. 1:15 seconds remain, still 0-0. Dable going to give up both legs. See what he's going to do here. Getting his ankle sucked into him. Vacuum sealer tight by Davis. Davis going to get a 2-leg takedown. I can't even say a double leg takedown. That was a 2-leg takedown, just bringing him down.
On that right side, Matt, still in that 126-pound weight class, about to close out here in the second period. It's still that Cale Haran over there from Ankeny Centennial going up against Benjamin Hansen here from Ankeny. Score 7-6. Now going into the third period, it's going to be Hansen up by 1 here for Ankeny.
2-0, 35 seconds remain in period number 1. Dodgers looking to stick it tight. Still down with Dable. Dable has to find an answer. Does a good job building his base, but he just got bellied out by the senior. Davis going to try to reach in for a ball and chain. Can he get it to go? Dable doesn't flip over. He's got an answer for him. Davis now is with it. 8 seconds remain in the period. Davis letting him build a base. Dable working, trying to go back up to his feet, but he can't. 2 minutes remain as we get it right here. Wow. Here comes the flip for the second period toss, and now it's going to go for Dable decision. He will defer. Davis, see what he chooses. He's going to call for a neutral. Carter Davis, he is up 2-0. A minute, 55 seconds remain. 2-0. Is Dable looking for a takedown. He's in on a far leg, single leg takedown. Can he keep it together? Circling around him, he can't, and there we go, a 2-leg takedown. Going to be made by Davis. That's a heartbreaker right there because Dable was the one that set up the shot, got in on the shot, but he just could not execute. Davis uses his length to work around Dable. He's now up 4-0 with 1:30 to wrestle in period number 2.
Down to about 38 left to go here in that third period on that right side, Matt. Still 7-6 in favor of Hansen from Ankeny over Cale Huron, from Ankeny Centennial. Trying to ride him out here to finish out the match is Hansen. Got 20 seconds left to ride him out. We'll see if he can take home the win here. Now a reversal would mean a loss here. Doesn't appear that that's going to happen. They may get tied up here to send off the match. If he can get him back down, and he will to close out the match. That's going to be a win for Hansen of Ankeny over Haran of Ankeny Centennial.
Wow, what a closer right there. That was huge. Huge right there. So we still got a blood time over on mat number 1, folks. We're going to keep on going right here as I'm looking over. Hansen still with the battle. Hansen will move on. So we saw Davidson. He moved on. He beat Heng. So Davidson versus Hansen in the 126-pound weight class championship today for first place. Still with blood time over on mat number 1 for the Dodgers. As they get back, here we go. 132-pound weight class. Gavin Dable taking on Logan. The score.
Now, sorry about that, Hank.
You're good. Go ahead.
Up now on that right side match, 132-pound weight class. It's going to be Ty Silverson from Boone going up against Cale Weiner from Ankeny Centennial. Silverson in that green singlet as well as green ankle band, and Weiner in the black and red singlet, black and gray singlet over there for for Ankeny Centennial with the red ankle band. Still 0-0, 1:10 left to go there in the first period on the red mat.
No. Back to the action here over on mat number 1 as we're looking on over at Dable. Dable going up against Davis. Davis has the lead. 4-0, 20 seconds remain in period number 2. Davis trying to suck in for a near side wrist control. 12 seconds now. It's Davis looking to try to get near side elbow. He's going to just keep on battling here. He's got a sucked in wrist. It's going to go down for Dable. 4-0. Ooh, Davis looks to be in a little bit of pain to begin the first period right there. 2 minutes remain. 4-0. As we begin period number 3 in neutral. Dable, he's taking on Davis. Dable versus Davis. Davis has the lead out of Ankeny. 1:45 remains in the third period. So they try to work down now. Minute 40 seconds. Try to move him. And it's a takedown for Davis. He'll go up 6-0 over Dable.
Scoreless after the first period in the Silverson-Weiner match over there, going into the second period. And it appears that it will be Silverson going down here to start off the second period. No, excuse me, not Silverson. It will be Weiner going down here to start out the second period. Silverson will start on top. And now a caution going against Weiner. A little quick off the gun there.
Minute 05 remains in the third period. Davis on top over Dable. Davis right now looking to try to get a cross-face cradle. The situation we see right there is he sucked in too much on the near side. It's going to be called for a potentially dangerous. Davis got to watch out for that one, as they're going to restart in the center of the mat. Dable will be down. 56 seconds remain. Davis is up 6-0 on mat number 1, the 132-pound weight class. This is to move on to the championship round. So we're still waiting for it. As the other 132-pound semifinal is going on mat number 1. Still at 0-0. Dable's down. He's down on the scoreboard and down on the mat. Davis on top 6-0 with 35 seconds to wrestle in period number 3. Dable showing heart, has to build a base here as he's still on his belly. So he's got his left leg free, trying to work up. Cross-face cradle. 20 seconds remain. Dable trying to go outside. Dable can't hold on. Davis looking to try to flip him. 10 seconds remain. Still trying to go for a near side. Cradle. Can he get it? 5 seconds remain. Dable not going to be sent to his back in the closing second. Did a great job showing heart out there, but Davis will move on. Carter R. Davis moving on to the final. The championship round at the 132-pound bout. Now, going on mat number 2 is the semifinal for the 132-pound bout as well. As over there, we've seen Silverson from Boone. He's got a good matchup over there. Still 0-0 as we're over halfway through the second period. Only 27 seconds remain. Taking on a kid from Ankeny Centennial and Cal Weiner. Now back to the action on mat number 1. We are now in the 138-pound weight class. Moving up there, Lucas Bruhl taking on Enrique Ledesma. That was the matchup in round number 1. Now it's Ankeny Centennial going up against Spencer. That is Lucas Bruhl taking on Cade Johnson. I've been waiting for this match. Johnson and Bruhl both put on a really great performance in the beginning round. Both sophomores. Bruhl coming into this one 14-2 on the season. Cade Johnson 23-10. Right there, we're going to see a flip made by Bruhl. Bruhl looking to go on top. Johnson to get sent to his back. Here come the back points. Off of the takedown. Going to get at least 5 points out of this one. 1 minute, 10 seconds remain. Johnson maybe stuck as he gets his shoulder up and out. And a butcher now. About went over there. 5-0. The minute remaining. Escape now for Johnson as Bruhl let him up. Bruhl now going to get in on a takedown. It's a single leg, but he didn't finish. Butcher for Johnson, but he can't complete it either. Neither of these guys can finish what they started. Headlock, throw him down, Bruhl. And he's got an inside elbow too. That's a pin. Bruhl will move on. Took him 1 minute and 5 seconds to pin him, and he'll go to the championship round. For the 138-pound weight class. Wow. What a match that was just a moment ago.
Still scoreless on, now not scoreless on this right side mat. Going up 2-0 is going to be Silverson from Boone going up against Ankeny Centennial's Weiner here with about 1 minute 9 left to go in the third period.
And over on mat number 1, we're up to 145-pound weight class. Spencer versus Ankeny. As I see over there, it's Jackson Schultz. Schultz taking on Jace Anderson. Currently, Jace Anderson got in on a duck under, and now he still rides on top. 1 minute 40 seconds remain. Anderson still keeping it going on mat number 1. A minute and 20 seconds remains. 2-0. Anderson on top as he's got both arms under the shoulders. So he's riding a bit high, trying to go for a Granby roll. As he works for a corner. See if he can cut it. He's going to keep on going. He's also got a half Nelson lock in. As he's also got a far side on a hip. 1 minute remains. Anderson doing a good job at relieving pressure as he's going to let Schultz up. He'll let him get in on escape, and now Anderson tries to get in on a single-sided lock. 2-1, 45 seconds to go in period number 1. Schultz gets thrown. Anderson tries to keep him in bounds, but they're going to say that these guys are going to go up back towards the neutral, center of the mat. 2-1, 42 seconds remain. So they try to work outside. These guys going to keep on going. Schultz doing a good job at sticking to him. Trying to break him down now. And he will. Anderson does a great job at doing it. 4-1. These are for a trip to the finals for districts. Here we go. 5 seconds remain. Anderson going to stay on top. Working against Schultz. 2-1. Going to add to that tally. Here we go. Still waiting on the scoreboard for the official calling. Should be 4-1. Scoreboard still a little slow out there. There we go. 4-1. So we got it down pat right. Here comes the flip now to begin the second period. It's going to go in favor of Anderson. Anderson will defer. Bruhl with a choice. So he'll go down. 4-1.
138-pound weight class over there on that right side red mat, right side of your screen. It's going to be Lincoln Folkers from Ankeny going up against Ross from Fort Dodge, looking both of them for a chance to go to the finals here. That match just kicked off, about 1:45 left to go there in the first period. Match is just out for a potentially dangerous there, and they'll get back started right up again in neutral. As I said, both looking for a chance to go to that finals match to face off against Ankeny Centennial's Lucas Bruhl.
1:35 remain in period number 2 on mat number 1. As down over there, I see Anderson still sticking tight, working against Schultz. See who will pull away with the victory. It's still sticking tight. So far, both guys going to be forced out towards the outside circle. They're going to go back towards the center of the mat. Schultz to go down. As Anderson, he still has a lead, and Schultz had a really great performance in round number 1. Proficient performance. What I tried to spit out there. 4-1. 1:15 remain in period number 2. Schultz still battling for it. It's Demarion Ross over there on mat number 2. He's still going to be going strong. He's on top after his double leg takedown. He's up 2-0. I see Ross over there still trying to stick on through. Once he gets close to the end of his match, we'll go back towards Demarion Ross. But so far, we're still going to be on mat number 1 here, folks. As I'm looking on over towards mat number 1, Schultz still ticking towards Anderson. Anderson trying to put Schultz on his back. Potentially dangerous call. He lifted the elbow a little too high. Schultz going to be grabbing at his arm. Stinger. Tough one. 4-1's the score. Schultz appears to be okay. He's going to go back down. 53 seconds remain.
You better believe Anderson's going to be working on that left shoulder now. As you can see, Schultz getting up, holding that left side shoulder, and it'd only be smart for Anderson to work on that left side, try to exploit that shoulder, see if he can get a win here in the second period.
40 seconds remain. 4-1. Anderson to flip him over. Schultz now on his back. He may be stuck. He's bellying him out. He's chest to chest, and he is stuck. So Anderson going to move on toward the final round of the 145 pound class. Let's go over towards the other semifinal, the 138-pound. It's Demarion Ross going up against Lincoln Folkers. So far, the score for Demarion Ross over there on mat number 2. Ross, he's up 3-0. A minute and a half remains in period number 2 as Ross just went in for a takedown, threw him down. And now he's put him in a pinning position. He's getting close to backing out here. Ross got to go chest to chest, put him stuck. Can he get him there? And he will. As he's got Folkers stuck. So for the final round, it's going to be Demarion Ross taking on Lucas Bruhl out of Ankeny Centennial. Way to go. More and more I see these Dodgers making it toward the first place finish, the more happier I get. Let's see here. Let's see where I choose right here. I'm going to go and stick toward my mat number 1 on 152. Over on 152, I'm looking down as I see Storm Lake taking on Ankeny Centennial. Down there for both of them, it's Carter Cahill as he's taking on Edgar Barrero.
Over on that right side match, Kyle Sharp out of Boone wrestling against Carter Bennett out of Ankeny Centennial. That match just went underway, only about 5 seconds into that match in the 145 weight class. Both of them wrestling for a chance to go up against now 31-6 Jace Anderson out of Ankeny.
Back to the action here. Still looking at the score. 45 seconds remain. 2-1. So we're still ongoing. Ankeny Centennial still keeping with the lead. Carter Cahill. He's got that single leg Turk in. Back to the action here over on mat number 1. Still 4-1. Still in favor of Cahill. As Barrero, he tries to build a base. He does get to his feet until he's forced out of bounds. 4-1, 11 seconds remain in the first period. So they're still going. Barrero is going to be down. See what he tries to pull in the closing seconds of period number 1. Cahill still sticking tight. 5 seconds remain. Khalil with it, and then right there, they're going to opt off to stop it. 4-1. Hey, 2 minutes remain in this one. In period number 2, anyway, is right there, deferred by Barrero, as we'll see Khalil choose bottom. Khalil comes into the weekend 30-4 as Barrero comes into it 26-9. Khalil sits out, ducks under, and then tries to build a base, but Barrero has a slam going back down to the mat. Barrero doing a good job sticking behind the shoulders right there. In good positioning where he can win wrist control. But look how strong the legs are. Coming all the way from Khalil, who tries to build on top, but he can't go all the way. It's going to stay 4-1. Khalil out of Ankeny Centennial. Going to look to go up here. Barrero still with it. Khalil will sit out. Here we go. Can he make a move? He doesn't have any wrist control. Nearly put him in a tough spot. Barrero makes a smart move and sitting him down. And now in a situation where he's trying to turn him. Got to get to the half Nelson. But he's still right there. As they'll build him on top. Barrero going to let him run free. Uh-oh. Escape now. 5-1's the score in favor of Khalil. Khalil in on a single leg. Can he finish? We've seen problems executing earlier in the first period. Now we're halfway through the second. Did he learn from his mistakes? He's going to Turk him down, and that's a one-leg takedown followed by his second leg. 7-1, 40 seconds remain in the second period.
Going into the second period here in that 145 bout over on the red mat, the right side of your screen there, mat number 2, it's going to be Kyle Sharp out of Boone as well as Carter Bennett out of Ankeny Centennial. Currently right now, Sharp up on Bennett just 2-0, 130 about left to go here in the second period in that 145 weight class. Once again, both of them wrestling for a chance to go up against Jace Anderson, the now 31-6 junior out of Ankeny, going for a chance to wrestle against Anderson there in that finals match for a chance to move on to state. Anderson once again looking very strong for that Ankeny team. Coming in as a junior here, 29-6, now up to 31-6 after his first and second round wins over Pena out of DESC, as well as Vondrake out of Lamar's. Schultz out of Spencer was his second round match.
Still in the 152-pound weight class as we're looking on over. Barrero going up against Khalil. Khalil going to be sticking tight. Khalil's under the arms of Barrero as we begin period number 3. 7-2. Barrero near to get flipped as he's going to look for a reversal, and he will get it. 2-point reversal as he slipped right through the arms of Khalil. Now Khalil still has the lead, 7-4. A minute and a half remains in the third period. Trying to work outside. A minute, 20 seconds remain in period number 3. Khalil works up and lets him up. Barrero, I think that's a smart call right there. He needs points. He can't just spend forever on top. So they're going to work over there. 8-4, minute 5 seconds remain in the third period. As Khalil tries to battle inside, Barrero is now with it. Khalil got an inside hip and a takedown for 2. 10-4 is the score. 50 seconds remain in period number 3.
Update on that right side, 145 bout. Now 5-2 as Bennett takes the lead over Sharp here going into the third period. About 145 left to go there in that third period of that 145 match.
30 seconds remaining here. 10-5 is the score. 152-pound bout. 25 seconds remain. As here we go. Just saw an escape, and now possible 2 points for Barrero with 15 seconds remaining. May not be enough. Barrero still actually hasn't been called down for the 2-point takedown. Is going parallel. Now it's Khalil. They're going to call for a stalemate. These guys going to go back into neutral in the center of the mat with 4 seconds remaining. It's 10-5. Here we go. Make it 2. 10-5. There goes Khalil as he'll move on. Khalil moving on. The 152-pound bout. Folks, before we resume any of the action right here, I want to take the time, spend the time shouting out our sponsors. Big shout out to Roto-Rooter and Archibald Electric for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Fort Dodge community, and so much more on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD. Back to the action right here. We're now in the 152-pound bout as I'm looking down low. As Boone's Gage Stevens is going to be taking on Ankeny's Tegan Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer's with it. Look at that. Heavy on the head, battling back and forth, jerking between each other. Pfeiffer still going strong at it. 1 minute 35 seconds remain in the first period. Pfeiffer still got a battle here. So look at Gage Stevens in on a single leg. And he goes treetop as he raises high. He puts him down low. He'll go up 2-0. 1 minute 20 seconds remain in period number 1 on mat number 1. Wow. Talk about power down there. Minute 15, 2-0. Here we go now, looking over at Stevens. Trying to break him down, but doesn't go all for his favor. Stevens still going to stay on top. Working against Pfeiffer. Stevens still going around. He's got a leg lock in, and now he's trying to go and force his arm down. Nice. Little bend at the arm, going to break him down. Stevens now trying to find a way to circle, but he can't right there as he's blocked by Pfeiffer's finish.
Moving on to the 160-pound weight class over there on the right side, red mat, right side of your screen. It's going to be Hellcamp out of Ankeny Centennial going up against Alex Allen from Lamar's. About 10 seconds into that first match, still scoreless.
We're going to see it being broken down right here. 25 seconds remain. 2-2 after we just saw a reversal made on the side in favor of Tegan Pfeiffer. Trying to ride him out the closing period. 10 seconds remaining. It's 2-2. And now looking like he got some back points out of it as well as Pfeiffer's now gotten the lead. 5-2 with a second remaining. Make it no seconds. That'll close out the first period with Pfeiffer's lead. Now since that period just ended, I want to switch over towards the Fort Dodge side. So we're looking on over there at the 160-pound bout. Fort Dodge Dodgers. See what they got. Hartman taking on. Nice matchup over there. That's Ankeny Centennial. Over there we'll see Hellcamp. So he's going to be going up against Lamar's Allen. Allen got a pin. Round number 1 against Figuera. Right now, Allen struggling a little bit as he's already given up a takedown. On the season, coming into the weekend, Hellcamp just 5-1. Not a lot of experience wrestling so far. He is a junior. He's a senior. Facing injury is what I meant to say right there. There, he's going to go for a Turk before he breaks him down. Still in the lead, 2-0 looking to close out the period for Lamar's. And now he's going to suck him down to a cross-face cradle. Cradle him up. Does he got him sucker down? No, he can't finish. Hellcamp still going to stay on top, but he'll get back points out of it. They're not awarded yet. Not until the end of this period. This set right here, 2-0, 2 seconds remaining, and that'll close off period number 1. So there you have it. 3 back points awarded over towards Ankeny Centennial's Jackson Hellcamp, taking on Allen. Allen has really racked up the wins this year. Out of Lamar's, he is 33-12.
Still in that 160-pound bout over there on the right side match. Ankeny Centennial's Hellcamp currently up against Alex Allen from Lamar's here 5-0 with about 1:45 left to go here in the second period. Working on top. Still is he's trying to get him over to his back, working on that left side leg, can't get him back over. They'll go back to the on top position for Hellcamp.
Getting back to the action here. Over there on mat number 2, Hellcamp going to stay on top. 5-0, minute 25 remains. The situation still riding tightly. See what we see out there over on the right side of the mat. Second period still riding out. Let's do a little update over on mat number 1. The score currently 6-2. That's in favor of Ankeny, Tegan Pfeiffer. So there's 11 seconds remaining in that period. Now back to the action over on mat number 2. I'm looking on over. It's Ankeny Centennial trying to put a man in a position to get the pin. Can he get him stuck? He might be. Hellcamp sitting out over Alex. Alex Allen does find a way to belly out, but however, Hellcamp gets 3 more back points. He's up 8-0, 30 seconds remaining in period number 2. Hellcamp is going to suck under the elbows. Now he's going to go for a far side cradle, put him down. Here come more back points. But, Allen does a good job at flipping on over. Uh-oh, here we go with Allen. Still looking near stuck out there. Over on the mat, 5 seconds remain. It's 11-0. Hellcamp still going. That'll close off the second period. Got a score update over on mat number 1. When watching over there for Ankeny's, as I see, not Stevens over there, but I see Pfeiffer taking on Stevens. Still trying to battle strong. Sticking to him. But hey, we still got a mat to close out over on mat number 1. So I'm looking on over it. Lamar's still battling. Seeing if he can come back out of this one. Not looking good for Alex Allen. It was Hellcamp still going. Hellcamp puts him on his back once more. Looking to get back points. Right there, that's going to bring it 3 more back points. 14-0 in favor of Hellcamp. So he's looking to take a trip towards the final round of 160. But, possible reversal. And it will go for Alex Allen. Right? Well, they're still scrambling. Hang on now. Maybe it's not that easy. There you go. Alex Allen gets his first point. 14-2. So we're still going down there over on mat number 2. So we'll have a mat 1 update in just a little bit. We're still going. Hellcamp has the lead, but now he's on bottom. 50 seconds remain. Hellcamp, he's up 14-2. Alex Allen needs to make a move. He's moving with it. So right now what we're looking at on mat number 2 with Hellcamp with the lead. He's down. He's trying to work his way towards the outside center of the mat. And there we go. Going to go for a score update. Going to be Pfeiffer coming away, getting the victory over Gage Stevens. So we'll see Pfeiffer versus Khalil in the final round. Otherwise, we're still looking at the 160-pound weight class over on mat number 2 to close it out. Over there, I'm looking over at Hellcamp still having the lead. He's up 14-2. He's on bottom. Alex Allen with 20 seconds. What are you going to do? Got to throw him. Got to put him on his back or something here. Now you need more than just a takedown. You got to put him in a pinning position. Don't got enough time to put him up, take him down over and over again. Allen tries to cut to the corner, but he can't. So the final score will result 14-2 in favor of Hellcamp. Alex Allen possibly looking for wrestle back later on in the round. Otherwise, let's go back over towards mat number 1, as we are in the 160-pound weight class, as I see Cal Hartman taking on Cole Rudder out of Spencer, Iowa. Hartman, 24-16 coming into the weekend. The sophomore taking on a senior in Cole Rudder. It's currently 0-0 in the first period. Minute and 5 seconds remaining.
Up now on that right side mat there, the red mat on the right side of your screen. 170-pound bout. It's going to be between Ankeny Centennial Zach English as well as Dylan Postonic out of Boone. Both going to wrestle for a chance to go to the finals here. About 15 seconds into that first match, that first period, still scoreless.
Dodgers going to keep on moving alive, as we're looking for a near takedown coming for in favor of Cal Hartman. Hartman will be credited with 2, as he just circled him after he got in on an inside ankle. 2-0 with 25 seconds remaining in the first period. Hartman looking to go for a cradle, working up against Rudder. Now, Rudder got a bye in the first round, so he's a little lackadaisical. He's not ready to go out there. You can tell Cal Hartman he's ready. So he's going to go for an outside wrist, near side elbow, and put him down, bellying him out. Now is Rudder. Hartman going to ride him out, and he'll be up 2-0 heading into period number 2. Let's wait and see what we got for the flip. The flip goes down as it's going to be one on the side of Rudder. Hartman will get the decision since Rudder will defer. Hartman will choose down. He's already up 2-0. Let's add on to the points. I like the call. Rudder looking to stand up with Hartman. Hartman got to have to reel in a throw. Minute 55 on the clock in period number 2. Hartman doing a good job going up against the senior. Hartman will be pushed out of bounds. Escape. Wow. A little cheap of a shove out there. We're going to go back towards the center of the mat, however. 3-0. Minute 45 remains in period number 2. Hartman going to stick to him tight. He's in on an elbow. Now he's just got to be a little lighter on his feet as he'll get thrown for a headlock. Right as I said, he needed to be lighter on his feet. Because when he got thrown, Rudder got to put him down. 4-3 after he got a back point as well. He got 2, matter of fact. Oh, and Rudder getting too aggressive. Ridiculous. 1 point going to be awarded from Hartman. That's the second time Rudder has just pushed him out there on the mat. It's 4-4. It's all tied up off of the unnecessary throw. Punch, really. Here we go. Minute 15 seconds remain in the second period as it's 3-4.
Still scoreless going into that second period over there on that right mat. The 170 bout between English from Ankeny Centennial as well as Postonic from Boone. As I mentioned, still scoreless 15 seconds into that second period. Currently, it's Postonic riding on top of English.
The Dodgers' Cal Hartman is down low. He just tied it up 4-4. Off that unnecessary a moment ago. Now the coaches and refs going to go over and talk it over. They got to fix the score on the scoreboard, I believe, is what's going on. Here we go. On the scoreboard, I have it saying 4-4, 51 seconds remain in period number 2. Cal Hartman still battling, going up against Rudder. Cole Rudder going to go for a near side hide, but no good, as Rudder now tries to break him down. And that one right there was a shot. It looks like Hartman's injured. Rudder, when I say he's been the aggressor, he's really been the aggressor. Now Hartman going to take the injury time, and he's not happy. Circling the mat. And his coaches over on the other side for Rudder, they're telling him to calm down a little bit. 44, a minute 15 seconds remain. In the injury timeout. And if I'm Hartman there, I'm just going to take it. He's talking it over with the medical staff, and I don't blame him. Got punched to the face, has been shoved out of bounds. Rudder, he wants it. Just a little aggressive early. So here we go. We're going to get back to wrestling here on mat number 1. Cal Hartman is in the down position, but it's tied 4-4. 56 seconds remain in the second period. Right there. Hang on now. Both of the guys jumped a little early for the call. And now there we go. It's Hartman going to try to build. Going to try to get the arm free now. But he can't do so. Before they're shoved out of bounds, these guys going to go back towards the center of the mat. It's 4-4, 37 seconds remain. Hartman to build a base. Rudder still on top, using his hips as a leverage. And now he's got the left wrist of Hartman. Hartman got to break that free as he'll belly out. 24 seconds. Come on, Dodger. Keep on moving. Cal Hartman tries to take it over. Before Rudder is going to have a chop down low. Ooh, a nice Granby roll, but he can't stick to him on his back. It'll stay 4-4 with 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Hartman climbs his base, and Rudder breaks it back down. 2 seconds remain in the second period, and that's going to close out the period. Score tied 4-4.
About 30 seconds through the third period in that 170 bout over on the right side mat, right side of your screen, between Zach English as well as Dylan Postonic. So far, we're tied up 2-2 with a minute 20 left to go. Nobody really holding full control in this match so far. Probably one of the more even matches that we'll see today, talent-wise. As now Ankeny Centennial's English going to get a takedown, bring himself up 4-2 with a minute 10 left to go in that third period.
As we're back to mat number 1, we just saw an escape to begin the third period, as we just saw from the likes, just down from the kid out of Spencer and Cole Rudder. Rudder versus Hartman. Sticking tight. Hartman is down by 1 point, 5-4. Minute 15 seconds remain in the third period. Both guys in neutral position. Hartman tries to go in on a shot without setting it up. Luckily, shoved out of bounds. Could have been dangerous right there for Hartman. Minute 10 seconds remain. Hartman still down 1. Someone's got to set up a shot. Now, what I see on the mat right now is it looks like to me it's Rudder that's trying to push him. Maybe he's trying to get him on another headlock we saw from earlier. Rudder tries to snap, but it's not going to work. Hartman does a good job staying light on his feet. Rudder, though, look at his speed. He's able to drop down low so quickly. Hartman already wrestling once today. Probably a little less energy than Rudder has. 45 seconds is, shoved out of bounds. And into the scores table. Goodness. 44 seconds remain. Hartman is still down 1. Both these guys in the neutral position. 40 seconds. Let's go, Hartman. Hartman got to go. 35 seconds. It's Hartman looking to try to get an elbow on the strong side. 29 seconds. Hartman still down 1 against Cole Rudder. Rudder tries to jab. Hartman, though, has an answer. 22 seconds remain. Hartman, he's down. Make it 15. He's down by 1. Got to come in for a shot. Got to make something. 10 seconds. 8 seconds for Hartman. Here we go with 6. Hartman, got to go. 4 seconds. 3, 2, Hartman got to move in on a shot, and he can't in the closing seconds of the third period. It's going to be a victory for Rudder as Rudder will move on. So Rudder, out of Spencer, Iowa, will take on Jackson Hellcamp out of Ankeny Centennial for the final round of 160. Now we do have Russell back, so not the complete final round, but we'll see it eventually. Moving up the class, we're going to move towards the 170-pound weight class. Is going down there. We're going to see Orion Larson as he'll be taking on Xander Kenworthy. This is another one. Got to win this one to move on to the final round. And folks, before we get back into the play-by-play commentary, into the broadcast, I want to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. Up first, big shout-out to Troy Anderson, Coldwell Banker, joined alongside Legacy Realty, Jamie Lara, and Loffersweilers for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community. Otherwise, we're looking back to the action right here. We're going to be going down. 1:35 remain in this one. So we are still in the 170-pound weight class. Now you got to stick around for wrestlebacks. Join alongside the final round. So we'll eventually have wrestlebacks. Not clear on to where or what yet, but still got them. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in there we'll have a few. As we got 1:15 remaining in the first period. As we got Kenworthy out of Ankeny taking on Orion Larson. Orion now trying to flip him. He may be flipped. Uh-oh. Flip or flop. He ended up flopped. Kenworthy going to be on top for a two-leg takedown. 55 seconds remain in the first period. Make it 45 as these guys are still ticking the clock down here. Orion Larson built a base. He's in it right now, trying to battle for wrist control. Kenworthy, though, doing a good job maintaining his presence, using his hips to force pressure into him. 30 seconds remain. 170-pound weight class.
On the right side, right side red mat, 182-pound weight class. We've got William Henricks from Ankeny going up against Ben Egley, from Fort Dodge. Wrestling in that match. Going into the second period, 2-0 so far.
That's still the 170-pound weight class. So over there, that's still Orion Larson taking on Kenworthy. 2-0. The second period, 2 minutes remain. So we'll see the flip right here. The flip's in favor of Kenworthy. He's not going to defer. He wants to go down. As we're going to have to talk it over again with the scorekeeper. Make sure the score is right on the board. I think it's right. Oh, I see what's wrong. It's flipped on the colors. Kenworthy has the lead. He's up 2-0. So we're getting ready to begin the second period here. Now, it was Kenworthy's decision. Now we're just waiting for the scorekeeper to fix it up over on the side. There we go. We got it flipped over on the side now. Got a score update over at the 182-pound weight class as these guys are battling. It's Boone. Boone for them. It's Jaden Engel as he's taking on Ankeny Centennial's Logan Strong. As that match so far going in favor of Boone, Jaden Engel. He's up 9-0. And there we go. Got the technical difficulties resolved. 2-0 is the score in the second period. Under 2 minutes to go here. Ryan Larson still battling with it. Kenworthy just on bottom. Ryan Larson just got to stick to him. Here we go. Larson is under the arms. Uh-oh, trying to flip him. Went for a Granby roll, but he got stuck. Now you got to complete the roll if you go 360. He's getting stuck in the air. Orion Larson gets him over. Here come the back points. Now you can't pin him in that position, but you can get all the back points you want. It'll be tied up 2-2. 1:15 remains in the second period. They'll call for a full Nelson. Going to be a lock. Legal hold and now a throw. Call that down for a reversal in favor of Ankeny. That was big time by Xander Kenworthy. Along with that, another point awarded. The score is going to be 5-2 in favor of Kenworthy. So he's trying to sit back on Orion Larson. 5-2, 45 seconds remain in the second period. Kenworthy, what he's doing now is he's trying to just spread out the arms to tack inside. 35 seconds remain. He's up 5-2 on mat number 1. 25 seconds. So they keep on battling. Ryan Larson still trying to keep the fight alive. He's sitting on his behind. He's going to have to make a roll out of it. 12 seconds remain. 5-2. Make it 5 seconds. Kenworthy trying to break down Orion Larson. It does go in his favor. No points awarded within the last 30 seconds. 5-2 heading into period number 3. So you're listening to Hank Ambrose, right? Hill Piper on the call for the Dodger District Weekend Wrestling Tournament. These guys want to take a trip to state. There goes Orion Larson. He's going to call for neutral. Score still Kenworthy. He's up 5-2. Under 2 minutes to go in period number 3. Kenworthy's going to move with it. So Orion is going to grab onto a wrist. He's sticking to him. Now he's heavy on his head right there as he's still looking, trying to go for it. Orion, he's got a left arm up and over the neck. So Orion, what he's got to do here, he's got to find a way to cut a corner, possibly make a step in. He's down by 3. A lot of time to do it here. 1 minute 20 seconds remain in the third period. 5-2. Got to keep the fight alive. Kenworthy going to bounce out of it. Orion Larson still with an opportunity. See Coach Rabbit over there getting loud for his guy. 55 seconds remain in the third period. Larson still to battle. Larson backing up, maybe trying to get a step from it. That's what it looks like out on the mat, but still not a lot of movement out there. These guys are gassed. Larson trying to get a step. Both guys are heavy on the feet. Not moving a whole lot out there. 30 seconds remain as Larson tries to throw in a shot, but it's going to be a front headlock. Going to be sent on home for Kenworthy, who's going to hold on. A stalemate called. These guys going to go back towards the center of the mat. 22 seconds remain. It's 5-2. Orion Larson going to suck in a duck under, looking for a throw. He'll step, but Kenworthy steps with him. This is line dancing now. 10 seconds. 5-2. Got to make a move. Bring it down to 6. Keep on coming down. Kenworthy going to sucker him in. And Orion Larson with the last second throw. It's not enough. Not enough mustard to throw the ketchup. It's going to go down. 5-2 victory for Kenworthy. Nice battle that time. Kenworthy moving on. Now we're up on the 182-pound weight class over on mat number 1. But before we get there, I want to give a little mat update for the 195-pounders. For the 195-pounders, I'm looking on over there. So I'm going to see Denison Schleswig. They got Jackson Hildebrand, the number 1 ranked wrestler over there at the 195 class. He's going to be taking on what appears to be Ankeny Centennial's Caden Kaiser. And on mat number 1, we're at the 182-pound weight class. Is down there over on that mat. We got a good one. It's between Ben Egley of Fort Dodge, Iowa, taking on William Hendricks of Ankeny. 2-0 as Ben Egley is up on top. He's a football star for the Fort Dodge Dodgers, and now he's showing all of his takedown abilities. I mean, I know I seen him play defense last year, showing his tackles, his double leg takedowns on the football field. It's good to see him on the mat now. 2-0, minute 15 remains. The 182-pound weight class. Guys still going for it. Here we go now as I'm going to look over Egley. She's going to stick tight to him. Now the winner of this 182-pound bout will take on Jaden Engel out of Boone. Next matchup. That'll be in the final round of the 182-pound class for first place in a one-way ticket to state wrestling over in Des Moines, Iowa. 2-0. Ben Egley going to break down towards the strong side, working against Hendricks. Right now, the situation Hendricks is in is he's doing a good job building his base, but his head, his shoulders all the way down. It's leaving a lot of room for Egley to do whatever he wants, as now he's going to try to do a power drive. But speaking of power, Hendricks showing off his leg strength as he tried to build right there. Now Egley trying to get to that same position. Hendricks is not just going to give that up, so it'll be once in a blue moon, really, is what you could hear right there. Once he does it, Egley definitely going to try that power drive. Didn't get it to go the first time. Maybe another opportunity will wait itself as we have 10 seconds remaining in the first period. Egley's up 2-0. Let's hold on to him. Don't want to give it up in the closing seconds as he'll throw him. 2-1, close it out. That'll be the end of period number 1 as we wait for the flip. Here it comes. After a crazy roll, it's going to go down for favor of Ben Egley. So he'll choose down. He wants to add on the points early. Going up against Hendricks. Egley will sit out, trying to go for a scramble, no good, but he's still on his base. He's sticking at Ankeny. High and tight. Is Ankeny going to try to sucker him in? 1:45 seconds remain. Egley doing a good job at fighting here as he'll go parallel. Here comes a possible reversal, a big time throw, send him down. Oh, now his head is still caught in there in a half Nelson. He's making his way up, and now it's looking like an escape. No, still battling for it. There we go. Escape eventually happens for Ben Egley. Egley up 3-0, 1:15 remains in the third period. Egley, he strikes in like a spear on a shot. That's 2 for Ben. Benny boy, he's up 5-0, 1:05 seconds remains in the third period. Wow, that was a strike. .55 seconds remain now. 5-0 as Egley forces him out of bounds. These guys going to go back towards the center of the mat, but more than likely going to be top-bottom. Unless Egley wants to make his guy go up. No gentlemen's. Here goes Egley, starting on his left side. Now, if you recall from earlier, we saw Egley start on his right side a moment ago. This guy has a really good job at being ambidextrous, jumping each side, and throwing his opponent off guard. Never know what to expect with someone as unpredictable as Egley, as what he's doing right there. 35 seconds remain in period number 3, 5-0. Is Egley still riding high on top? He can just ride him out to get the victory, but he's still got to move him. Don't want to be called for the stall. Egley looking for the victory here. He may move on. Once again, if Egley does get the victory, he's going to take on Jaden Engel out of Boone, Iowa for first place in the 182-pound bout. And he will hold on with 5 seconds remaining. Not much of a fight as Hendricks is burnt out. Great battle from Hendricks as he really fought hard near the end of the contest, but Egley just held on to him. Okay. Oh, not the third period now. Hey, shout out Ryan O'Leary, AD out of Fort Dodge, assistant AD. He's helping me out here. Is on the scoreboard. I had it down as the third period over there. My apologies. Hey, broadcasters can't be right all the time. What I saw from over there had third periods on the mat, and now they're going to fix it over on the scoreboard. I thought it went by fast, but always goes by fast when you're having fun watching Egley throw people around. That's my problem right there. 5-0. Hey, I'll take some more Dodger wrestling. No complaints from me. Egley is going to go in for a pump. 5-0. Egley, he threw himself into a shot, not going to win it. Does a good job of flying away that time for Hendricks. Hendricks trying to circle around. Oh, Egley he might get around him. Egley doing a good job at circling, but the difference is Egley's on his belly, Hendricks is on his toes. Can be a lot faster there, and that's a 2-point takedown in favor of Hendricks off of a scramble. Looking for a half Nelson now is Hendricks. 5-2, Egley has the lead, and he's on bottom. He's fighting him. Egley trying to inch his way forward. A minute 15 seconds remain. The third period here. Egley, he's on bottom here, but scoreboard he's on top. 5-2 as he goes for a reversal. Good. Get behind the shoulders. Like a Cadillac drive, he puts it up for 2. 7-2. 55 seconds remain in the third period. Egley now with it as they try to go far hip, near shoulder with Egley. But Henricks, he'll stand and he'll try to throw a headlock, but Egley does a good job at dropping his head, avoiding the headlock as he drops his hips, goes down low, as he's still up 7-2 with 30 seconds remaining in the third period. Egley gonna keep on with it. So he's behind the hips. So he's got his head over and look like full Nelson, possibly called right there. That's what it looks like to me. So they'll go back towards the center of the mat. 7-2. Egley has the lead. 18 seconds remain. Egley looking for a far hit and a near shoulder. But he'll let him stand up once again. That's a smart move. With 8 seconds, Henricks tries to reach back. Wants to throw a last-second headlock, not going to go. Egley trying to throw as well. 2 seconds, and that'll close us out. 7-2. Well, I said Ben Egley got the victory. He eventually did after I missed that third period call. Anyway, folks, Ben Egley will officially move on, going up against Jaden Engel in the 182 weight class championship. We got a lot of semifinals still to cover, folks. But before we can get there, I'm going to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. Big shout out to Peterson Sanitation, joined alongside Active Health Clinics, Overhead Door, Company of Webster County, and much more. For sponsoring the broadcast on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and as well as Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. Still got some semifinal matches going on right here, folks, as these guys doing a good job, battling strong, taking it with them. But, folks, I tell you what, we got a lot of wrestling to cover, but we're going to throw it towards a short break. We're going to take a short break, but we're going to be right back in just a few minutes. We're still going to keep the video rolling. We'll be back on yourfortdodge.com, 92 Rock, and on Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. Welcome back to the broadcast. Dodger Nation and Dodger fans from around the area. You were listening to Hank Ambrose and Wright Hillpiper on the call for the Dodger Weekend Wrestling District Tournament. The only match that we watched out of the break is me and Wright. Hey, man, we had to take a break. We've been going at it for a while. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So the only match that we missed out on the commentary for was a 285-pound matchup between, that was Joseph Kingston out of Ankeny, as he just went on to take on Hector Garcia out of Boone. As we just saw Kingston, he got the win and he moved on. So now, folks, we're going to start the consolation bracket, the wrestle-offs. We're going to start the 113-pound weight class right here. As we're looking down at it, in the wrestle-offs, we're going to go over towards, or it's the consolation bracket, excuse me. We're going to go over towards Menendez. Damian Menendez taking on Kara Heisenhuis out of Lamar's, Iowa. Damian Menendez sticking to her tight as he got in on a duck under. He got 2 points out of it. And now he's looking to pull in for a cross-face cradle. He'll sit into it. And now what he's got to do, got to put that knee into her side, and then she'll be awarded with the pin right there. Could be the first consolation pound victory right here at the 113 class. Let's see if it goes down. Working hard for Menendez. Menendez not going to get the pin, but he'll be awarded some back points out of it. That one, good job sticking tight to it. Back to the action here. Menendez still working hard against Kara Heisenhuis. Heisenhuis on the season, 6-7 coming into the weekend tournament. As I'm looking over at Menendez, who's 12-14. Both of them are freshmen. Trying to tally on, get a win. Over in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Menendez works hard to get in there after he just let her up. 4-1 is the score after the takedown. Now, I'd like to correct myself earlier. I thought Menendez was tallied down for getting some back points. Evidently not. The score, 4-1, 25 seconds remain in period number 1. Right now, he's looking for a ball and chain, but he's got to work under the chin. Here we go, jumping towards a half Nelson. Not a full Nelson, that'd be illegal. Can't do that. A half Nelson. As he'll try to sink her hips back. Does a good job doing so. Menendez battling. Oh, reversal in the air now for Kara Heisenhuis. But it's not going to go down as Menendez going to keep on sticking to her. 4-1 as we close out the first period. Menendez. Good job. Sticking to it right at the end as he almost got thrown to his back. 4-1 as we're still closing out the semifinals over on mat number 2. I'm looking on over now. It appears that might be Nichols over there. Who's that over there? It's over there. Yeah, it is. It's Nichols as he's taking on Aiden Phillips out of Storm Lake, Iowa. So we're going to keep a keen eye on that matchup over there as well, as Wright Hillpiper is going to be giving us updates for the Keaton-Nichols matchup against Aiden Phillips. But so far, we have 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining in period number 2 in the 113-pound consolation bracket. Working hard right now is Menendez. Menendez trying to sink his hips so he doesn't get thrown, and then he'll throw herself down. Kara Heisenhuis goes, hitting the mat strong. 7-1. 1.5 minutes remains in the second period. Menendez trying to stay high, find leverage, working against Kara Heisenhuis. Heisenhuis is getting belly down. Menendez trying to throw over, did a good job at throwing, but didn't bring a wrist control with. So an escape going to go for Heisenhuis. It's currently the score 7-2. 1 minute 04 remains in period number 2. Here we go, and now a takedown. That one right there with some back points added to the pile. And now Heisenhuis with her back down, shoulders near the mat. In pitting position, but it's not chest to chest. Got to go, got to get her stuck. Right there, 3 back points post. Takedown, 12-2 in favor of Menendez. 35 seconds remain in the second period. Menendez gonna just set his shoulder right over the arm of Heisenhuis right there before they try to let it go easily. And now Menendez tries to sucker it in. Looking for a cradle near side. Let's see if he can get it to go. He will roll. Both of them still in bounds in the inner circle. 10 seconds remaining. getting some back points out of it and some extra change. Near stuck. Oh, let's see it here. I don't think that she's turned enough. She isn't. That'll close out the period. Right there, one escape right at the end of period number 2. So let's see the score here. 15-3 heading into what assures to be period number 3. It'll be a decision for Heisnus. Let's see what she's got. Out of Lamar's. She's going to choose down. Going bottom. 15-3. Menendez looking to give her the gentleman's. Bruhl right there. Is what I got to do is getting taught by the referee, making sure he's got the right correlation out there. Got to bring the diamond up. It's got to be right in the center of the back. Can't go too high. Same regulations as you would have with a full Nelson. Can't pull in a full Nelson. Can't bring a half Nelson in too high. Just got to watch where your hands go. There you go. She's going to let him up. Now, no escape to be awarded for, but Heisnus getting pinned on her back, and that's a pin. That's going to be in favor of Menendez. Menendez will get the win after he flipped Heisnus over. So possible opportunity to see Menendez in an upcoming wrestle-off. Let's see if he can bring it in. Otherwise, folks, before we get into the next matchup, I want to take the time to spend the time reaching out to my sponsors. Big shout-out to Troy Anderson, Coldwell Banker. Join alongside them. Shout-out towards Legacy Realty, Jamie Lara. And then also, big shout-out to Loffersweilers for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Fort Dodge community, and so much more. Getting back to the action here, we are now looking over at Keaton Nichols. I want to finish off his match first. As I'm looking at the score right now, Keaton, he's down 3-1 as we just got to the close of period number 2. Keaton Nichols in round number 1, he got the victory. And it was over Garrett Plage. Keaton now, he's going to start on bottom. He's down by 2 points. This is the right call. Keaton trying to build a base. He's an O lineman for that Nick Mosier offense for the football team, and going to use his power, his stability to power on through up as he's going to make the score 3-2. Phillips still has the lead out of Storm Lake. Phillips doing a good job sticking on through. This is the matchup of mullets over there on mat number 2. Look at that. Check it out. Keaton Nichols keeping it strong here. 3-2 in favor of Phillips. Now, usually, once we get into this third period, these heavyweights, they get tired. They're gassed, you can tell out there. Still doing a good job. They're pretty light on their feet still. So they're going to keep on going. Now, I noticed that on mat number 1, it slipped from my mind. Did you see that matchup, last matchup right there, right?
No, I didn't get a chance to catch it there, Hank. I'm trying to update these brackets, stay on top of things here.
Hey, no problem. I saw it was Lamar's. I think Lamar's fell in that last consolation at the 120-pound weight class. I'll get to that after this Keaton Nichols matchup, as he's the final match in this semifinal round. Here we go. Nichols is still battling. Nichols to show. He's going to push his head down. 30 seconds remain. So we're getting ready to go here. Nichols is down by 1. Got to make a move. Here we go. Here we go. 20 seconds. Nichols got to make a throw. 15. He suckered him in. To his gut. He's chest to chest in neutral position. Going for a throw. Yes, sir! That's money from the mullet man, Keaton Nichols. 4-2 goes up 1 to close out the semifinal. Big boy, way to go. 4-3, Keaton Nichols is moving on.
Hang on now, hang on.
No. Storm Lake 1-1.
I don't know if they're going to give it to him. I don't think so.
Nichols getting the victory, 4-3. The final, Keaton going to move on. What a match that was. He's going to move on to take on Hector Garcia out of Boone for the first place matchup for the 285 class. Big Keat, love to see it. Otherwise, that's going to be the completion of that side right there. But before we resume any of the play-by-play, I'm going to take the time to shout out my sponsors, Peterson Sanitation. Alongside them, Active Health Clinics. Alongside Active Health Clinics, big shout out over towards Overhead Door Company of Webster County as well. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast. All you do for our Fort Dodge community, so much more. Otherwise, back to the action here. Still looking down on it. Some of these in the consolation matchup. As we go over, we got a 120 matchup on mat number 1 and a 126 matchup on mat number 2. And the mat number 2 for the 126-pound matchup, I'm looking over what appears to be Denison Schleswig taking on Lamar's. Now, and Denison, they got Caden Krashik as he's taking on Levi Schnetzer so far. In the lead, we will see from Denison's Caden Deschik, and that just closed out the first period. So we'll head into period number 2 with the flip. The flip goes up and the flip goes down. Going to be awarded over towards the side of Lamar's Levi Schnetzer. Schnetzer made the decision, but deferred, and then we just saw Kreshik. He chose neutral, and then a power bomb. Wow, that was WWE style. Rose to the cage and sent it down. 5-4, 145. Where we're at in the crow's nest is where we got an overhead view to ourselves, and that looked like a hard thud, sending down. Otherwise, folks, if you just joined the broadcast, welcome. Listen to Hank Ambrose and Wright Hellpiper on the call. So we are listening to Fort Dodge District Wrestling. It's been one weekend of wrestling, I'll tell you that much, so far over at Fort Dodge Senior High. And then another takedown, that time in favor of Lamar's. Is that one with Schnetzer. Got him down. It's 6-6. A minute 15 remaining in the consolation matchup at the 126-pound weight class. And now letting him up that time was Levi Schnetzer, Caden Krashik. He's up 7-6, and now he just lunged in for a single leg takedown. Flying away and getting 2 points out of it is Levi Schnetzer. 8-7, 50 seconds remain in period number 2. Still battling for it, 45 seconds. Schnetzer on top. Looking for a near side wrist before he flips on over to short side elbow. So he's got his hips back. And look at that right there. That's the second time in a row we've seen Kreshik let his man up, tying him back up a piece, 8-8. Is Kreshik, he just had the lead. Not trusting himself on top, evidently. He wants the more takedowns. As he'll shoot in, and he'll get it down for Lamar's Levi Schnetzer. Climbs the ladder, brings it down. 10 seconds remain in the second period. 8-8, 126-pound weight class. And now closing it out and running all the way through till we're through. That is going to close out the second period with the score being 8-8, still in the consolation round. Got another consolation round matchup as well over on mat number 1. Over on that mat, we're looking at Storm Lake, Luis Martinez. They're taking on Boone's Joseph Postonic. No, not Postonic. Hang on, correction.
Yeah.
Is that Postonic?
That's right.
Gotcha, that's correct. That's the younger Postonic. All right, thank you, right? I know Postonic earlier has an older brother that we saw from earlier. I was like, wait a second, Postonic in the 120? I think he's Postonic. The other Postonic's in like 152. Anyway, going back to the action over on mat number 1. Saw a takedown go from Schnetzer. Schnetzer looking to get some back points out of it as well. He's up 10-9. Let's see what he gets for back points. As he throws in a half Nelson, he will get 2 from the exchange. He's up 12-9. 12-9's a score. Here's a chicken. Not a lot of chicken wings today. You notice that, right?
I did notice that. Most of these kids are sticking to the fundamentals here, going for those easy moves, trying to get back points, trying to go for pins. Haven't seen a whole lot of kids trying to show anything out fancy here so far.
And right there, a reversal, headlock position in favor of Krashik. Krashik, though, he'll nearly be flipped. Will he be flipped? Oh, what in the world? Perpendicular position. Wow, I don't even know how to keep up with that. What happened was Krashik flipped out of it and landed up on top of Schnetzer right there. And right now, the wrestler with the lead is Krasik. He's on top over Schnetzer, 13-12, 35 seconds remain in the third period. Wow. And we were just in a position where Schnetzer just got a takedown and was getting back points. He rode too high, and now he's going to have to pay the price. 22 seconds remain. Schnetzer looks to battle up. Here we go. And now, trying to flip him over, but didn't in time. And that could be it. It could be Krasik moving on with 5 seconds remaining. Got a battle. Looking tough for it, and the kid from Denison Schleswig will move on in the consolation bracket. He gets the victory, 15-12. Wow. So we're still in the consolation round after we just saw that Denison Schleswig victory. We're going to take the time, spend the time shouting out some of our sponsors. Schaden Electric. Thank you very much for sponsoring the broadcast. Alongside Schaden Electric, we also have The Docket. Thank you much to The Docket for sponsoring the broadcast. Alongside yourself, Trevino Drywall. Thank you, Trevino Drywall, for shouting out and sponsoring the broadcast. As we get back to the action here, still got some 138 and 120-pound consolation brackets going on. Over on mat number 2, what's going on at 120? It's a good matchup down and over there. It's the younger Postonic taking on Luis Martinez from Storm Lake. As the second period just got to a close. The score currently has Storm Lake's Luis Martinez up on top 2-1. And Luis Martinez got the decision in the third period, so he's going to go and start on bottom. Martinez will be broken down, but Postonic sticking tight to him. Looking for a near side hip is Postonic on mat number 1. Postonic still rolling with it. A minute 50 seconds remain in the third period. Here we go now with a minute 35. 2-1's a score. So they keep on going. Looking on over, and Postonic near let him free. And he did. Right as I said that, nice call by Luis Martinez. Martinez then gets on a wild shot. Postonic trying to stick tight. 3-1. Martinez is on top. A minute 15 seconds remain. Sticking close to him. Martinez trying to find an answer. He's going to be tight on a wrist, but back up on it. Now Postonic, not as tall, not as lengthy as Martinez. Martinez is going to circle him right here over on mat number 1. 50 seconds remain in the third period. Martinez up 2. Postonic still with an opportunity. He's going to try to battle in. Looking to go close. 40 seconds. Postonic tries to fly through. Not going to go. On a second opportunity, no good as well. And now Martinez throws a Postonic down. Martinez going to battle for it. 25 seconds remain. Still waiting for the call if he got the takedown or not. Undecided. They may call for a stalemate. So these guys are still scrambling, tabletopping each other. Still stalemate. 2 points. Take down Martinez. He'll go up 5-2 with 6 seconds to wrestle in the third period. So we're about to close out here. And that's so we do. 5-2 is the final in favor of Martinez in their consolation against Joseph Postonic. Getting the victory and with an opportunity to move on. As we get back over towards mat number 1, I'm looking at the 145-pound weight class now. As we're going to move up the ladder here. Give me a moment. I'm looking down at Denison Schleswig going up against Lamar's. As that is Matthew Vondrake over there. Take it on over there. Just a second here. Trying to find that. There we go. Penne? I'm finding Penne on my sheet.
Oh, my bad.
You're good. Jesse Penne from Denison Schleswig. He's taking on Lamar's Matthew Vondrake. There it is. 145. So we're going to keep on moving here. We just saw them get through the first period. It's 5-0. 2 minutes remain in the second period. So they keep on moving away. so far out on the mat, what I'm seeing from, nice hard-fought battle between these guys. .50 as these guys just battled for a takedown as Lamar's and Matthew Vondrake still on top. He's hipping through Jesse Penna. Penna going to be battled towards the outside. 1 minute 50 seconds remain as Vondrake just got himself another takedown a moment ago. 1:45 on the clock in period number 2. Penna going to go towards the center of the mat once more. Penna trying to get up. He will before he gets thrown down again. Vondrake still sticking to his lead. Vondrake got it tucked in now before he tries to go and work outside. He's on a far wrist, has control, and here we go. The Butcher. Oh, man. It's tough. Never like to see that. He goes Butcher to half Nelson, flips him over. Pinning position in favor of Vondrake. Penna getting down. He may be out here. He's got to find a way to belly out. Vondrake looking to flatten him out. And he will. Wow. So Vondrake with an opportunity to move on as Penna. He'll be eliminated with his second loss on the day. Folks, I'll tell you what, we're getting about halfway through the consolation round, but we're going to take a short break. But we'll be back with a lot more Dodger Wrestling after the short break on 92 Rock, YourFortDodge.com, and Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. Dodger fans, welcome back to the broadcast on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. As we get back to the broadcast, we are joining halfway through the second period here as we're looking into the consolation bracket for the 152-pound weight class. We got a Dodger out there. Let me go and get his name for you folks, the 152-pound weight class. For the Fort Dodge Dodgers, out on the mat, it's Mason Liska. Liska is going up against Spencer's Jace Fulhert. Both these guys not in the wrestle-offs yet. They're fighting for a chance to take a trip to the wrestle-offs if they do have an opportunity with a given spot. We'll see it. We'll see it here. Liska battling right now as I'm looking on the scoreboard. So far, it's Jace Fulhert that has the lead 3-1 over Mason Liska. 15 seconds remaining in period number 2. As we continue to battle here. These Dodgers have been quite successful today. Along with that, over on mat number 2, I see Lamar's going up against Spencer over on the 170-pound weight class in their consolation round. For them, over there, I'm going to see Evan Hollis as he's taking on Lamar's Spencer. Wait, hang on now. Spencer's Calvin Ty. There you go. Had to find it for a second. Ty at the very bottom of my page. Otherwise, folks, getting ready to go here. Starting off in the third period, we just had Liska choose bottom. On bottom, but getting turned over. Uh-oh, got a battle for it. Just got turned from a Turk. He's on his back still. Got a battle off of his shoulders. Liska to get pinned. So Spencer's going to take the victory right there. That's Jace Fulhart. He'll move on with an opportunity to stay alive in the wrestle-offs. So we move on forward. It looks like our next matchup is going to be in the 170-pound bracket. Let's see what is yet to come for our guys. As I go over there, I'm looking on over at Storm Lake's wrestling crew over at the 170-pound weight class. As well as that, we just saw a pin over on mat number 2. Hang on. Before we resume the play-by-play, I'd like to take the time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors. First off, shout out to Shodden Electric for sponsoring the broadcast. Alongside Shodden Electric, shout out to The Docket as well. And alongside The Docket, shout out to Trevino Drywall for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for Fort Dodge community. As we looking over at the 170-pound consolation bracket, Calvin Ty out of Spencer. He's down there looking for a consolation matchup. He's taking on Dwayne Dykes. As we saw Orion Larson, he's who beat Calvin Ty all the way back in round number 1. As Ty currently has the lead, he's up 2-1 over Dwayne Dykes out of Storm Lake. Dwight's going to try to get on a single leg takedown. However, we'll see a takedown off of a fly go down for Ty. Now, if you don't know, folks, let me help you guys out with how the elimination process works. If a wrestler loses twice, he's done for the day. But so far, we're in the consolation round, and the winner of each consolation round may have an opportunity to wrestle in the wrestle-offs, depending on how the wrestle-offs go and where the seating lies. So we'll see from there later on in the bracket. Working for it right out there. Tried to work it outside, but got planted outside. So 35 seconds remain. 7-1 in period number 1. Calvin Ty is up over Dwayne Dykes. Calvin Ty going to keep on battling through here. Ty's up on top. Dykes looking to go and break him down. Ty's got the wrist. Dykes looking to try to make a men's out of it. And right there, now it was an awkward situation. What he did is Dykes went to roll. He went for a Granby roll despite Calvin Ty having the lock on the inside wrist. Now that can still work as long as your opponent still holds on to your wrist, but I don't see why he'd hold on when you get flown like that. That's exactly what Ty did. He let go and he didn't give up any points. And that'll be the close of the first period. As we head into the second period, here's the flip. It'll be going on the side of Dykes, but Dykes, he's going to defer, so Calvin Ty will take the opportunity to choose down. The start of period number 2, Ty down. But Calvin Ty, he does have the lead. He's up 7-1 early as he's going to try to look for a leg. Here comes a possible reversal opportunity. Send him to his back. There you go for Calvin Ty. 9-1 now. 1:45 remains in period number 2. Calvin Ty with it. He's up 9-1 still. Nine to 1 remaining as these guys are in a standstill. His Ty is stuck on top. Dykes still trying to create some movement, but he's in a position where his knee is super high up, right under his chest. His legs way out wide. Dykes now trying to send him down. Calvin Ty to sit him out. He's got his knee into his side, trying to work him hard. 9-1. A minute remains. The period. And now that's going to go down for some back points awarded for Calvin Ty. 12-1 as he got all 3 out of the exchange. Now on the other end of the mat, Javier Sanchez had to help me out as I just saw a fall go down for Caden Lynch as he just pinned Spencer's Nelson Steese. Thank you, Wright. Thank you, Javi, for helping me out with that one. As I only got 2 sets of eyes, right? Or no, 1 set of eyes, but 2 eyes. My bad. Or maybe I do. It's been one heck of a weekend, folks. Let's keep it going here as Calvin Ty is going to sink in another crossface cradle. He's got his knee to his side, looking to get all 3 back points. He's up 12-1. And now, if he goes up 15-1, he'll have an opportunity to possibly get a tech fall. He could do this a variety of ways. However he goes up 15 will be the call as he's going to try to reach overboard. An over-the-board style of a cradle, but it did not fall that time. 15-1. 2 minutes at the start of period number 3 as Dykes is going to choose neutral. Calvin Ty looking to make it 16 points. He could end it right here. Ty sinks in on a single leg. And now he's going to try for a roll. Ooh. A running stop, and Dykes is going to just stick on it. As Dykes then, he's going to be bellied out. Ty to jump on him. Ty to send him to his back. Now he's in a pinning position. It's either going to be a pin or a tech fall. Let's see what falls here.
Match is over.
Tech fall
Match is over.
Or a pin. Now it's not a team duel, so necessarily those team points wouldn't matter, but they will count him down as a fall. Way to go. 17-1, a minute 27 seconds remain in the 3rd period. As Calvin Ty will move ahead forward in the consolation round. Way to go, Ty, out of Spencer. As we're about to get into our next matchup of Lamar's versus Spencer in the 182-pound consolation matchup, I want to take the time shouting out my sponsors. Stephanie Bishop, Kesterson Realty, joined alongside Next Edge Performance, and Pfeifferlich Martial Arts. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community, and so much more from around the local area. 2-0 over on mat number 1. It's currently, we're 15 seconds into it, as we just saw Lamar's get the takedown. Now Lamar's, let me get familiar with the names over there. Lamar's Eric Burnett just took him down, working against Ashton Archer out of Spencer. But as of recent moves, we just saw Ashton Archer let his man up. So 2-1 in neutral. Is Burnett looking to go for a throw, trying to break him down. Oh, now a running roll. Don't see that often. You see that a lot in Greco-style wrestling, which usually we're used to that folk style around these Iowa parts. 2-1, but I like the toss attempt through around him. A minute 16 remains in period number 1. It's 2-1. So over there, we're going to look on over as I see Archer still trying to battle for the consolation round. So he's currently got the lead. He's up 4-1 over Eric Burnett. He's got in on a chicken wing in neutral position, and now a throw. Big throw by Burnett. Going to send Ashton Archer down. Holy. And now he'll try for a butcher. He's going to try to run him to the outside as Burnett, he's up 6-1. Might as well let it go. Wow, that was big time by Burnett. 6-1, 35 seconds remain in the first period. Burnett sticking tightly. And now they're going to call for a legal hold up top. Got a little too close. A dangerous position. They're going to restart in the center of the mat. Burnett starts over on top. Now, he's going to start on his left side that time. We've seen him most recently start on his right side. So, hey, another ambidextrous wrestler trying to throw off a Spencer kid. Down on the mat for Spencer is Ashton Archer, who just got himself a reversal with 15 seconds to go in the first period. Burnett's up 6-3 in the closing 10 seconds. Burnett near got turned. Archer will. Wait, hold on now. A scramble going to lead to no points. And within the within the last 3 seconds of that period, we almost saw Archer and Burnett both get put to their back, courtesy of each other. 6-3. Burnett has the lead as we just saw Archer choose down. Archer needs points. Now he's really loose on his feet. And he's not afraid of really throwing that roll, that Granby roll we've seen multiple times. He's going to let Burnett ride high. Archer going to try to sink his hips down, try to go back door. But when trying to go back door, we just saw Burnett squeeze the life out of Archer like a python. We see them in the Indiana Jones type movies on Discovery Channel. Squeeze the life out of him and send him down. 6-3, a minute 25 remains in period number 2. Still got a lot of consolation to go in this round. As Archer is still down by 3 and he's in bottom position. Burnett working behind the elbows, behind the shoulders. Good hand positioning, but he's a little high. I will say he's a little high. Let's see. Archer trying to make a move to put him down. And he's just got him in a grinder right now. What that is out there is Burnett, each on one side, trying to twist and turn him, and that's what he's going to do. Archer, 6-3, 45 seconds remain. Some of these positions these guys can put each other in is insane. To be a wrestler, to watch that, got to be so flexible. Got to know your chiropractor real well. 6-3, 30 seconds to go in the period. As we're a quarter away through the second period. As we're looking at Burnett, who still has the lead. Archer's down. He'll build to a base. As Archer not going to let it up. Burnett to stay alive. 15 seconds. Burnett nearly got thrown. However, going to let Archer get to his feet. They're going to call for an escape. And now a throw. And it put him to his back. Got him to the mat. Is he stuck with 2 seconds remaining? No. Saved by the bell. Right at the end of that period. Getting back points out of the exchange. 11-4 heading into period number 3. There's Burnett doing such a good job at being conservatory in this match. There's Archer watching Archer over there. Archer's doing a good job of just sticking up. A minute 45 remains in period number 3. Burnett goes for another throw. The throw goes down, and so does Archer. He's on his back in pinning position, chest to chest, and he's pinned. Burnett gets the victory for Lamar's as Archer will be done for the day. And here we go in just a little bit here. We're going to see some more wrestling, but not until we throw it to a short break right here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media, FD's YouTube channel. Welcome back, wrestling fans, for the Dodger District Weekend Duel. It's the spot to be right before you take a trip over towards state wrestling in Des Moines, Iowa, as we just have one last match in the consolation round at the 285 class. And then following that, we're going to start the championship round. In the championship round on mat number 1, we're going to start at the 106 on mat number 1, and the third round matchup on mat number 2. I don't know why I had so much troubles starting off with mat number 2. While I gather my thoughts for mat number 1, because it's been such a crazy day, I'm going to throw it and just tell you what. Shout out my sponsors real quick. For my sponsors, big shout out to Baker Electric. Join alongside Baker Electric, Ball Plumbing. Join alongside Ball Plumbing, Pingle Tire and Auto Center. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast, all you do for our Iowa, state of Iowa, so much more for around the community. We're still getting ready to go for this consolation matchup. The consolation matchup at the 285 class right now is between Spencer's Andrew Hu, as he's taken on what appears to be Lamar's Aiden Kramer. And no pin awarded right there. So far, what I'm looking at for the score is Hu out of Spencer is up 8-0, and then Escape make it 8-1, as Lamar's just made a way up. Looking down over. So we're still in that consolation round, but just in a little bit here, we're going to start the championship round. In the championship round, make sure you stick around because Drew Ayala going to be taking on Truman Folkers out of Ankeny. Ankeny High. It's going to be a great one to start us off. Drew on the day. Got a bye in the first round. Then he got a technical fall. What? Now it's fall. Now it's fall. Yeah. A technical fall worked for Drew Ayala in round number 2 in the middle of the second period. And now we're yet to see what he'll do in the championship round, but I could only imagine it's all sweet from here.
Don't worry, folks. Hank is just still focused on Dodger basketball, talking about them technical fouls.
Yeah. We're coming off of a week where we've had 4 productions in a row between me and you.
Yep.
The Dodgers played basketball Thursday night, Friday night, and now we're wrestling Saturday morning. We've been all over the board. My voice is getting hoarse. I'm having one heck of a fun time, though. I'll tell you that much.
Basically, me and Hank have the most demanding jobs out there.
No. No. 12-2. Make it 15-2 right now, as Spencer has the lead. So far in the consolation round. Seeing these guys battle off. Logan. No, not Logan. On the other side. Still Andrew Hu. He's trying to stick towards Lamar's. Lamar's Aiden Kramer. Kramer will get thrown down. That was almost a half Nelson. Straight from the top. A victory resulting in a pinfall with a minute remaining in the second period is going to go in favor of Andrew Hu. Okay, here we go. The moment we've been waiting for, the championship round. Before we get into the championship round, folks, I want to take the time to shout out my sponsors, of course, as well. For my sponsors, thank you so much to the Hildreth Company of Rockwell City. Join alongside them, AKM Livestock and Toma Construction and Flooring. For sponsoring the broadcast for all you do for our Iowa community. And also a big shout out to my boys in the booth. We got Javi producing the stream for us all throughout today. Link, he's been a cameraman, he's been a runner, he's been running all over the place. Also got Wright doing my color. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
And then you're listening to myself doing the play-by-play. Getting back into the championship round now at the 106 class. Having some fun in the booth. Here we go. Drew is sticking to it, going up against Truman Folkers. Folkers heading into the weekend was 18-3. The freshman taking on the sophomore Drew Ayala, 37-2. after Drew just put him down 2-0 early. A minute and a half remains after we just saw a Drew duck under. 2-1 now after Drew let his guy up. Folkers got to move with some form of dance. What's he got? Drew doing a good job at sticking to him. Reminds me so much of his brother out on the wrestling mat. So he's going to get down over there. Try to break him down with a duck under for the second time in a row, but it's not going to happen that time as Folkers was ready to bounce back free. 2-1, Drew put him to the mat. Drew looking to work him around now. 55 seconds. And he will spin him around after the duck under. 4-1. 50 seconds remains in the first period. Now, if Drew wins, Folkers, who wrestled Cothran in round number 2 since he had a bye, Gabe Cothran, as of Spencer wrestling over there on mat number 2 on that mat. So we'll see if Cothran gets the victory. There will be no wrestle back for the second place spot. Otherwise, Drew still wrestling as he just forced his man out of bounds. 4-1, 33 seconds remain in the period. Wrestling up and then just letting him get an escape now. Folkers gets up, 4-2. Drew breaks him down again, puts him to the mat off a single leg takedown. That was near fireman's carry. These guys are now parallel to each other in a scramble. Drew not yet getting the takedown. I got ahead of myself, but now he eventually got there to the takedown as he's going to pile drive him over. Putting Drew back to the mat is Folkers. It's getting down low and saved by the bell in the closing seconds of the first period. Drew Ayala, he's up 9-2 to close out period number 1. It will be Drew's decision, and he's not going to defer. He's going to choose down. He wants to keep the score running, keep the time running. Folkers going to start on his left side, going to start off bellying out, ducking down low. Escape for Drew. Ayala, he's up by 8. 10-2, a minute 50 seconds remain in the second period. Ayala looking for another duck under. That's a crisp, clean move right there as he's going to get it. Tootsie rolled him up. 12-2, a minute 30 seconds remain in the second period. Ayala now looking for a half Nelson. He's on the opposite side of running it. However, it's going to switch over towards a butcher before he goes back on top. Riding him up high. Now moving him over. Drew still trying to just move with his legs. Circle the head. Circle the prey. Before he moves him over, Folkers in a position where he could near get down pin for a near fall. Here we go. Major back points here. He'll be awarded with 3 back points. 15-2. Minute 5 seconds remain in the second period. As an escape going to go in favor of Folkers. Drew now going to be in on a single leg takedown following the escape. He just needs one more, and to close it out, he's going to push him in the face. That's going to go down for 17-3. So the score after letting him up, 17-4. One more takedown and it'll do it. How will Drew end off his day? He can do whatever he wants to him. Single leg turning into just a pile split. 19-4. Drew Ayala is your district wrestling champ, getting first place on the day. Wow. That's big time. Dominated all throughout the mat, all throughout the match. And you could probably see why he was deserving of that first round bye. Can't you, right?
Absolutely. I got to watch his brother Drake wrestle in high school, and it's the same thing. They go out there, and it's just I'm left speechless every time I see these Ayala kids wrestle because they don't have competition. They don't go into a match with any competition almost ever. Drew Ayala has 2 losses on the year so far. I don't know who those kids were or if they were the same kid, but they're probably going to be a state champ. If they can take down an Ayala, it doesn't get much better than that. He goes out there and he tech falls his kid 19-4 in the second period in the championship match of districts. He'll place at state, top 3, I guarantee it.
Drew Ayala getting the words from Right Hell Piper as we still have a match going on, the third place match over on mat number 2. The score currently 7-3, as it is now in favor of the kid out of Spencer, as that is that is Cothran. It's Cothran now, still moving with it. It's Cothran. He's done a good job this tournament, just going back and forth at it. Now, going back to this one, we see Cothran. He's taking on Cody Vandermark. 7-3 now. We're going to keep on going. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go in the third period. Over on the third place match. We're going to see a Granby roll. Cody Vandermark still trying to find life in this one. Vandermark is parallel from it. 7-4 now, as we have 54 seconds remaining in the third period. Cothran still having the lead, but Cody Vandermark still having a chance. Right there, Ankeny Centennials, Cody Vandermark is going to twist him around, and now it's just a 1-point match. 35 seconds to go. Vandermark going to let him up, escape. 2-point match. Vandermark down 2. 8-6 as they break him down. Gabe Cothran. Oh, near battled outside. Would have been a takedown if they stayed in bounds. It's 8-6 in favor of Cothran. But the momentum is going towards Vandermark. 25 seconds remain. Vandermark looking to battle. As he's going to try to be heavy on the head. In the chicken wing. Neutral position. 17 seconds. Here we go for a throw. No. Gets sent to your back. Uh-oh. Hang on. Riding high is a kid from Spencer. As that might be 2. Let's see what they call right here. They're calling him out of bounds. Uh-oh. And the clock ticked all the way down. Hang on now. The clock ticked all the way down on the scoreboard, so they're going to have to go reset to fix that up. They're saying right now the score is 10-6. Let's see if they fix it here. They're going to put 6 seconds on the clock. The score is 10-6 in favor of Gabe Cothran. Now, Cothran has already wrestled Folkers, who just got beat by Drew Ayala. And now we'll see Vandermark end up with the loss. Is right there, victory going to go in favor of Gabe Cothran. That means officially the second place winner will go to Anchors. Wow. What a match that was, folks. And here we go, getting right into it. No breaks here. We're going to go right into the 113-pound championship. And looky here, another Fort Dodge Dodger out there, out on the mat. It's Max Bishop. So he's getting ready to go up against Mahan. Both of them juniors coming into the weekend. Max Bishop, 23-9. Mahan, 22-11. Both of them super heavy on the hands early, the 113-pound weight class. Looking for a battle. Bishop. Right now what he's in is he's in a situation where he could throw him. He broke him down, tried to circle around him, but Mahan did a good job at keeping his hips out wide and working to the outside of the mat. 0-0, 1:35 remains. The 113-pound championship match. Max Bishop sticking a lot lower than Mahan. Mahan has kind of a stance where he's a little high. Likes to keep his chest puffed up. Here we go now. Now this is all wrist control from Max Bishop. The thing that he's probably best at is he's just going to lock in, play mind games with you, with your wrist. And there, a throw right there. A short-legged throw before he near broke down Mahan. Still 0-0. Before we just saw a duck under off of a single leg takedown, and there you go, and put him to your back as Bishop has the takedown and has the back points. Still waiting for them to be awarded. Looking like it's going to be 2. Uh-oh, near reversal. Oh, it was close. They'll call for the back points as it goes and falls out of bounds. 4-0, 47 seconds remain in the first period. Bishop still has the lead, doing a good job at sticking behind them. Is over there At the third round matchup, let's see the winner over there. I just noticed a pinfall will go in favor of Boone. So that is Boone's Gavin Hollencamp will get third wrestling on the day. Hollencamp, he went on to, and he wrestled Bishop earlier. Possibility of a wrestle back later on. Here we go. Back to the action on mat number 1 for the championship, the 113 weight class. I see Max Bishop. He's up 4-0 as 26 seconds remain in the first period. As Bishop starts on top, Mahan yet to make a move. He's going to get his legs free, and then he tried to sprawl, jumping all the way through Bishop. Bishop still staying on top. 15 seconds remain in period number 1. Breaking him down low and just slipped through the ankle. 10 seconds remain. 4-1 is your score. Bishop in neutral. He'll get sucked in to a near side single leg takedown. It was a chop of a single leg takedown, but no points awarded. Here comes the flip. It'll be awarded to Mahan, who will have the decision. Mahan not going to defer, as he's going to go down. That tells me he wants the momentum if he can get any points scored in this second period, but Max Bishop, I feel like, has been super dominant early. 4-1, 2 minutes on the clock in the second period. Here goes Bishop, who's going to let Mahan up. Bishop then gets in on his ankle. Ooh! And then Mahan flings his way into the table, and the official, wow, official getting booed out on the mat, saying unnecessary call from Bishop. Unnecessary roughness really is what that call is, giving up the 1 point. Well, 4-2 as Bishop started on top. Despite giving up the 1 point, he's still on top, as he's going to try to work a leg in, looking for a Granby roll. There he goes, hits it from neutral position. Wow. But it goes forced out of bounds. The score is still 4-2 as Bishop is going to start back up on top in the center of the mat. Bishop then, tree trunk, as he's got the single leg, lifted it up high, but then he tried to go far ankle. He had the single leg, he had him turn, but Mahan, there you go, Mahan is turned, but he didn't get on top of the hips, so they're going to have to go back towards the center of the mat once again. Bishop, he's going to start back on top. 1 minute 21 seconds remain in the second period. 4-2. And now Mahan is going to let him up. The score now is 4-3. 1 minute and 5 seconds remain in the second period. Bishop is going to pump. Oh, he actually let it fly early, a fly away by Mahan. Mahan then going to have to regain. Mahan, he'll then fire away. Both these guys not setting up shots, just firing into each other's double leg takedown. And now Bishop, along with Mahan, they're parallel with each other. Got to find a way to run the same course. Bishop is on top with an advantage, but Mahan has hold of the leg. Oh, and look at this. A single leg might switch. Bishop looking to turn him, but Mahan, if he can get the leg over the head of Bishop, could be a dangerous spot here. Uh-oh. With 20 seconds remaining in the second period, they'll call for a stalemate and go back towards the center of the mat. And what I love about that is these guys are going to start in neutral position with 15 seconds to wrestle in period number 2. Bishop versus Mahan. Back and forth. Bishop grabbing at the wrist, going for the takedown. It's near side. Uh-oh, here, looking for the call here. It looks like Mahan is the one that got the takedown to close it off. That was pretty close to call, and then they're going to call for a full Nelson, so a lock. So it's going back 5-5, as the crowd is not a favor of it. They're saying the score is 5-5. Third period, 2 minutes remain. The officials talking it over with the scorekeeper, making sure we're all good. Let's see the call now. So it was Drew's decision, and it's 6-5. So Drew does have the lead to begin the third period. 1 minute, 50 seconds remain. Boys are in neutral position. 1:45 on the clock. Max Bishop going to fly away. Mahan getting in on a single leg takedown before he tries to circle. And here we go now. Bishop got to find a way to run it as they're going to try to reach outside. Bishop could run the course here. Doesn't have a lock. They'll call for a stalemate, and they'll go back towards the center of the mat. 6-5. Bishop with the lead. 1:20 seconds to wrestle in the third period. Bishop in neutral, working against Mahan. This is the championship match of the 113-pound weight class as Mahan sinks in. Wow. But then no two. Still no two from either squad as we just saw a crazy scramble. And there you go, Bishop bring it home. 8-5, 55 to go in the third period. Is Bishop has a leg and he has a far wrist. He's got to keep moving them. And here we go, looking at Mahan, trying to work outside. See down there? Trying to call for a stall. They want to call for it. 1 point going to be awarded to Mahan, saying Bishop was stalling. 8-6, 34 seconds remain in the third period. The fans letting them have it now. As Max Bishop going to start over on the strong side. He's going to rise. Going to hold him in a headlock position. 25 seconds. Back to the duck under the arms. Bishop nearly let Mahan get all the way up. 22 seconds remain. Bishop has the lead. He's up 8-6. Make it 15. Working him down. Trying to call for a legal lock and two. They're going to call two to him. Wow. And the other referee's not having it. The head official running the mat, trying to call for one, and he's calling for two. So far on the scoreboard it says, there we go, 9-8. So that means that Bishop is down by one, and he's in top possession. Wow. And now they say 8-8. And Bishop nearly get turned, and he might, after we just saw an escape, nearly rise up on the feet, still fighting for it. As Bishop's still going. Where are the back points? That's two. That's two. Oh, my goodness. As they turned him down, not going to call for any points. Here we go with overtime. We're getting right into it. Let's go. Championship round. It's overtime. 8-8, 55 seconds. Bishop gets in on a shot. Mahan defends. Here we go with 50 seconds. And look like we're going to call for a blood time. Is Mahan look like he's bleeding or injury? Injury timeout. Wow. What a cause of events so far. Letting them have it. 8-8 so far is the score as we are in overtime. About 10 seconds into overtime. Bishop led with his headbutting against Mahan.
I don't know, Hank. I've got a little bit of a controversial view here. I think this match should have been over there by the end of that third period. As Bishop, man, he was right on top of him.
It's okay.
I don't know where the two call was at.
Hey, officials, they're all a part of the sport of wrestling. All the sport of every game, every broadcast. We got to keep rolling. If this is how the tables are going to plug out, then, hey, got to keep going here. So we're about 10 seconds into overtime. So officially they have 51 seconds on the clock in the first overtime period. One takedown will do it, and they'll get a ticket to state wrestling in Des Moines, Iowa, the winner of this championship match. Now they do send the top two from the district. Never know, though. See a lot unfold here. We still got a blood time in the overtime period, and frankly, this blood time is also a huge part of this match. These guys are getting a rest now. These are guys that were battling. They were scrambling, trying to go at each other, get the victory right at the end, working real hard. And after this blood time, these guys are going to be not well rested, but have a little breather, ready to go. It's 8. Now, this is what I noticed right here. Look at Max Bishop, right? Does such a great job. He's staying warm out there. Not wanting to stand still. You stand still, you get tightened up. That's the last thing you want. It's not a blood time. It's a concussion protocol out on the mat. They just changed it from counting down from 1.5 minutes to counting down from 5 minutes. Now, so they have Mahan out there reading the sheet, and wow. This is the first time in my broadcasting experience I've seen a concussion protocol happen in a championship round of a wrestling match.
I don't think I've ever seen a concussion protocol go through in a match ever.
As it hit him right in the head, that's what kind of closed it out. Is I know that Bishop, he led with his head and kind of bopped him what looked like to be on the head, maybe on the nose, which, you know, we see that situation countless times with blood time. That's what I was expecting, especially when we're up in the crow's nest. We don't have as up close as a view as everyone else does.
Exactly.
So my apologies for that. But, hey, 3 minutes, 20 seconds still remain on the concussion protocol as they're still reading the sheet off. It's 8-8. Folks, we're going to keep it right here. And while we're going through the concussion protocol, I'm going to just take the time to shout out some of my sponsors. Pingle Tire and Auto Center, joined alongside the Hildreth Company of Rockwell City. And then joined alongside them, big shout out to AKM Livestock for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our local Iowa area, and so much more. Still going through a concussion timeout here. Wow. So we're going to just keep it right here. It's been exciting to see the start of this championship round, but goodness, what a conclusion at the 113-pound class. Now, let me remind you folks, earlier we just saw in the 113-pound third-place matchup, we saw it fall to Hellcamp. Hellcamp got a pin. And keep in mind, Hellcamp, he's who wrestled Max Bishop earlier. Here we go. They're saying he's good. Overtime period. They're going to make sure they get back to 51 seconds left on the clock in overtime. It's 8-8. And the 113 championship round between Mahan and Max Bishop. 50 seconds. Here we go. These guys light on their feet, battling hard. Who's more ready?
Takedown wins it here, Hank.
Mahan coming out of the concussion protocol. I wonder if he's ready.
Close.
He is.
It's close.
Boy, Bishop's still
Not
battling.
quite.
He's lying on his feet. Not yet. These guys parallel within each other.
Nothing.
These guys, they're going to widen out. These guys might want to just call for the stalemate. Oh, my goodness. And they're going to call for 1 point. And, Bishop looked like he's going to go over and, hopefully.
I think that's a calf cramp there, Hank.
Well, hopefully it's just a cramp. Just keep it right here, though. Hang on. We got an injury out there.
Holding that calf pretty tight.
We got an injury out there. Goodness, we're going to keep it right here, folks. Stretching out the leg right out there is Bishop now.
Does appear just to be a calf cramp. And that he was just holding his calf.
Still getting stretched out here. Bishop. So we're going to keep it right here, make sure he's okay, folks. Looks like Mahan will get the victory. Mahan gets your championship out of the 113-pound class. They're still stretching out. Bishop over on the mat. Bishop, however, he did beat Hellcamp earlier. That means Bishop will end his day getting second. A great day for Max Bishop. For Mahan, and we're going to keep on moving forward. But before we do, how about we take another moment to shout out our sponsors. Our sponsors for the broadcast today, big shout out towards Toma Construction and Flooring. Join alongside Toma Construction and Flooring, big shout out to First Community Bank of Newell Rockwell City. And alongside them, shout out towards Mid-Iowa Insurance. Thank you so much for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Iowa community. Getting back to Dodger District Wrestling here, as we got some really good matchups here. As I'm looking over into the championship round right now at the 120-pound weight class. Looks like we got Johnson from Spencer. He's got a matchup going up against Trevor Anderson. Now Anderson's out of Ankeny High over there. Now wrestling over on the third place matchup over on the other side, we're going to see the likes from Peyton Bright. Bright is going to be wrestling against Caton Buttrick. And we're going to be covering the championship round right here, folks. 2-0 so far is the score. As right now it's going to be on Ankeny's Trevor Anderson. Anderson, he entered the weekend tournament just having one loss on the season, 29-1. Levi Johnson, he's 16-6. Here we go. Trevor Anderson is going to keep on going as he's going to force him out of bounds. There you go. It looks like we have a decision, a pinball.
He pinned himself.
Pinned himself. Is that the call, right?
Yep, pinned himself.
Right.
Dodger Kid, 120, that third place match.
That was Buttrick.
Pinned himself.
Yes, that happens. Hey, man, I've done that before, too.
It happens.
Well,
it happens to the best of
That
us.
was in the third place matchup, so third place, more than likely, that's going to fall down towards Peyton Bright out of Ankeny Centennial. So we're still going to cover the first place matchup right here. Now, earlier on in the contest, Trevor Anderson got the victory over Bright. And so far, Bright is trying to turn against Spencer's very own Levi Johnson, looking like they're going to call for a potentially dangerous. A near fall. Trying to listen in to the referee down on the mat. His headgear might have been even starting to slip off. Well, so far it says the score is 6-1. So we have 10 seconds remaining in the first period. Going to send him down now. Anderson still keeping with it. That one right there now. Here comes the flip. As the flip goes up and the flip goes down, it's going to be accredited toward the guy in green. That's Spencer. Johnson, he's going to defer, and then we'll see Trevor Anderson. He'll choose down out of the defer. Anderson going to build to his feet, and now he's got to control the wrist. He's trying to fight for the wrist, has an opportunity to do so, and he does win it 7-1. Here goes Trevor Anderson now. He's going from top to bottom of his height. He's going to get a takedown 9-1 after the duck under. Folks, if you don't know, we're broadcasting on 92 Rock, YourFortDodge.com, and alongside Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel that is on a video stream, so make sure you can definitely tune into that one as we're still right here. 1 minute 15 seconds remain, 9-1. That's still in favor of Trevor Anderson. Anderson is behind the hips now of Levi Johnson. Johnson looking like he may get turned. This is a butcher right here. Ugh. Never liked the side of a butcher. Tough. Anderson. He's got his far end arm in there on the strong side. Still looking to circle him. Anderson just got to get his feet out in front, which is what he does. He gets his hips over. The shoulders are down on the mat. It could be a pinfall. Here we go. Johnson in a tough spot. Trevor Anderson down low. My producer, Javi Sanchez, wincing at the thought of that. Oh, goodness. Here comes Anderson getting a pinfall in the championship round. Wow. Trevor Anderson getting the pinfall out of Ankeny High to close out the 120-pound wrestling match. Welcome back to the broadcast, 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media's YouTube channel. As we get back to it, we're in the championship round of the 126-pound weight class as we're looking down low, looking for who could move on for the next matchup. Now, we do know there's going to be a wrestle back for second place between Johnson and Bright. I had to talk it over with the assistant AD just to double check to make sure. We don't know exactly who will be moving on to districts, but stick around for that. Now, here we go into the championship round of the 126-pound weight class. As right now, it is between Coy Davidson of Fort Dodge, the freshman. He's taking on Benjamin Hansen of Ankeny High. Hansen comes into the weekend tournament 26-6 in the season, as Coy Davidson comes into the weekend tournament 29-6. 45 seconds remain as we just saw Coy get himself a takedown off of a duck under. He's up 2-0. And now he's going to throw him out of bounds. These guys are going to go back towards the center of the mat. 35 seconds remain, 2-0. Still waiting on Coy Davidson to return to the mat. A caution going to be called against Coy Davidson after he tried to break him down a little too early. A little too early on that last top position. So here we go. Coy Davidson, he's up 2-0. 35 seconds remain in the first period. He's going to let his man up. Hansen going to try to break free. Hansen will. So, escape for Hansen, and now Hansen going to try to get in on a fireman's carry. Didn't set it up well enough, and now Coy Davidson sprung free. It's still 2-1. Both these guys in neutral, near the center of the mat, getting awfully close towards the scorer's table. 10 seconds remain. Still looking for the battle. Make it 5 seconds. Davidson looking strong before they go down low. And that's going to close out the first period. 2-1. We just saw the flip go down, and we just saw defer. Chosen by Hansen. Coy Davidson will choose down since he got the defer to go against him. 2-1 the score. Coy Davidson escapes within the first 2 seconds off of a stand-up. 3-1. Minute 55 remains. Davidson, heavy on his hands, but light on his feet. The perfect combination. Will it lead to a takedown? I don't know, but he does fly away from a fireman's carry. Hansen tried to lock in. Hansen, that's the second time his fireman's failed. 3-1, a minute 35 remains as we're near the center of the mat. Davison got thrown that time, and now he's buckled under. But that time, he found a way to sprawl and keep it alive. These guys both on their feet, battling in neutral. But Coy Davidson got in on a single leg. He's still battling, trying to work for 2. The referee says 2. That's a double leg takedown in favor of Davidson. 5-1. And right there, potentially dangerous. They're going to have to call them both up. A stalemate right there. A minute 9 seconds remain in the second period. 5-1. Now they're going to go over and talk with the coaches from Ankeny High to see on the call. Still talking it over with Ankeny High. 5-1. 1 minute, 9 seconds remain in the second period. Here we go. Starting on top. So we're looking down. Going to be sticking tight to him is Davidson. Davidson to let him up. Now here comes Hansen. Hansen to make a move. It's 5-2. 55 seconds remain in the second period. Hansen breaks him down and tries to work around the bend. Here comes Davidson, however. So right now we're looking at a Davidson in favor of Hansen. Hansen still going strong. It's still 5-2. Hansen still waiting for his first takedown. Oh, nice flyaway that time by Davidson, but not resulting in any points yet. 32 seconds remain in the second period. It's 5-2. Goes Davidson. Make it 22 seconds. Davidson holding on. 15. The battle's still on. In the championship round at the 126-pound weight class, Davidson gets in on a single leg takedown. He went far ankle, and now he'll drive him, looking for two. He'll flip him over, and now in pinning position, he's got him to his back. Is he stuck in the closing second? Oh, Davidson in the closing second's going to come away with 2 back points. It's 9-2 heading into our next period, and might as well mention it's the third period. So keep in mind of that one. Coming up next here, 9-2. Still the score in the third period. Davidson with it. He's going to look to let him up free. Now that's been all the points awarded from Hansen. All 3 of his points have been from stand-up, escapes. 9-3, 1:45 remains on the clock. Keeping with him is Davidson. Davidson has a lock on his wrist. Here we go now, as Davidson's going to be heavy onto his right side, the strong side. Now Davidson, another wrestler, really good with his wrist control, the way he places it. But now look at Hansen. Hansen been trying those fireman carries all game long. And, right there, going for a throw. But it's not going to work out because after we saw a throw, we saw a duck under by Coy Davidson. That's still going to be good. It was inside the inner circle. Way to go, Coy. 11-3, 1:05 on the clock in the third period. As they get shoved out of bounds. Dodgers still keeping it up.
Still potentially looking for a tech fall here. Needs 6 more.
11-3, a minute, 2 seconds remain. See what Davidson does here. Now he doesn't want to get thrown or put in a Granby roll. So here we go. Now I see over on mat 2, that mat just ended. Ray Hillpiper going to help me out with that one.
Ankeny Centennials. Cale Huron winning that match over there, so he will move on to wrestle for second place.
Not just yet.
Not quite yet.
We don't know yet. As Huron, he wrestled Hansen. So if Hansen loses this one, then his day's done, and Hansen will stick at second place. Here we go. Coy Davidson still with the lead. He's up 11-4, 25 seconds remaining in the third period. Saying, don't lax, don't lax. And now Coy sending him down off of a misinterpreted duck under, but still parallel with each other. No points awarded just yet, even though Coy broke his man down. 7 seconds on the clock. Coy trying to go for far hip, and now a headlock thrown in the closing seconds. Right there by Hansen. Hansen's going to lose, but he'll also move on because he'll end the day getting second place as Coy Davidson gets first in your Dodger District Championship at the 126-pound weight class. Go, Coy Davidson. Now that'll close off the 126-pound weight class, but I tell you what, we got the 132-pound coming right up, but before we get there, we're going to take the time to spend the time shouting out our sponsors of the broadcast. Big shout out towards First Community Bank of Newell Rockwell City. Alongside them, shout out to Mid-Iowa Insurance. And then, as well as them, Manson Lumber. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for Fort Dodge community. So much more. Getting back to the action here. In the championship round, we're going to see from the likes of Solverson as he's taking on Carter Davis out of Ankeny. Solverson comes from Boone, Iowa. And so far, 2-0 as it is in favor of Solverson. And right there, we just saw a stalemate. These guys going to go back towards the center of the mat. Solverson is 29-5 heading into the weekend. Along with Carter R. Davis, he's 12-11. A minute and a half remains in the first period. Now over on the other side, on mat 2, there is a Dodger over there, and it's Gavin Dable. Now Dable, he's taking on Cale Weiner out of Ankeny Centennial. Now for our Dodger to have an opportunity to wrestle for a second place spot. Dable would have to win, of course, but he would also have to see a win from Carter Davis. And in the meantime, while I just said that, Carter Davis, he is losing. As Solverson has the lead, he's up 2-1 with 55 seconds remaining in the first period. Throwing a chicken wing now, but no points coming out of it as Solverson backs up, trying to guard away, and that's going to sling him out of bounds. 2-1, 47 seconds remain in the first period. £132 weight class, 2-1. As Solverson still has the lead. And right there from Ankeny, we just saw Carter Davis just try a setup. Failed with his execution. Coming down with it. 30 seconds remain. Still 2-1, make it 25 seconds. So we're going to see them go both up in a neutral position. 132-pound weight class. These guys going back at it. This is the championship round.
Solverson and Davis coming in today 1 and 2 in the seedings respectively. Solverson coming in as a sophomore 25 and 9. Davis coming in 12 and 11 as a senior. Trying to close out his career here with a win. Send him to state as a district champ. Remains down so far.
Solverson 4-1. Here we go with Carter Davis now. He's on bottom, trying to break free in the closing 3 seconds. He nearly did it, but Solverson does a good job at holding on to an ankle to close out the first period. Here comes the flip. Comes up, comes down, and there you go. Solverson wins, but he defers. He wants the choice in the third period in case he gets himself in a bad spot. So here comes the choice on the other end. As look at that. We're going to actually see Carter Davis choose top. Now that's another rarity we don't see a lot.
What do you think the reason behind that is, Hank?
Well, look at Carter Davis. He's about a head and a half taller than Solverson. Carter Davis also has yet to be on top this entire match, so maybe he thinks he's got a trick up his sleeve. Maybe he thinks he can put him to his back. You never know.
Working here from that seated position is Solverson, and that's one of the most dangerous positions to be in as a wrestler on bottom. Being seated up like that, you could get plowed over onto your back. Just as simple as that, or you could get turned around and get right back on top. Just kind of depends on how things go. It ends in a stalemate here, though. So Davis will end up back on top here to try to work Solverson over, getting his head into that right side elbow and then taking it right out again. Now getting the legs incorporated.
Yep, 4-1, a minute and a half remains. As we are in the second period on the scoreboard, I don't think you can see it on your screen, whatever you're watching from, your device, but the scoreboard is off again. Says we're in the third quarter, so we'll make sure, third period. We'll have to make sure that we get that fixed from a scorekeeper standpoint. Is that a stalemate? Yep, stalemate going to be called. These guys going to go back towards the center of the mat. Now, once again, folks, Davis put himself in a tough spot because when you're on top like this, you can't score unless you let him up and put him in a neutral position. You can get back points out of it if that's what he must truly believes in. Solverson proving that he's got all the works to not be in that position, however.
He's got to get 3 back points here. Now you see Davis back in that seated position. Solverson gets him turned around, and I believe Solverson is probably going to take home the win here now.
Possibly the worst case scenario that time for Davis was letting up a reversal.
Down by 5. Down by 5 with 45 seconds left. It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get anything turned around here. Not showing any urgency, laying his head down on the mat. That's, you know what that is the sign of, Hank? That is the sign of a defeated wrestler. He knows he's lost, and sometimes you just don't want to go on anymore. You know you have to. It's just hard to once you get in that position.
Still have 25 seconds remaining in the second period. We'll still have one more period to wrestle. 6-1 is both these wrestlers get bounced out of bounds. They'll go back towards the center of the mat. Solverson is still on top.
Are we in the second period here, Hank?
Yeah, we are in the second period.
All right. Score guys are lacking today.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned a little while ago, the scorekeeper had it off, but that's okay. 10 seconds, 6-1. Is Solverson going to ride him out to close off period number 2? We still have a period to wrestle. 6-1 as they bring the time back on. Extra wrestling for us.
Davis going to be back on top here going into this third period. Going to see if he can try to get him put on his back here.
And a little match update over on the other side for this 132-pound possible third place champ. As I see Dable, he's down 6-1. So he's wrestling against Weiner. Now, in order for Weiner to wrestle for a chance to go in second place, he'd have to see Solverson win this matchup. Then Weiner would take on Carter Davis. And Davis is currently losing, and Solverson just started on bottom. 6-1 to begin the third period. 1 minute, 50 seconds remain in the third period. Here we go. As we will see an escape made by Solverson. So officially, what appears which could very well be a wrestleback. Now we have a lot of time remaining, 1 minute 45 seconds. And matter of fact, just on top of that, Carter R. Davis just got himself a double leg takedown. But Solverson, even though he's on bottom position right now, he is winning the match so far 7-3. Now as Solverson wins, we will see a wrestleback at 132. A lot riding on the table. 1 minute and 27 seconds remain. 7-3. Solverson to come out on. Minute 20 seconds remain. Clock ticking down in period number 3. These guys getting tired out there. A crossface right there. Another one of those moves you hate to look at. It's a wincer right there. But Carter Davis putting it to work. Solverson doing a great job at backing himself up. Going to keep on lining with it. These guys still just bellying out right here. Not a lot of movement, not a lot to report from them. A little surprised no stalemate has been called, as we got one leg locked up and Davis is still down. How long does Davis go until he just decides to throw the towel, let him up, and try to go for a big-time shot? Because so far, what we see from him is he can't get him to his back. Davis still battling. 20 seconds remain. Make it 15. Solverson works his way up. These guys go parallel. And Solverson, he'll get up. Davis tries to throw, but these guys will hurdle out of bounds. So the score's 8-4 in favor of Solverson. Solverson now working on his defensive stand with 5 seconds remaining. And Ty Solverson out of Boone, Iowa is your 132-pound district champion. So that means there will be a wrestle back at the 132-pound weight class. Wow. What a match that was. And before we get into our another Dodger first place matchup, I'm going to take this time to spend the time shouting out my sponsors, Shelter Insurance. Alongside Shelter Insurance, United Bank of Iowa Lake City, and Lake City Drive-In. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community and so much more. 1 minute, 55 seconds remain. The score is 0-0. As I look out onto the court, onto the mat, I'm usually used to this position being on the court, talking about the court with my Dodger basketball players. But, hey, now I'm talking about my wrestlers at the 138-pound weight class in the championship match. Let's get right into it. Demarion Ross going up against Lucas Bruhl out of Ankeny Centennial. Coming into the weekend, Demarion Ross, 27-6, the sophomore, going up against another sophomore and Lucas Bruhl. Now, I got a chance to sit down and talk with Alexis Ross, his older sister. We're going to sit down and watch that interview once we get through this championship round in a little bit here, so make sure you folks stick around for that. Here we go. 111, 0-0. Still remaining in this first period. Demarion Ross goes to break him down, but DeMar and Ross both on his feet. Gonna let his guy up. Bruhl was in a tough spot. He had one knee down, one leg up. But now these guys are both back up on their feet. They're bouncing around. Ross and Bruhl going head to head. Heavy on the hand. Ross trying to get Bruhl to back up as he's doing a good job at it right now. 40 seconds remain in the first period. Ross circling around. You can tell Bruhl, he wants the shot, and that's what he's going to do, is he's going to suck in a single leg. Doesn't bring it down yet. DeMar and Ross going to have to belly out before he gives up a single leg takedown. So Lucas Bruhl, he's up 14-2 or 2-0 against Ankeny Centennial. 18 seconds remain in the first period. Bruhl remains on top as Ross is bellied out with 8 seconds to wrestle with in the first period. He's going to find a way to try to build a base. And that's going to stop him right there as we look for the flip. The flip goes down as it lands on Bruhl's side, and Bruhl going to choose down. Bruhl choosing down. DeMar and Ross on top. We've yet to see this spot for DeMar and Ross. Let's see what he chooses. So Ross in a position where he may give up an escape. Yes, he will, as Bruhl makes his way to his feet. 3-0, a minute 45 remains in the second period. Here we go now. Bruhl trying to work around the bend. Doing a good job. He's tight on his right side elbow and suck it in the head as well. So he was complacent there, but unfortunately for Bruhl, they marked out of bounds. See these Dodgers work. Keeping to it now. Bruhl trying to reach out far wide. A minute 22 seconds remain. Bruhl still having the lead up on top, going up against Ross. 3-0 after Bruhl just got an escape. Both these guys in neutral. Working inside the mat. 1 minute, 10 seconds to go in the first period. Here goes Bruhl, circling around Ross. Ross is light on his feet. He's more in his base right now. He'll build to his feet, however, and let him free. Both of these guys in neutral position. 3-0 in favor of Bruhl out of Ankeny Centennial. If you just joined the broadcast, welcome. You're listening to Hank Ambrose, Right Hill Piper on the call for the Dodger District Wrestling Weekend. 45 seconds remain. Bruhl's up 3-0. Trying to get Ross to cut inside. Ross still working as he's going to back up. Bruhl will move. 30 seconds remain. Heavy on the hands. Ross tries to go in for a single leg takedown, but still scramble for points. 20 seconds remain in the second period. Make it 15. 3-0. Bruhl looking for a takedown, looking for a shot. Bruhl tried to reach in for a far ankle, but it's not going to go in his favor. Bruhl now to fly away. Ross, though, could get a single leg takedown in the closing 3 seconds. Can he get it? He's got to work around the bend, and he can't. He's just not quick enough. And here we go. Looks like a pin over on the third pound match. What's that?
Spencer over Ankeny.
Spencer over Ankeny. So that Spencer kid over there was Caden Johnson. Cade Johnson. So Johnson, he's going to get a pin over Lincoln Folkers. Now here we go. So as I look down over here at the first place match, Johnson, who wrestled Lucas Bruhl in the first place match, if Bruhl does end up winning this matchup, there will be a wrestleback to get second place. And that would be between DeMar Ross and Cade Johnson, who've yet to see each other today. A minute, 30 seconds remain. Bruhl's up 3-0. And now he may be coming in for a double leg takedown. Yes, he does. 1:20 remains in period number 3. Ross ended up bellying out. His head's down, but he's trying to find a way to work himself up to a base. He does. He's down by 5-0. I wonder how soon you get to a point where you might try to throw a Granby roll. 59 seconds remain in the third period. Ross to go down. Lucas Bruhl to be on top. Caution to be called. It's going to be called against Ross, who started a little early. .55 seconds remain in the third period. We're looking on over. Bruhl's trying to find a way to just hold on. As DeMar and Ross has to hope for a miracle. 40 seconds remain, 5-0. Ross looking for the chance. He's got 30 seconds still, a lot of time to put a man to his back. And now working up with it. Bruhl has a leg, in on a single leg, but just coming off a situation where Bruhl is on top, going to send him out of bounds, and we'll go back towards the center of the mat. .50, 20 seconds remain in the third period. Is Ross sticking to him? .5 seconds now. Before they go out, Ross breaks free in the closing second. Ross going to end it up 5-1. We will see a wrestle back at the 138-pound weight class between DeMar and Ross as he looks to go up and take on Johnson out of Spencer, Iowa. That's going to be one heck of a match for second place. Otherwise, your first place winner at 138 going to go for Lucas Bruhl out of Ankeny Centennial. Before we get into our 145-pound championship, I'd like to take the time to shout out our sponsors. Mackey Motors. Alongside Mackey Motors, Roto-Rooter. And Roto-Rooter alongside them, Archibald Electric. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Fort Dodge community, and so much more. Back to the action in the championship round. So we're looking down at the 145-pound championship between Ankeny Centennial and Ankeny. Love the battle between Ankeny all the time. From Ankeny Centennial, we're looking at Carter Bennett. As Bennett, he's wrestling against Anderson, Jace Anderson out of Ankeny. As the score is currently 2-0 in favor of Ankeny, Jace Anderson on top. So far, 2-0, but Ankeny Centennial is going to be led up via Jace Anderson. So the score, Jace Anderson, 2-1. Anderson flies away off of a non-setup shot as he reached for a double leg takedown but did not go down for Bennett. No points awarded yet. He kept both feet in bounds. 2 points, right call. Great call by the referee. That was awesome. Jace Anderson kept both feet in bounds after he threw his kid out of bounds and over into the Ankeny Centennial cheerleaders. There you go. Take this back home with you, is what he said. 5-4. Hang on. We got to fix the scoreboard again. Hang on. I think it should be 5-2. 4-3. Let's see here. They're talking it over. Right now on the board, they say 4-2, but are they going to give him a reversal or an escape and a takedown? Okay, so what they'll call it as is they'll call that last one as a reversal on that last throw out of bounds. 4-1, a minute remains in the first period between this championship round between Ankeny and Ankeny Centennial. 55 seconds now as we march down the clock. Jace Anderson in the lead as he's working down so low into the mat, doing a good job at doing that. 45 seconds. Scoreboard still says 4-1 currently over on the scoreboard. Still working hard at it. And right there, going to stop the wrestling right now because it looks like we got another problem on the scoreboard. Got to fix it. We had like 40 seconds remaining in the second period, and then the clock reset to 2 minutes. Hang on. What's going on here? Still got to fix it out here. see what's going on. While we wait for them to fix the clock, might as well plug my sponsors. Big shout out to Troy Anderson, Caldwell Banker. Alongside Caldwell Banker, I'd also like to give a big shout out towards Legacy Realty, as well as them. And alongside Legacy Realty, big shout out towards Laufersweilers for sponsoring the broadcast, for all you do for our Iowa community. We're going to keep it right here as I look to fix the clock. Folks, as I look down, Jay Sanderson taking on Carter Bennett in the championship round. Now, over on mat number 2, it's a matchup between Jackson Schultz of Spencer. As Jackson Schultz, he's taking on Kyle Sharp of Boone. Now, over on that match, we have Spencer's Jackson Schultz. He has the lead 2-1. Now, if he sticks with the lead and ends up winning, in order for him to get a wrestle back is if Jace Anderson gets a victory, which Anderson does have the lead right now, 4-2. They just fixed the clock. They put 37 seconds. I knew it was around 40. 37 seconds officially the time they put back on the clock. 4-2. Anderson with the lead. Both the guys in neutral. 25 seconds. These guys battling hard. Anderson near got sent thrown outside. Make it 18 seconds. Anderson now going to get sent back towards the center of the mat. 17 seconds now. 4-2. Make it 10 seconds. Anderson now looking to get back behind as he had a duck under. He hit it hard and 2 points awarded in the closing 3 seconds of period number 1. So after one, the score 6-2 in favor of Jace Anderson. Wow. That duck under is something else. And keep in mind, look how tough that Ankeny Centennial's Carter Bennett is. Wrestling this match wearing a cast on his right wrist, on his fingers. And to make it all the way to the championship round doing that, it's not luck. It's a lot of great wrestling and a lot of great heart, especially to come into the Dodger districts, wrestling with an injured part of your body that you use frequently. And here we go. We got another issue with the scoreboard. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Oh, my goodness. Looks like we may have to wait till this sits all the way down. Might have to wait the minute 20 seconds. So, folks, while we wait the minute 20 seconds, we might as well throw it towards a short break. We'll be right back after the short break for the rest of the championship round for the 145-pound class in just a little bit on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. Back to the action right here, 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. As we are covering wrestling for the Dodger District Weekend Tournament. It's been a lot of fun so far. Folks, we got a lot of wrestling to come up as we are right now in the 145-pound championship round. After this round, we'll see a consolation round. Following that, we got some wrestlebacks. We already have a total of 2 as we're in the 145-pound weight class, with an opportunity to possibly see 3. Currently, if you're just joining us, listen to Hank Ambrose and Wright Hillpiper on the call for the Dodger Weekend District Tournament. But I'd I'd also like to shout out my boys in the booth. Javi Sanchez, he's running the podcast. I don't know about that, but the broadcast, that's for sure. My main man. And then Lincoln Clay is also a runner. He's a camera guy. He's doing it all as well. Big shout out to my boys in the booth. As I move forward, I see Jace Anderson. Just saw these guys work their way out of bounds. Jace Anderson has the lead. He's up 10-3. Now, in order to see a wrestle back for the 145-pound weight class, we'd have to see Schultz get the victory. And right now, Schultz is tied up 2-2 with 55 seconds to go in the third period. As we get back into it, Jace Anderson still with the lead, just going for his takedown. That's takedown number 5 in this matchup for Anderson. He's up 12-4. As one of them was a reversal. 40 seconds remain now. Anderson up on top. Looking to be just conservative as he can get first place here if he wants to. Just put this baby in coast and let this thing go out. Now, update on the other side of the mat. Schultz does have the lead now, 4-2 in the closing 25 seconds, so we very well may see a wrestleback between Schultz, joined alongside Bennett. But let's not get there quite yet. We still have 15 seconds to wrestle. 12-4. Anderson with the lead. Out of Ankeny High. Make it 5 seconds. Anderson looking for back points. He's going to get some back points, and he's going to be crowned your champ. So Jace Anderson out of Ankeny High School is your 145-pound district weekend wrestling champion for Fort Dodge Senior High. And now at the other end of the match, 4-3 victory for Spencer's Jackson Schultz. That means we will see a wrestleback between Schultz, as he is looking to go up against Carter Bennett out of Ankeny Centennial, who just lost. Well, he's about to lose. Actually, the match is still going on. My apologies. 17-4. Now, were we in another situation where we were not yet through this? It looked like we were in another situation. We were not yet through the second period, but 3 dots were up on the scoreboard. My apologies.
I'm not sure what's going on with that scorers table over there.
You know, it might be the scoreboard. I got to do a better job at just paying attention to that. Now, with the score being 19-5, I hope you guys could forgive me for thinking that we're in the third quarter. I mean, who has 15 points at the end of the second period? Well, Drew Ayala does, actually.
Jace Anderson just playing with his food at this point. Now they'll give him the win here.
Officially, Jace Anderson gets the win out of a pin. Alongside that, we will see a wrestleback once again between Carter Bennett as he looks to go up against Jackson Schultz. Otherwise, folks, before we get into our next matchup, the 152-pound weight bracket, I'd like to take the time to shout out our sponsors. Our sponsors being Peterson Sanitation. Alongside Peterson Sanitation, shout out to Active Health Clinics. And alongside them, shout out to Overhead Company of Webster County. Thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Iowa community and so much more. So, here we go. 1:45 on the clock. The score is currently 0-0 in the championship match, where we just saw a takedown come from Ankeny Centennial. Now, with Ankeny Centennial, if you're asking who that is, that's Carter Khalil. Carter Khalil, he's taking on Pfeiffer in the championship round. Pfeiffer comes from Ankeny, so we got yet another matchup between Ankeny and Ankeny Centennial. So we're going to see a lot of that tonight. 2-1 in favor of Carter Khalil. Make it 4-1 after Khalil just got himself a takedown. A minute, 20 seconds remain in the first period. These guys still sticking to battling with each other. Khalil to keep it close. Khalil now looking for the short end of the stick. He will let him up. Khalil still battling close. He's up 4-2. As he followed close and he came in for another takedown, he's now up 6-2. He's treating Pfeiffer just like he's treating every other wrestler he's wrestled today, between Edgar Barrio and Ismail Alfaro. Just taking him down, letting him up, taking him down, repeat. Should be a t-shirt. 4-4 is they actually most recently just called the takedown go in favor of Pfeiffer. Now these guys are parallel with each other. They'll call for a stalemate as they'll go back towards the center of the mat. Nope, they will. It's just another correction on the scoreboard, 6-2. Come on, guys. I'm patient now, but come on. So correction, it is 6-2. Just added the 2 into the wrong spot on the scoreboard. 6-2, Ankeny Centennial on top with Carter Khalil. Khalil now looking to throw in a full, not a full Nelson, but a half Nelson on the short end. But he also has a wrist working below the belly. Trying to set in a Granby. With 2 seconds remaining in the period, we'll see Khalil end the first period with the lead 6-2. Here comes the flip. Flip goes down as it's going to be won by Khalil. Beginning the second period, Khalil got the option. He chose down. And he tried to do a sit-out right away, but a caution will be called. It's going to be called against Khalil. He moved a little too quickly. Now, I've seen some guys with power, and what he did to Bennett or Pfeiffer right there, I thought it was a little too much power. I was wondering where all that came from. Well, he started early. That's why. Pfeiffer trying to break him back down as he'll send Khalil back to his belly. 6-2, a minute 45 remains. If Pfeiffer is trying to lay into him. He's going far M. And now towards the weak side of the wrist. Khalil looking to break up. Trying to break down, however. He's trying to go up. Headlock. Oh, nearly went down for Khalil. However, Khalil looking to get a reversal. He keeps both feet in. That's 2 for Khalil. 8-2. As that wrestler awareness is so key. We saw that in the matchup earlier today again with Max Bishop. Max might have not came away with the victory in that matchup, but we saw him get a reversal just like that early on in the 113-pound championship. 8-3, Khalil with the lead. As he's going to let up his opposing wrestler, Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer comes into the weekend 20-18, but he's doing his justice against a 30-4 Carter Khalil. 10-4 now, Khalil with the lead, but now he's sitting right straight on his rear end, on the outside edges of the circle. Now both of Pfeiffer's feet are in bounds, as we just saw Khalil circle. He's trying to sink it free. Right now what's stuck is a single leg formation, but now circling outside and bringing his ends together is Khalil, but he does know this, that he has to squeeze them together. He only has 1 foot in bounds right now. If he can keep his hips coming in outside, and no, they will say that he went out of bounds. That was close. Close call from Khalil. Khalil is going to go back, starting on bottom. Hang on now. Most recently called an escape, actually, so it'll go back to neutral. 10-4, 25 seconds remain in the second period. See what these guys can do, battling till the end. These guys sticking to it close. Send them down. And that's a takedown from Khalil as he's looking to get back points as well. Khalil going to stick to him on top. 12-4, looking to try to get more back points. He's already going to get at least 3 out of it. And that'll close us out. The end of the second period. 3 back points awarded to Khalil, so the score currently 15-4. Back to the action here in the championship round of the 152-pound weight class. Khalil, he's still on bottom, working strong. Now he does have the lead. He's up 15-4. On the other end of the mat, on mat number 2, I'd like to say what's going on with them as well. Over there, it's Edgar Barrio. As Barrio, he's taking on Gage Stevens. In the lead so far is Barrio. As he is up 7-2, make that 8-2, heading into the last 30 seconds of the third period. So let's talk about if Barrio does win this one. What he needs to have happen is he needs to have Khalil win, which Khalil's up 15-4, so more than likely a wrestle back will happen at the 152-pound weight class. A lot of wrestling to cover today, boys. 1:05 remains on the clock in period number 3. What we're looking at over on mat number 1 as we get back to the championship round, we're looking at Khalil. He's on his belly. He's down, but he does have the lead, 15-4. Sooner than later, a stalemate may be called as Khalil has yet to move in quite some time. If not a stalemate, maybe a stall. Now, his legs are stuck up under him via one leg being locked in from Ankeny's very own Tegan Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer still trying to work with it. Pfeiffer, he's in a situation right now where he's down 11. He needs to find a way to put him to his back, however, because getting 11 points in 20 seconds, a little too tough. 15 seconds. Pfeiffer, what will he do? He still stays on top, trying to just break his base with 9 seconds. Got to try to flip him. Take him to his back with 5 seconds. Make it 3, 2, 1. And right there, that'll close us out. So the first place champion for the 152-pound weight class is Carter Khalil out of Ankeny Centennial. Now, folks, I'll tell you what, coming up for the broadcast up next here, Wright Hill Piper and Lincoln Clay going to be filling my spot for the time being. So I got to get a drink. If you can't tell, my horse is getting a little throat. I'll be right back in just a little bit. Oh, man, I said that backwards, I think. My throat's getting hoarse. Well, Che, so Wright and Link, they're going to take over the broadcast in just a moment here.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrose.
Yes, thank you, Hank. Make sure you go get that that throat in your horse taken care of. Sounds pretty bad. You might want to take it to a vet. Anyway, 160-pound championship match here. Jackson Hellcamp from Ankeny Centennial versus Cole Rudder from Spencer. Right now, Hellcamp working on top hard against Rudder. Working on the right side. Looks like he's trying to pull that right arm out now. Trying to get a chicken wing going. That's exactly what he's got in now. Transferring over to that left side, trying to pull him over for back points now. Still a minute and a half, or excuse me, a minute 5 left here in this first period. Now he's going to switch sides. Hellcamp trying to lift him up. Trying to lift him up, get him to his back for those back points. Now, Link, you can't quite pin him out of this position.
Right.
It's just a little bit too hard, but if he gets him lifted up here just like that, gets him lifted up here, he's going to get back points.
Yeah, there you go.
Getting those back points, and then he'll just go right back over top of them, and lots of wrestlers will just switch to the other side. Grab that other left arm, throw that in a chicken wing, and then just hop sides and run it again. It's one of the easiest ways to get fast back points.
Look at about 30 seconds left in the period. A tied match here, right? I don't know what's going to happen. I have a good feeling about
Hellcamp trying to get him put on his back again, running out to that right side.
Oh, I read the score sheet wrong there. Excuse me. Yeah, it's 0-2.
All right, now he's still got those back points available to him. Now, see, he's going to try to flip him over once again. He's got to be careful not to put himself on his back here. And that's going to call the end of the first period. So he will have 2 back points. So your score at the end of the first, Jackson Hellcamp from Ankeny Centennial up on Cole Rudder from Spencer now. 4-0. It's interesting here at Link. Jackson Hellcamp comes in today with just a record of 5-1 on the season. And Cole Rudder coming in with an astounding record of 30-6.
Wow.
So far here, Hellcamp taking care of business so far. Working in that neutral position now. Working around. He's got him sprawled down. In on a double leg is Rudder. Hellcamp going to throw him around.
2 extra points awarded there. 0-6 now. The score. 1:30 remains in the period.
Breaking him down again. Got that wrist control there. He's got his right wrist pulled over to his left side. Deep wasting his, has him deep wasting himself. Now, going to try to pull him over here. Working back towards that middle, catching that arm across. Has that deep, deep arm control there. Hellcamp just immensely speedy on the mat here. Hellcamp still working on top. Working on that right side leg now. He's got it hooked. Now he's got that left side shoulder up. Ref is coming up to warn him that may turn potentially dangerous, so he'll back off. Still 6-0. 35 seconds left to go here. 36, excuse me.
And out of bounds there, back over into the middle of the mat. Looks like we're going to have Centennial on top and Spencer on the bottom there. As we said, just about 30 seconds left in the period.
That was a beautiful sit-out by Cole Rudder there to get back to that neutral position. That was probably one of the smoothest sit-outs I've ever seen. Just up and away and right back down again. He didn't even get the escape point there. Therefore, there will be no more points awarded to Hellcamp. Working on that crossface once again. I think he'll probably ride him out here for the rest of the period. Comes down 2-1 and 0. Score at the end of the second now, 6-0. Hellcamp still up on Rudder. Both of these two guys, seniors, looking to go first in their district, send themselves to state. Bring a state qualifying title to their respective schools. Ankeny Centennial consistently having guys in these final matches today. Spencer consistently having guys in those second place matches as well as these final matches. Now 8-0 on that takedown from Hellcamp. Rudder so far just not able to do anything here.
He's going to try to flip him over there time and time again, but
getting that arm onto the back, that right arm. Now he's going to work on that right leg, trying to hook it, and he can't quite get there. Now he's going to push that to the back. Trying to pull him over to that left side, or excuse me, to that right side. He's not trying to go over him. He's trying to bring him back over the other way to get those back points.
Just a little under a minute to go in this third period here. 0-8, still the score here as we are watching Ankeny Centennial and Spencer go at it on the mat here.
See what Hellcamp's trying to do is he's trying to get that right arm across his back and then put his right arm under the left arm of Rudder, or he was. He's not anymore, but he was trying to do that and then flip him over across the right side of himself to get those back points. Instead, now he's going to try to incorporate his legs a little bit, flatten him back out, go back to work on that crossface. Still 8-0. Coming down to the final 20 seconds of this championship match. And it looks like Hellcamp is going to be able to take this one away. Now going for that power half here in the final few seconds. Got to watch that shoulder. It's not going to matter as we come down 5-4, 3-2, 1, and 0.
That'll do it.
And that's going to end it. So Jackson Hellcamp, district champ here in Fort Dodge for Ankeny Centennial. Just his 6th win on the year, but he's a district champ. Gonna move on here to 170 pounds. This match is going to consist of Dylan Postonic from Boone, as well as Xander Kenworthy from Ankeny. Kenworthy, excuse me. Second Boone wrestler we've seen here in the finals. Maybe the third or the fourth Ankeny wrestler that we've seen in.
Already getting off to a pretty rough start. As it looks like Ankeny is going to be taking over control here.
Postonic already onto his stomach, almost onto his back, worked onto his side. Now working in for a butcher here. Kenworthy decides to let it go. Now going for that far side cradle. Going to try to bring him over, get his hands locked there. And then he's going to go for it, that flying cradle.
Ooh, and just almost holding on to dear life.
Now, regular cradle is when you roll over. You don't have to roll over yourself. That'd be a near side cradle. But if you get a far side cradle and you have to roll over yourself to get them, there's a couple terms that's used for that. One term that we can't use here live on the air. I'll tell you about it after the broadcast. But here on air, we call it a fly cradle. So far, Kenworthy maintaining complete and control. 4-0 still here. Well into the first period, a minute left. Working on that shoulder. So you can see he's got that shoulder brace on there. Postonic now working him over. He's got to sit through if he wants to get that as a pin.
It's going to be close.
Got to work that left side shoulder down, and he's got it. He may be stuck here. He's got to lift that head up now.
I think he's got
Position himself, tee himself up, flatten out. He's got to get that arm under there. That's just going to end up as 3 back points. Still puts him up now 7-0 here in the final 30 seconds of this first period. Going for that cradle once again. Once again, that far side cradle. He's going to have to roll over himself.
Just about 10 seconds remain in this period here, the first one of the round here.
Looks like he's going to try to ride him out, not letting him get the escape here at the end of the period. End of the first now.
It looks like the flip is going to go in favor for red, and I believe that will be for Ankeny, as
he's going to choose to defer. So Postonic is going to choose top here. Interesting, bold, interesting choice here for Postonic.
Oh.
He's going to try to ride him out. Keep in mind, though, Kenworthy has probably half a foot on Postonic, using his size and strength to work this one over. Not a whole lot of urgency going on.
No, really.
From Kenworthy there on the bottom.
Just a lot of tired guys out there today. It's been a pretty rough day just watching all these guys go at it.
Oh, I know I've had a rough day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm kidding. All these kids competing to go to state here.
It's pretty inspiring stuff watching them go through all the hard work and determination that takes it to get them to the state.
Absolutely. Now, Postonic trying to work here on top. Still has a minute left here in the second period. Trying to get something going. Trying to work over on that chicken wing.
Oh, man.
Keeping him flattened out here. He's got to hop sides and run a half. Like magic, he's trying to get wrist control. Now you got to hop it again. Got to hop sides again and run the half on the other side here, or grab that cradle right there. His leg's wide open. If he can get his right arm out, throw it under his right leg, grab a cradle there. And I mean, I hate to say it, but Kenworthy is just stalling his heart out there on bottom. Nothing's going to be called, and now he'll get called for the warning for stalling. See, like that, I'm telepathic with these refs.
You know a lot more than we do, right? Just
10 seconds left here in the second. Kenworthy has done nothing but stall the entire period.
And it looks like that's going to be it for the second period there. Still 7-0.
I'm sure not a single Boone fan in the crowd that's very happy about how that second period went. You did get the stalling warning, but that really doesn't tend to do a whole lot, especially if there's only one warning. Now, unfortunately, Postonic going to have to go on bottom here. Postonic trying to widen out his base here. Now getting to stand up, and he's going to get brought right back down by Kenworthy.
Kind of
35 left to go here.
just a rough situation here. Not too much going on, but still just a lot of fighting and resisting there.
Postonic got to sit out here, and he doesn't. That may spell the end for him if he couldn't get out right there. His coach telling him to go for it again. He's curled up like a ball in there. Not a whole lot he can do.
After the championship round, we're going to cut to well.
And here we go now with the 182 matchup here with Boone and Fort Dodge as we have Egley versus Angle here. 23 seconds remain here in the first period. 0-0 right now. And then just now trying to get a little bit closer with each other, as that will do it for the first period here. Period 1. 0-0 still score. Kind of just a little bit of an uneventful period there, as we're going to have Egley, it looks like, on the bottom now, and Engel will be on top as we start period number 2. Here we go.
No score here. Excuse me. Boone's Jaden Engel going to start out on top here. I'll let Egley get an escape here. The only change so far here in this match is the Egley escape.
0-1 now, starting us off here, period 2. 1:35 remains. As we're watching a little bit of a dogfight here, you know, just as you said earlier, right, just trying to get into each other's head is kind of the main focus here of this round.
Not a whole lot of action going on. I would compare it to the beginning of a UFC match.
Exactly,
kind of
yes.
just trading misses and kind of feeling each other out to see what the other one's going to do. Sometimes you just want to wait until the other person shoots first.
Mm-hmm.
And then build your offense off of that defense that you have to do in order to prevent them from scoring.
We've had a few lunges here from, I believe it was Egley at the beginning of the round here. The first period, we had a few lunges, but other than that, we had the one escape, as we said. That's now a little bit of a move there from Engel there. Boone trying to maybe maneuver a little bit there, try to get underneath him, but it looks like Egley once again is thinking on top there.
And now blood time is going to be called.
Yes. That'll be 5 minutes there for the blood time. A little bit of recap there. Second period, 0-1 is the score. And just for that one escape there is what we're looking at right now, right? And we're just attempting to kind of watch the match and see if something doesn't happen. You know, it's been kind of off and on. We see maybe a lunge or maybe some sort of fake, but other than that, just kind of nothing much really happening here in the 182 class. We're going to start off again here in neutral as we watch Boone and Fort Dodge go at it here.
28 seconds. Excuse me. Holy cow. 25 seconds now left in this second period. Still not a whole lot of action going on. Now Egley going to get on top for the 2 takedown. Going to try to stay on top here. Now he goes up 3-0 with 12 left in the second. Now he's just going to try to ride him out here until the end of the period with 5.
Yeah, kind of what we were talking about earlier. You know, you just kind of want to wait until the other one kind of lets their guard down a little bit, and then that's when you want to strike your opponent. And that successfully worked there for Egley as he is now walking into the next period. Period 3. 3-0 now, as it looks like Egley will be on top here.
Engel choosing bottom. Now great mat return.
Ooh.
It is going to be called illegal.
We're going to take a little bit of a timeout here as we have an injury on the mat here.
Now, I didn't quite see where his knees were at, but I'm assuming that mat return will be called illegal because Engel hit the mat before Egley did.
Mm-hmm.
So they did. I believe at first the ref awarded a point to Engel.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it will remain. But keep in mind here, if they do call that as illegal and Engel can not return to the match, he will win.
But as the score stands right now, 3-0 in favor for the Dodgers. A really rough situation there, right? Just that was a brutal takedown there in the first few seconds of the third period.
Absolutely, and it looked like Egley may have had both of Engel's arms trapped up.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he was not able to get his arms down on that mat return. We'll see how this plays out here. Obviously, the Boone coach is very upset. Most likely going to check him out for concussion protocol here. Now, the injury timeout time has expired.
A tough man. Very tough man. He's going to go right back into it again. 1:54 back on the clock, third period. 3-0 in favor of the Dodgers as we start again with the Dodgers on top.
We'll see how much longer this match lasts, but I can't imagine Angle's going to have very much left in the tank after that.
No, that was a brutal takedown there.
Clutching that right shoulder when he was coming back down into the referee's position. Does have that brace on there.
Just ticking past a minute and 30 seconds remain here in the third period. Looks like Egley getting that riding time. Just trying to maybe pick him up once again, but it's going to be out of bounds, it looks like, as they're going to move back into the center of the mat.
1:15, 1:16 left to go here before the end of this match. Egley continues to lead by 3 over Angle. Now attacking that right arm with a chicken wing. Trying to get that arm in his possession. He does have it on the elbow. Now trying to get wrist control on that left side, and he's got it now. Now he's going to try to drive him over. Keeping his legs out. Angle. Now almost had him there. Got to get that wrist control back. Instead, he'll go for the half Nelson and a chicken wing instead. Trying to drive on that right side. Angle not letting him. Just has to keep driving his feet. Still has the chicken wing in there. Can't tell if he has that wrist control. Appears that he does. Now under half a minute left to go here.
It's tough to say how this match is going to end right, but it looks like it may go in favor for the Dodgers, as we did watch Angle kind of take a little bit of an injury, and I think, as you said, that kind of gave the Dodgers a little bit of advantage. As I kind of hate to say it, but an injury really doesn't help your cause when you're trying to do your best work.
Trying to go for a switch here is Angle, but I don't think it's going to happen. Coming down to the final few seconds of this third period, does appear
5 seconds, and that looks like it's going to go right for Egley again.
Does appear that your 182-pound district champion will be Ben Egley out of Fort Dodge.
Moving. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to have to do it for us here at Alpha Media today, but I'm so glad you guys... Excuse me. I'm not aware of what I'm doing here. We're going to switch things here. I'm going to hand the mic back to Hank Ambrose as we move along here with a little bit more district wrestling for you all.
Well, Link, you want to stop the wrestling or what's going on, man? You guys sound pretty good for the time you guys were unmuted, so hey, good deal. Let's move on forward. Hey, we got a lot of matches to cover as we are still in the championship round. Coming off of that last bout, I saw at the 182-pound weight class, we will see Heinrichs and Engel. They're going to have a wrestle back to get second place, because if you do know, the top 2 wrestlers in the district, they get to go to the big shebang over in Des Moines, Iowa. Take a trip over at State Wrestling, Wells Fargo. Otherwise, folks, we're now in the 195-pound championship. As over on mat number 1 in the championship, we're looking down as we got a Denison wrestler. That Denison wrestler going down for Jackson Hildebrand. Hildebrand, he's wrestling up against, I believe, what is to be a Boone wrestler. Yes, it is. The Boone wrestler is McGuire Bryant. Hildebrand versus Bryant right now. So we're wrestling in. So far, the score 2-2. After we just saw Bryant's headpiece, his headgear just fell off. So, hey, 2-2. A minute 27 seconds remain. Minute 27 seconds remain. So we get back to the action right here. Now on the other mat, we see over on mat number 2 for the third place matchup. Just saw a pin happen for Ankeny Centennial. Caton Kaiser is the one that got himself the pin. So, in order to move on for Kaiser, what he'll need to have happen is he'll have to see Hildebrand get the victory. Now, Hildebrand is favored in this matchup. He's 34-3 coming into the weekend tournament. Alongside that, McGuire Bryant, he's 29-8. See what these two have together. A minute 15 seconds remain. In period number 1, you're listening to Hank Ambrose on the call for the Fort Dodge Weekend Wrestling District Tournament. What a mouthful. So we've had a lot of fun so far today. Before I get even further into my broadcast, I'd like to take the time to spend the time shouting out my boys in the booth. You most recently heard from Lincoln Clay and Wright Hellpiper on the call, taking over as I took just about a 3-match break. I've been broadcasting since about 8 a.m., so forgive me, please. Alongside that, big shout out to Javier Sanchez. He's been producing the matches for you. The game, goodness gracious. Now that's what your call would be, the game. No, I'm kidding. Javi helping us out, producing all the way through. Thank you, Javi. Anyway, as we get back to the action here, the guy's going to line back up. 4-3 in favor now of Hildebrand. Hildebrand sticking tight now. Look at him go, trying to break him down. Hildebrand, possibly the best or not second best wrestler coming from Denison Schleswig today. They've had a pretty good tournament, but have struggled in some areas. This is definitely their strong suit at 195. 4-3. As Hildebrand is looking to cut a corner. He'll snap him down, and now he's going to try to chase. 18 seconds. And once he gets him down and chases, that's a 2-point takedown off the breakdown. Hildebrand is still up 6-3 with 10 seconds remaining in period number 1. Hildebrand dominating early. Is now he's got a leg in to close out the first period, and that'll take us into period number 2. Wow. So we're looking for the flip, and the decision deferred by Hildebrand. Now, here comes the decision. No, Hildebrand choosing bottom. He's up 6-3. He can add to his tally here on bottom. Let's see what type of moves he can pull out of his arsenal when starting on bottom. As of recent, we just saw McGuire go a little early. Got to just slow it down a little bit. He was called for a caution, and because that was his second caution, a point will be awarded towards Hildebrand, who's now up 7-3. 2 minutes remain, the 195 class. Oh, my. Oh, my. And this is hurting himself. Another time. Going to be another caution. Another point going to be awarded for Hildebrand. Is Jackson Hildebrand. He's shaking his head. Yeah, you keep throwing the cautions. Lean on me all you want. I'll take the points. 8-3 now. There we go. That was a fair stance. 8-3, 5 seconds into the second period. Hildebrand trying to shake McGuire loose, but McGuire doing a good job at hanging tight. 1 minute, 53 seconds remain in period number 2. As they go up, Hildebrand looking to keep it tight. Doing a good job at shifting all the way through. 145 remains, 8-3. Once again, folks, for there to be a wrestle back at the 195 class, we would have to see a victory from Hildebrand. And with the score being 8-3 right now, as we are 30 seconds into the second period, I do believe that that could be very likely. We will see. Back to the action here over at Fort Dodge Senior High. A minute and a half remains as Hildebrand still stays up. 8-3, breaking down, going for a reversal. Can he get it? He's got to pry him off with a crowbar with his leg as he's going to reach from behind. That's a 2-point reversal. Way to go, Hildebrand. He's up 10-3. And now he's going to circle around the hips through the neck as he's got wrist control. Here comes the Butcher, followed by Granby. Sit on him. Here comes Hildebrand. Is he's wanting the count? No. Good job at just stalling.
Tell you what, Hank, the way Hildebrand's wrestling in that match, that thigh tattoo of his might as well say, I'm better than you, and I know it.
Yeah. It's looking good out on the mat so far, man. Hey, 10-3. How about your tattoo, right? Enough talk about yours.
I do have a tattoo on my ring finger. It's a red cross. I got a matching tattoo with my dad. It does need to be fixed. It is fading a little bit. My first ever tattoo.
10-3. 25 seconds remain.
Might as well say I'm the better broadcaster.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I'm kidding, Hank.
Hildebrand's going to sit him out now. Here we go. 15 seconds remain in period number 2.
Hildebrand still trying to work on that near side cradle here. Getting him flipped over now, trying to lift him up. Here in the final seconds. Won't get it done here. He'll still lead 10-3 going into the third.
And now, what just happened? That down there by McGuire, that's got to be so tough. McGuire just took 2 shots right to the side of the hip and to the rib, right as Hildebrand was just powering him down through. 10-3, 2 minutes remain in the third period. As they build, look at Hildebrand. He just stands up on his feet like it's nothing.
I think I see an extra line on that tattoo. Maybe it says I'm stronger than you too.
Yeah, holy smokes, no kidding. And once again, we're going to see it. 4 cautions.
Are we placing bets on how many cautions are going to be in this match?
Hildebrand going to move up 11-3.
I'd like to get in on the over on this.
1:55 remains. Right? Trying to bet. It's now legal in the state of Iowa. I don't think it is at the high school level, however.
I don't think betting in high school is legal yet.
Yet. A minute 40 seconds remain. You guys are ridiculous. Hildebrand is still bellying out right now as he's working his way against McGuire. McGuire, he's on top. He's got a leg in, and he's just trying to butcher him down. Let's see if he can do it. He's trying to roll him to the side. Hildebrand is stuck on his thigh. He's got power. Look at him try to shake him. Oh, my goodness. Hildebrand, tell him to climb the tower, climb the tree, as he tries to shake him all the way down. 1 minute and 11 seconds remain. It's 11-3. Hildebrand staying belly down. Now his legs are not moving, but they are free to move. It's his hips. As the fans in the crowd, they're chanting stalling, as I can see why.
Hildebrand trying to make sure I win my parlay here. I am, of course, kidding.
Hildebrand, he's got based up now. Look at it come down. McGuire, got to shake him. McGuire, you're down by 8. He's got to find a way to put him to his back. Uh-oh, this could be illegal.
Looking for the stalling call here. I'm not sure it's going to matter much. Down 11-3 here.
25 seconds remain in the third period. You can tell when the referees are looking for a possible stall call when he gets all perked up like that and tries to run around to check. 15 seconds. Hildebrand has been on his belly for the entirety of the time. There we go. Now his legs are free. He built up to a base. He'll try to shake him off as he's just on all fours. Hold on for the ride, and that should be it. In the closing seconds of the 195-pound class, we just saw yet another champion, the first from Denison Schleswig today. And there will be a wrestle back. At 195, it's going to be between Kaiser as he looks to take on who other than McGuire Bryant out of Boone, Iowa. Wow. What about that last match? Now here we go. Moving into the 220-pound championship match. We got a good one here as well. In just a moment here, let me just write down my stats before I get back to the broadcast here. And before we get back to the play-by-play, I want to take the time, spend the time to shout out my sponsors. My sponsors being of Peterson Sanitation. Alongside Peterson Sanitation, I like to also shout out Active Health Clinics, Overhead Door Company of Webster County, and a lot more. But just until a little bit. Otherwise, thank you for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community along with our Iowa community. Back to the action here. A minute and a half remains in the championship round. In the championship round, we are currently seeing from the likes of Lamar's versus Spencer, Iowa. That is Aiden Hogue. Hogue, 41-3 coming into the weekend tournament, taking on Spencer's Logan Huckfeldt, who's 23-5. Now in the third place matchup, on the other end, we see Storm versus Boone. Boone wrestler is Brevin Bennett, who came into the weekend 30-9. Storm Lake is Deshaun Amida, who came into the weekend 16-13. Back to the action over on mat 1, which is the championship match. At the 220-pound weight class, 45 seconds remain. Still 0-0. We just saw a cut, a far ankle, as that's going to be awarded all the way down towards Huckfeldt out of Spencer. He's up 2-0. 30 seconds remain in the first period. And now right after that, we just saw Lamar's Aiden Hogue get up. Hogue, he's down 2-1. 15 seconds remain, both men in the neutral. As you see right there, they're battling. They're keeping to it tough. So they're working down. 5 seconds remain. 1-2. Huckfeldt doing a good job of sticking in this one. And to say that Huckfeldt would be up in the championship round after one, man, speak about betting. What's the under on that one, right?
I'd say about 220.
Yeah, sure. 2-1, 2 minutes remain in the second period.
I'll check DraftKings. Just give me just a minute.
Yeah. Huckfeldt back on top. Here we go, moving our way forward with Lamar's Aiden Hogue. Hogue letting them just work around him as Huckfeldt looking to try to build a bridge. Right now, he's going over towards his side. He's going to break down his near side and go Butcher. Butcher, probably the most popular move we've seen so far, and this Butcher is going to go around the ears. Oh, my goodness. Look at the circle. Now, you got to be careful here. You can't reach your arm back up too high on your opponent's back. Otherwise, you'll be called for a legal hold. A legal submission with a minute 15. 2-1 in favor of Huckfeldt. Hogue looking to make a switch, but he can't stick in it. Hogue looks tired, man. Hogue trying to get up. He's got wrist control. He's up on his feet. The cheerleader's back up out of the way, and it's now tied at 2. And on the other end of the mat for the third place match, wow, look at that one. It's going to be a win for Boone, as Boone just had Brevin Bennett. As Bennett will either be in a wrestleback or he'll finish as third today. .44 seconds remain in the second period. 2-2. Hogue going up against Huckfeldt. Huckfeldt now controlling the wrist. Check out this Hogue now as he's going to go head-to-head. He's trying to grab onto an elbow, and that's exactly what he does right there. Huckfeldt sticking with him. 20 seconds remain. So it remains 2-2. 15 seconds. And now with 6 seconds closing out the second period, these guys in a standstill, trying to force each other outside, but hey, that's okay. They got thrown in the last second of the second period outside, out of bounds. So hey, we're going into the third period in the championship round. It's tied 2 apiece. 2 minutes on the clock. Decision going to be made by Huckfeldt. Huckfeldt chooses down. Okay, Huckfeldt, let's see what you got. What are you made of? He tries to climb, tries to go for a switch. Here it comes. Is the switch successful? Uh-oh, Hogue, he still has a single leg takedown. In formation, he's holding on. You got to hold on for dear life. Now, if he holds on here and these guys are still parallel, they're going to restart him at the center of the mat. That's exactly what they do. Great wrestling that time by Hogue, and that's just the smarter decision right there. Huckfeldt had to get up on his feet. Oh, and they're actually going to let him up. Okay, so there you go. Huckfeldt going to be awarded with escape from the gentleman's escape. 3-2, a minute and a half remains in the third period. Huckfeldt grabbing out of wrists. Hogue fires in desperation. He wants to suck it in. Can he get it? He still has to throw. Trying to bring him back in the center of the mat as Huckfeldt tries to work outside. Hogue is hanging on him. He's gassed. He's tired. He's got to show hard. Only a minute and 5 seconds remain. 3-2. Huckfeldt is holding on. Up 1. He tries to go 4. That was a near ankle right there. Near ankle takedown. Almost went up by a tree trunk, but the guys were forced out of bounds. 55 seconds remain. 3-2. Huckfeldt shooting in as he's trying to fly away. He does in favor. And bringing him down is Hogue. That's a blast double. And now we're looking at Huckfeldt in trouble with 40 seconds to go. Hogue up for the first time this match with 40 seconds to go in the final period. If you had to take the lead at any time, it'd be right here. 30 seconds before they're both forced out of bounds. We'll go back towards the center of the mat as Hogue has the lead, 4-3. It looks like a possible blood timeout as we're pointing at the nose down there. And as we're pointing at the news, we're going to take the time to spend the time shouting out our sponsors. Big shout out for Shodden Electric. Alongside Shodden Electric, I'd also like to shout out the Docket. And alongside the Docket, big shout out towards Trevino Drywall for sponsoring the broadcast and for all you do for our Fort Dodge community, and as well as our Iowa community. Back to the action here, off of the blood timeout. He's got himself a little cloth, a little fabric in, a cotton ball, if you will, and we're ready to wrestle. 4-3. 26 seconds, and oh my goodness, an escape sent up. And now pushing out of bounds, 4-4. Huckfeldt with the power. 22 seconds remain. It's a tied match. 4-4. Here we go. 15 seconds. Guys got to be ready. Huckfeldt circling Hogue. Hogue doing the same. Huckfeldt in on a single leg with 7 seconds. Can Huckfeldt finish? He's just got to dump him. Can he get it? Blast him down with a second, and no. Oh. Wow. 4-4. And the start of the overtime period. Here we go. We're getting right into it. Huckfeldt versus Hogue. All you need to do to get the win in overtime is get the first takedown. Ooh. Huckfeldt. Yeah, that's right. But Hogue, great defense as he bodies him up. Hogue, here he comes with a blast double. Hogue brings it down. 2 points as Hogue is your champ. A guy that was down the entirety of the match. He was up within the last 40 seconds of the third period for only about 10 seconds until we saw Huckfeldt come back, and then he lost. So here we go as we're about to see a wrestle back from Huckfeldt and Bennett. And here we go with our final championship round of the matchup in just a moment here. Hang on just a second. All right, I'm written down. I'm ready to go. It's the big boys now. Their time to shine. The 285 heavyweight weight class. Here he comes, Keaton Nichols, to take on the Boone Toreador. Boone is going to send out Hector Garcia, 34-4 on the season, as Keaton Nichols sits at 23-15. Let's get right into it. 2 minutes on the clock. The guys have started wrestling, and we are ready to rock and roll on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media FD's YouTube channel. 1:45 remains in period number 1. Keaton Nichols sticking to him tight, but look at the power of Hector Garcia. Garcia with interior presence. That's what he's going to do all match long. He's going to back you up and then break you down. So Keaton Nichols, not only does he have to wrestle really well, but he has to keep cool, calm composure as this guy likes to get in your head. Now Keaton near ripping off the the headgear of Hector Garcia, turning it into a face mask, I should say. A minute 15 remains. And now within the closing minute of the first period, we just saw a pin early on into that last period. from Storm Lake. Is Storm Lake over there? Got the victory, coming in third. That is Storm Lake's Aiden Phillips. .50 seconds remain. Keaton Nichols going to stick to it. Now, Keaton Nichols is who beat Aiden Phillips last round, so Keaton Nichols is automatically going to move on. There's not going to be a wrestle back, but this match is still huge. Huge to say the least. We're going to see a great one come down to the end, the final championship round. What better way to close it off at heavyweight? But we still have 2 rounds after this, the consolation round and the wrestleback round. 25 seconds remain as Nichols has a throw outside. Hector Garcia comes to the center of the mat now. 20 seconds remain. Hector trying to straddle him in, but Keaton doing exactly what he's needed to do since the beginning of the match. Just stick to him tight, be cool, calm, have swagger out there, and keep being a good wrestler like you are yourself. Keaton Nichols with 5 seconds. He's going to let the time bleed out after 1. So after 1, we're going to wait on the flip. It is 0-0 as it comes down to Keaton Nichols' decision. Keaton Nichols' decision, he will go ahead and choose down. He wants to be the first to score. I love the mentality. It's still 0-0. That first point is huge in a wrestler's head. As Hector Garcia trying to break Keaton down. Now Hector's just so tough. Keaton's going to have to really battle here. Keaton trying to work his way up. See if he can do it. He's on his base right now. He moves to his palms, but an inside wrist is made by Hector Garcia. Garcia moves along. 1 minute and 35 seconds remain in the second period. Now Nichols, he's bellied out. Does a good job at keeping the energy high. Building back up to his base. Then once more Garcia to put him down into the mat. Uh-oh, near flipping him. Keaton, got to make a decision here. Turn with him or just fight it. Back point's not awarded yet. Here they come. Keaton, uh-oh. Gets on his back. Got to keep your shoulders up. Keaton, Nichols to be pinned. Hector Garcia gets the win. He's your 285-pound champ, as there will not be a wrestler back at the 285-pound class. Keaton Nichols will move on to state wrestling in Wells Fargo. Wow. Wow. Jeez. So I'm listening to the PA man talk over the speakers, talking about the wrestlebacks of who, what, when, where, why. And I hear about 8 wrestlebacks, but that's not going to come until the following round. Now, this upcoming round will be a consolation round, coming right up in just a little bit here. But until then, folks, we're actually going to throw it to one of my interviews that I got to sit down with. I actually got to sit down with Alexis Ross, who is your Dodger Girl State Champion. Just earlier this week, we talked about wrestling. We talked about her career as a Dodger, talked about the district tournament, and much, much more. So without further ado, let's send it on over towards the interview.
Fort.
It feels great to finally do it, like get it over with, because I've got third, I've got second, and I've just kind of had this chip on my shoulder, and now it's great to finally actually be able to get first and show everyone. Yeah. I'm excited to watch my brother. This would be his second year making it to state. He's a sophomore. And then the rest of my team, just see how many we can put through, because last year we almost put through the full team, had a few miss out. And then this year I'm just excited to see how many we can get through. Yeah, I practice with all of them. I've always practiced with all of them. Most of them I've been wrestling since I was like 4.
Yeah.
Because when I started, I knew a lot of them. So it's normal. And then most of them they'll just be like, oh, Alexis is one of the guys. Like, they just treat me like one of the guys. Yeah. At first it was still kind of a shock, and then like after a while had went by, I don't know, it kind of dimmed out, but I still get, like, when I walk through the halls and everything, everybody's like state champ and just kind of congratulates me, and I'm still getting congratulations from a lot of other people that I haven't seen, and it's still just like exciting to just keep wrestling and for to have everybody know that like I can wrestle on that level and just keep building that. When people congratulated me on the last 2 years when I got second and third, it was just kind of like, thanks, but I was still like,
Don't talk to me, right?
Yeah, I was still like, okay, I didn't win though. Like, I didn't do my best, so I didn't really feel like I earned the congratulations, but now it's like, okay, I earned it, so it's actually exciting when people say that. It's just been kind of like a thing my whole life. I've said I wanted to be like a 4-time state champ, and that's never been a thing because there was never girls state, but when girls state came a thing, I was like, oh, I can actually be 4-time state champ. Now I can be a 3-time state champ, and then that didn't happen. So now I kind of changed it, and I'm just like, I'm going to win state as many times as I can and just keep going to be the person in my family that's won state the most times.
I love that. I guess. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
State.
I don't know, it's a lot cooler that it's became a thing, and now that it's becoming sanctioned, especially because I get to be a part of like history and everything.
Yeah.
And no one would have ever thought there would have been a girls' state, and people still kind of think it's like a girls' state, but then they watch us and they're like, oh, like this is real wrestling, like this is wrestling. So it's fun just to be a part of all that and all the history that's there with it.
Since you just got state.
Yeah, a lot of them text me and send me letters and other stuff, but I kind of figuring out what I've been wanting to do for college, and I kind of figured it out a little bit now. And now I can look into that and see like what they're offering and other things, other factors, how far they are from here and stuff. And then I can definitely look into that because I do want to wrestle in college. No, I mean, most of them are just like, they want to talk to me or set up a visit and stuff like that.
This Saturday?
I've always thought it was cool, and me growing up, I had an older brother, and he brought me into the room like when I was in the 8th grade, I think, and I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I was like, yeah, like high school wrestling, like it's always been no doubt that I'm gonna wrestle throughout high school and college, but now college because they added it, but it's always been no doubt that I was gonna wrestle in high school, and everybody thought I was gonna quit, but no. So it means it's very cool for me to wrestle here with all the boys and for them to just treat me like a normal wrestler. Yeah. I want to see a few matches with I think the Centennial. Are they in our district? Yeah, I want to see a few matches with them. Yeah.
Welcome back, wrestling fans, to the broadcast on 92 Rock, alongside your FortDodge.com, alongside Alpha Media Fort Dodge YouTube channel. You're listening to Hank Ambrose on the call. Once again, I'd like to thank Alexis Ross for joining me for that intermission interview. And we have another one coming up with Jordan Pryor, but just in a little bit. First, folks, we're actually going to take a short break, just a short one, but we will still keep the live stream running. You're still going to be able to see the matches, as right now we're in the consolation round. This is round number 4, and round number 5, we will have the wrestlebacks, and we will cover that, but we're going to take about a 4-minute break. Until then, we'll be right back after the short break on on your FortDodge.com, Alpha Media's Fort Dodge YouTube channel, and 92 Rock. How you doing today?
I'm fine. Yourself?
Hey, man. It's so good to have you on. Right?
Yep, right.
So,
Cool, yeah.
so you're in Iowa.
It's pretty tough. It's hard. Preseason, going into preseason and like the regular season, it's just a big transition, And some people really can't like keep up with that. It's actually hard here, to be honest.
It's very right?
It is. It's different. Different breeds here, right?
Maryland, correct?
Yes, sir. So, I was talking to University of Maryland, and I got in and everything, and then my heavyweight coach, Kerry McCoy, he had stepped down during the time, so me and my dad, my parents was like, all right, we're talking to Luke Moffitt and everything. My other coach, my high school coach, Doug McLean, shout out Doug McLean. He was talking to him, he was like, we got a plan, let's go here, knock these 2 years out, go back to D1,
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so.
And country steamrolling through the competition.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Out there.
Oh man, it's a lot of weight on your shoulders. Heavyweight, it depends like on a match. Like you can all end up on me or like how it goes. But it's like when I go out there, it's either I want to pin them or like get it out the way.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
I noticed that. I mean, not balls. We've seen that a number. Deroser.
Yeah, pretty much photos. I've been wrestling since I was 4, right? I'm 20 right now. Well, 21. My bad.
Jordan.
I mean, to be honest, I love it here.
Yeah.
The community, love wrestling, like you said. I just feel like home, like it's family,
Yeah. Business life.
Yeah.
Dude, that's what I noticed.
I learned it from both, to be honest. Back home, I had kids like coming off the street, coming to the wrestling room, looking up to me, So like teaching them is just like it's different, bro. It's like brotherhood, It's actually.
Huge. That's a huge thing to put on. Too. Maybe. So
A
pyramid?
chain? Of course, yeah, it is. It's always probably that one person that's always going to train to try to like knock your head off, you know, get you off the rankings. But like, you just gotta train like you're broke, bro. You gotta want it. You gotta stay hungry, you know.
I like that.
Yeah.
Train like you're broke. I love that.
Yeah.
I'll produce it for you guys. Let me be
No,
a part
thank
of
you,
guys.
thank you.
Oh, hey, I appreciate it. Roster necessarily. Backs, really. I will say. Jordan Pryor. Because
Yeah.
I know at the beginning.
No. To be honest, I like to. I'm light on my feet, so I like practicing like 97s, heavyweights, people that's way bigger than me. You know, like football people, like linemen and everything. Yeah, but mainly it's lifting weights, though. To be honest, in college, it's just strength. It's strength and technique, bro.
Gotcha. Team. You could definitely.
Yep, but I swear I get that all the time, all the time. The end, I should have played football in high school.
You didn't play football in high school?
Nah, just kept wrestling. Stopped in 8th grade.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my older brother played football though. Yeah,
Really?
I should have played with him though. Yeah.
Wow.
3 years older than me.
Well, for you.
Yeah. Yes.
So, or for college wrestling.
Nationals, to be honest. I'm trying to bring home that title.
Let's do it.
That's
Let's
right.
do it.
There's one match at a time, you know? One match at a time. To be honest, I think it's the gas tank.
Gas tank?
Gas tank. Running, cardio, a lot of cardio. Like, some people, you just got to break them, you know? Like, they can't go into, like, the third period or overtime, you know? But, yeah, that's pretty much it, to be honest.
Gotcha.
Training hard. Thank you.
For the rest.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Welcome back, Dodger fans and wrestling fans, to the broadcast on 92 Rock. Joined alongside YourFortDodge.com and Alpha Media's Fort Dodge YouTube channel. Oh my goodness, am I not used to saying that? We've had so much fun live streaming for you folks on YouTube. Yes, on Alpha Media's FD, or Fort Dodge, YouTube channel. You can find us live streaming the event via video. So we're having a great time. Before we get back into any of the wrestling matches, I'd like to say you were listening to Hank Ambrose on the call for the Dodger District Weekend Wrestling Tournament. And I'd also like to shout out my boys in the booth. Javier Sanchez, he's the producer along the way. Joined alongside Javi Sanchez, Link Clay. He is a runner. He's been doing camera work. He's been doing it all for us. And Wright Hill Piper, he's been my color man as well. But, folks, right now we're working our way through the consolation brackets as we just have one more. Is it just one? Well, two more on this match, and then possibly one more after these two that are showing right now. And then we're going to head into our wrestlebacks. We have a total of 9 wrestlebacks, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 wrestlebacks. Now, if you know wrestling for districts, we move the top 2 wrestlers in each weight class on to state wrestling over in Des Moines, Iowa at Wells Fargo Center. So, speaking of those wrestlebacks, I'm going to go through my list of who, what, when, where, how, why. So I'm going to start with our first wrestleback, as there is not going to be a wrestleback at 106 or 113. Our first one will start at 120, as it's going to be a wrestleback between Bright, which is Peyton Bright from Ankeny Centennial, as he's going to be going up against Johnson from Spencer, Iowa. Moving through, no wrestleback at 126. A wrestleback is at 132, however, and that's going to be between Carter and Weiner. That is going to be Cale Weiner out of Ankeny Centennial, joined alongside Carter Davis at Ankeny High. That's going to be a wrestleback at 132. Moving forward here, we're going to have a wrestleback at 138. That matchup is going to be Johnson. That's going to be Cade Johnson from Spencer, Iowa, as he'll take on Demarion Ross from Fort Dodge at the 138 wrestleback for a chance to go to state, getting second place at the district tournament. Moving forward, there will be a wrestleback as well at 145 between Jackson Schultz from Spencer and Carter Bennett. Carter Bennett hails from Ankeny Centennial, as they'll wrestle for the second place match today. Alongside that, I also had a wrestleback at the 152 weight class between Edgar Barrio. He'll take on Tegan Payfer. Payfer is from Ankeny. Edgar Barrio is from Storm Lake. Moving forward at the 160 class, there will be a wrestleback at the 160 class. Alex Allen versus Cole Rudder. Cole Rudder is from Spencer, Iowa. Alex Allen, he hails from Lamar's, Iowa. That's going to be a really good match. Make sure you stick around, especially for that one. I'm super excited for that one. No wrestleback at 170. Moving on over towards 182, there will be a wrestleback. For second place, it'll be a wrestleback between Engel. Engel comes from Boone, Iowa, Jaden Engel, as he's going to be taking on Heinrichs, which is Will Heinrichs from Ankeny High. Moving forward, there will be a wrestleback at the 195 weight class as well, as that's going to be between Kaiser, which is Caden Kaiser from Ankeny Centennial, as he's going to be taking on McGuire, which is Bryant McGuire from Boone, Iowa. That's at the 195-pound weight class. And then the final wrestleback of the day will be at the 220-pound weight class, as that's going to be between Logan Huckfeldt of Spencer, Iowa, as he's going to be taking on, now I have him down, no, that's not a wrestleback. Correction, no wrestleback between them as well, as Huckfeldt had previously beat Bennett in round number 2. Forgot to write no, my apologies. So that's actually a total of 8, because we will not have a wrestleback at the heavyweight class. And if you do hear over the mic, the PA man just announced our wrestlebacks. So without further ado, let's get right into it. As we get right into it, we're going to start at the 120-pound weight class. As that is Bright versus Johnson. For the wrestle back, Ankeny Centennial going up against Johnson of Spencer. On mat number 1. On mat number 2, we see Ankeny Centennial at the 132-pound weight class. Carter versus Weiner. Weiner, he's from Ankeny, Iowa. We're going to stick to mat number 1. Is Wright. He's going to help me out with updates from mat number 2. Getting right into it, the score is 0-0. A minute and a half remains in the first period. As I look down towards the mat, it's a good matchup so far between Johnson going up against Bright. Bright looking to stay in bounds. Oh, nearly cut him off as Johnson. Johnson looking like he got a 2-point takedown and maybe even some possible back points. Let's see if they give it to him. He at least got the takedown. We're waiting for the call right here. Officially, they're going to give him the 2 points only. 2-0. A minute and 8 seconds remain in period number 1. Now the Ankeny Centennial staff, the coaching staff, they're going over to check out to ask about the call over there. Make sure they got it down packed. While they check that out, got an update for you on the 132-pound match over there. Carter versus Weiner. Over there, so far it's still 0-0. There's a takedown to begin us right there. As we just saw from Weiner, he's up 2-0. Back to mat number 1 between Bright versus Johnson. As we most recently seen Johnson get a takedown, he's up 2-0. Rolling through the rest of this match. As we keep along here, Johnson, he's going to stay on top with hip control, and he's going to flip him over for a cradle. Now, the cradle was on the near side, and he's going to suck him down to the near side as well. Now, this is a position you got to be careful of because you're bringing your hips down with him as well. And if he breaks free and has leverage, like he does right here, to possibly stand up or even reverse it, this could go very wrong for you. 2-0, Johnson retains his lead, and he's still on top. Right, you want to take away with the update on mat number 2?
Over on mat 2, 132-pound bout coming at you. Cale Weiner versus Carter Davis, Ankeny Centennial and Ankeny Community. 2-1 the score so far. Right now, Davis is up on Weiner, just 2-1 going into the start of the second period.
And during that update we just saw from Bright, as Bright flipped it around Johnson and even got some back points out of it. Let's see how many was awarded at the end of the period. Well, I guess he's not going to show first, but here we go. So, flipping the toss, it's going to be won by Johnson. Johnson elects to defer, Bright to choose. Bright chooses down, he wants the score. That 2 that he must have put up must have been just a reversal. I swear that I saw 2 from the other end, so my apologies there. It'll just actually be 2-2. A minute 55 remains. Johnson going to stay on top of Bright. Bright is working tight. Bright builds a base, gets up to his feet. Keep in mind, these wrestlebacks are all for the chance to go to state wrestling. These are huge emotions to run high. It's a tied match on mat number 1. A minute 35 remains in period number 2. It's tied 2-2. Johnson is on top. Bright, who started on bottom, is looking for a chance to take the lead. As he's working on that elbow control, as he'll bring it down to plant the wrist as well. Trying to work outside. And getting cradled up is Bright as Johnson is trying to work for it. He might be able to turn him as long as he locks it up. Johnson, he's riding him tight. Here we go. Trying to barrel him up right here. He's going near shoulder into near leg for that cradle. He couldn't put him down. Levi Johnson still going. Bright sticking to him. 2-2 remains. Under 55 seconds to wrestle in period number 2. Here we go. And then a flip on over. Bright looking to try to get a reversal, but no. Johnson trying to sit him down. 45 seconds. Johnson puts his back under him. What will he do now? Got 35 seconds remaining in period number 2. Between Bright and Johnson. Getting so close to those back points. As Bright gets sucked down. Johnson, however, is on his back. He's got to be careful here. He will suck him down. Back points coming soon. No, not yet. Is Bright doing a good job at staying level on top of him? That is a reversal, and then setting him to his back is Bright. Bright sucking in the headlock, and then he gets turned. Holy smokes. No, and then it goes back to Bright. And here come the back points. 5 seconds remain in the second period. Here come the back points. He sits on them. Oh, in about 5 more seconds, that could have been called for a pin. Both guys were inbounds along with their feet. They're going to give him 3 back points. He's up 7-2 off of that reversal.
Over on mat 2, Weiner versus Davis. Weiner continues to lead Davis now 6-3 going into the third period. They are going to start that third period in the neutral position. Excuse me, no, they're going to start that with Weiner in the down position.
1 minute and 50 seconds remain, 7-2. Bright is with it, trying to suck up a cradle. Levi Johnson was the aggressor early on, but Bright now, he has more energy, it looks like, as Johnson's bellied out. Bright doing a good job sticking on top of the hips, but he's got to move him, and potentially dangerous as he put him in a full Nelson. They're going to just stop the action before they center him back up. 1 minute 33 seconds remain in the first and second wrestleback. As over on the mat number 2, we're looking over at as Weiner. Weiner has the lead. No, he's down 3. As Carter currently has the lead, up 6-3. On the other end, 7-2 in favor of Bright. Bright puts in a cradle. He could be stuck. Knee into the side, and he rolls back around. Uh-oh, another cradle position. Near put him down. Bright, holy smokes. Uh-oh, now Bright, he got out of position, tried to come and stand back up. However, Johnson reverses it. So the score, 9-4. 52 seconds remain in the third period on mat number 1. Johnson behind the arms. Here we go. Now keep in mind, Johnson wrestled in the championship round, and now he's down 5 with 40 seconds remaining in the third period. Bright's got to look for a way to come back. He's just on bottom now. Johnson can hold on to this lead. 25 seconds remain. What will Johnson do? He's got to put him on his back. Maybe even let him up. And with 16 seconds remaining, this is do or don't right here. And now forcing him out of bounds with 13 seconds remaining. That's going to be close. As I took a look over on mat 2, going to see the final results of that one in just a moment. And there you go, Ankeny Centennial. At 132, they're going to get the victory. So who's that for 132?
Weiner.
That is Weiner.
Weiner going to be moving on to state. Davis going home in third.
Wow. And folks, we'll make sure to announce all of first, second, and third places from each weight class at the very end, so make sure you stick around for that. Now, looky here. As lightning strikes twice, or maybe it's Ankeny Centennial. As in the very first 2 wrestlebacks, Ankeny Centennial gets both of them. Bright moves on to state wrestling, as Johnson is going to finish in third. And now we're going to be up on the 138-pound weight class on mat number 1. Over on mat number 2, we will see from the 145-pound weight class. On mat number 1, it's going to be Johnson out of Spencer, as he's going to take on Damarian Ross. A lot of Johnsons from Spencer, if you've noticed that trend.
There's a whole lot of them over there, isn't there?
Yep, and then over on 145, it's going to be Jackson Schultz taking on Carter Bennett. Carter Bennett from Ankeny Centennial. Damarian Ross, here we go. This is where we're going to stick to right here. It's still 0-0 as Ross is trying to find a way to get the takedown. He does. Now, found himself in a front headlock, but it eventually switched to him getting behind the hips, and now a Granby roll. Uh-oh, Ross near put himself in a bad position. But with his upper body strength, he can easily just smooth him back out. 2-1 in favor of Ross. 1 minute 20 seconds remain in the first period. Ross going to dance around before he gets in tight. Here we go now, as Damarian Ross wants to make a trip to state. So he's going to suck in the wrist. He's currently up 4-1 with a minute to go in the first period.
Over on mat number 2 in the 145-pound weight class, we've got Bennett in the red wrestling out of wrestling out of Ankeny Centennial, as well as Jackson Schultz wrestling out of Spencer. No change on that mat over there. 1:05 left to go there in the first period. Score still 0-0.
35 seconds remain now for Ross as he's up 4-2 in the first period. They're going to call for a stalemate. They'll go back towards the center of the mat. Ross going up against Johnson. Ross coming into this one, getting the single leg takedown, and now he's going to switch off to a near side shoulder. Switching on over to a front headlock, trying to bring him in, take him to his back. Ross with a chance to go to state, move it. Oh! Still going to ride him out in the first period. He's currently up 6-2. And that's before back points. They're going to give him 3. 9-2 is a score at the end of 1 in favor of Demarion Ross.
Still no change over there on 2 between Bennett and Schultz. Still 0-0 with about 20 seconds left to go here. And now a takedown. That's going to go to Schultz. Looking for back points here as well, and he will get 2 out of it. That'll bring the score now 4-0 with 10 left to go. And I believe that'll close out the first period, 4-0. They gave the...
That'll be Carter Bennett who's going to keep the lead.
That will be Bennett getting the points there going into the second period.
Going back over to mat number 1, Demarion Ross. He's pairing up against Johnson. Demarion Ross going to get himself an escape within the first 20 seconds of the second period. He's up 10-2. Both men in neutral. As Johnson, he's trying to circle around Ross. Now, when talking about who was in the championship round between these two wrestlers, it came down to Ross, who he fell short to Lucas Bruhl. Otherwise, so far, he's dominating early. 12-2 with 1:15 remaining in the second period. And now he'll let him up. Johnson. All 3 points have came from escapes. 12-3. A minute remains in the second period.
2 more points being awarded there to Bennett. 1:38 left to go here in the second period. He now leads 6-0. He is positioned on the bottom with Schultz on top.
Ross does a good job at breaking down. Now he's looking to go for a near ankle.
Excuse me, folks, that was the other way around. Bennett is on top, Schultz is on bottom.
Ross still sticking up to it, 30 seconds remaining. 12-3 right here in the second period. As Ross going to let it just go outside. 23 seconds remain now. It's 14-3. Ross to start on top in the second period as he's going to show a gentleman's. See if he lets him up from it, and he will. 14-4. As Ross shoots in, trying to get in on a single leg takedown. But I don't know if he can stick to it as it's getting tight. He's going to have to do a job at sticking into it. With 6 seconds remaining, they're going to call for neutral in a stalemate. 14-4. 6 seconds remain in the second period. Moving forward, and now bringing him down was Ross to close out the period. See if they give him the points. They will. 16-4 as Ross is up by 12.
Still 6-0 over there on mat number 2 with 20 seconds left to go here in the first period. So far, Bennett continuing to ride out Schultz here for all of this second period as he started on top there. Looking to get back points here. I'm not sure he'll get any before that period is over, and I don't believe he will. The second period will finish out 6-0. Bennett continues to lead over Schultz.
Here we go as we make our way up with Ross. As he's going to try to break free out of an escape. He started the third period on bottom. Ross does get an escape. He's now winning 17-4. One more takedown, and he's taking a trip to state, and he gets around with a duck under, and that's how he does it. Tech fall. Demarion Ross makes his way to state as he's going to be taking a huge trip over as Johnson. Cade Johnson out of Spencer, Iowa, comes up just short. Cade Johnson, a sophomore, a kid with a lot of talent, a lot of opportunity to definitely be back in his career. Let's finish out the mat on 145. Currently 6-0 as I look on over there. Between Jackson Schultz and Carter Bennett, Bennett has the lead as he's trying to keep Jackson Schultz in bounds. Trying to inch his way out. Doing a good job at just keeping him in. 1 minute and 20 seconds remain over on mat number 2. Now on mat number 1, we're watching a wrestle back at the 152-pound weight class, and that's between Edgar Barrios versus Tegan Pfeiffer, as Edgar Barrios is going to come down and get him for an early duck under takedown. Going back to it, 145-pound class. Schultz taking on Carter Bennett. He's taking it in strong. Trying to find a way to just hold on. Right down there, looking down, it's Bennett. Bennett being the aggressor with 50 seconds remaining in the third period. He's got a head into his side. He's trying to drag down the leg. He will. The guys are forcing themselves out of bounds, however. We'll see what happens here. See a little update over on mat number 1 now. A reversal, as that is going to go in favor of the kid out of Ankeny High, Tegan Pfeiffer. 34 seconds remain over on mat number 2. Trying to keep a track of 2 of them at one time here. Here we go. Jackson Schultz, Carter Bennett, 6-0 as Bennett has the lead. Closing 20 seconds. Right now in the third period. Bennett sticking close, fending off, good defense. Schultz got to find a way to score. He hits in on a single leg, but he can't finish. 10 seconds remain as the guys are forcing their way out of bounds. Here we go. This could be it for Schultz. 4 seconds remain on the clock. It is 6-0 over on mat number 2, as it looks like Carter Bennett is about to move on. Between Carter Bennett and Jackson Schultz, both of these guys are senior wrestlers. And there you go. There you have it. Carter Bennett will move on to state, as that will be it for the Spencer wrestler. Great career, great season. Jackson Schultz will fall to Carter Bennett. Going back towards mat number 1 now. We're looking at the 152-pound weight class between Barrios, as Barrio is taking on Tegan Pfeiffer. So far, the score is in favor of, let's see here, Barrio. Barrio is up 4-2. As right now he's got a near side lock-in. It's a chicken wing. That's what he's got in. Once again, not a lot of chicken wings we've seen today. They're working hard to keep on wrestling. Barrio trying to make his statement out on the mat. Whoever wins these matches in the wrestle-offs gets second place, and they move on to state wrestling in Des Moines, Iowa. Huge moment between these folks. As Barrio taking on Tegan Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer is a sophomore, Barrio a junior. 1 minute 15 seconds remain in the second period. Barrio's on top.
Over on mat number 2, currently in the 160-pound weight class, we've got Allen out of Lamar's, as well as Rudder out of Spencer, wrestling for that second place spot. Allen in the red band, Rudder in the green. Right now, Rudder is up on Allen 2-1 after a takedown by Rudder and an escape from Allen. 45 seconds left to go there in the first period.
Here we go. Barrio still on top. 37 seconds remain in the second period, as we just saw right there. They're going to call for a stalemate. These guys going to go back towards the center of the mat. Lining up now. Barrio sticking tight. Storm Lake trying to send their man through. And Barrio looking to get too high. Putting him in a Dutch. Can he complete it? But Barrio sticks him out, hips him out, and gets him back to his belly. Barrio to stay on top, as he almost rode too high and flipped on over. And now they'll call once more for a legal hold. Had him up a little too high. 16 seconds remain in the second period. 4-2 Barrio. He's going to sucker him down once more. Pfeiffer goes to his belly. 10 seconds. Keep on wrestling. Keep on jumping through. Right here is Pfeiffer down. Got an update for us over on mat number 2.
Absolutely, in the 160-pound weight class. Once again, Allen out of Lamar's, as well as Rudder out of Spencer. Currently, Rudder up on Allen 4-3 as of right now, with 146 left to go there in the second period.
As I'm looking over, Barrero sticking to him tight. 6-2 is the score, a minute 35 seconds remain. Barrero looking for a near side cross. And now look at this, a Butcher trying to go from around. But he's going to give up his position and work from back behind his hips. And now he's going to leg him out. A minute 20 seconds remain in the third period. Barrero on top, 6-2. As they're telling Pfeiffer to try and just put something out there. Pfeiffer. As he's going to be stuck down onto the mat. Barrero looking to get the pin. He's got him in a cradle, but back wasn't all the way on. Doing a good job legging out. 3 back points will be awarded for Barrero. 9-2, 54 seconds remain in the third period. Look at that. Look at the crowd around for Ankeny. Cheering on their man, and here we go. It's going to be a reversal in favor of Tegan Pfeiffer. The score is 9-4. Here we go, 35 seconds. Barrero looking to get the reversal again, and he will. Wait, not just yet. Hang on. Not yet. 25 seconds, Pfeiffer hangs on. Barrero did not end up getting the reversal. It looked easier than a slice of cheese out there, but no. 9-4, Pfeiffer to hold on. Here we go, trying to leg it in. With 8 seconds, he's got to put him to his back. Here we go. Barrero, got to be tough, and he will be tough. He'll be moving on. He's moving on. He's going to state. 9-4. Good to see that over on the sideline. Dad going over there. Yeah. Dad going over there, happy, hugging his son. It's good to see that. Barrero taking a trip to state. Oh, yeah. Otherwise, we're seeing over there on mat number 2 in the 160-pound wrestleback, that match between Alex Allen taking on Cole Rudder. So far, we're looking at that match as it looks like Rudder is looking to try to get out from it. Oh, there we go. Now, so far in the lead, we're going to see it all the way from Rudder. Rudder, he's up 6-3, and he's on his base. In the third period, a minute 22 seconds remain. Alex Rudder looking to break down. Now, Alex Allen, excuse me. Allen, he's got to do something fancy here. So what we're looking at right now is Allen, he's losing this match, and he's on top. He's going to let Rudder climb, but he can't get out. Allen going to have to make a move soon. Here we go. Allen with it now. Trying to break free, but he can't. Rudder gets a reversal. He's now up 8-3 with 50 seconds to wrestle with in the third period. As I look over on mat number 1, as well, folks, just a little update for you. We have a 195-pound wrestleback. That's between Kaiser and McGuire. We'll get into that in just a little bit at the close of the 160 bout. Over there, Alex Allen taking on Cole Rudder. That would be a cool name, Cutter. Rudder the Cutter. 20 seconds remain now in the final period. We just saw an escape by Alex Allen. Allen has to make a move. Here we go. He'll try to shoot in. Legs through, Rudder flies away. Rudder still up, 8-4. Allen trying to break free, he can't, and that'll be it. Cole Rudder moves on. Rudder going to state wrestling in Des Moines, Iowa. Kid from Spencer gonna make it. Now we're gonna look on over towards mat number 1 here. Mat number 1, the 195-pound weight class. We have that one, and we also have the 182-pound wrestleback as well. On the 195-pound wrestleback, it's Kaiser versus McGuire. McGuire Bryant out of Boone, Iowa. Kaiser is out of Ankeny Centennial. So far, the score is in favor of Caden Kaiser, who's up 2-0, and now he's trying to flip him. Trying to put him in. Good point, Ryan O'Leary. Good point over there from the assistant AD over at Fort Dodge Senior High. There's a guy that is from Boone, Iowa. He's taking on Heinrich versus Engel. Now, Engel seriously injured his shoulder early on this season and earlier on in the tournament in the finals. Let's see if he can rebound and just stay alive in this one. But right now the focus is on the 195-pound matchup. Is that one down over there? 2-0 in favor of Kaiser. 2-0, 2 minutes remain. Here we go. Kaiser working out there. I see over on the video camera, if you're watching the live stream, folks, I see some people are getting up, leaving. Some of these teams don't have any more. These are the final 2 wrestlebacks of the night, folks, so some of these teams are done for the rest of the night. Otherwise, here we go. 1 minute, 20 seconds remain in the second period. Kaiser goes up 4-0. Got an update for us on mat number 2, right?
182-pound weight class. It's Henrichs wrestling out of Ankeny, as well as Engel wrestling out of Boone, as you mentioned earlier. Engel injuring that shoulder there in the finals. Both of these wrestlers with shoulder braces on here. One on the right and one on the left. We'll see how much that affects it. So far here, Henrichs in the green, up right now. 2-1, 44 left to go here in the first period.
Getting back to the action on mat number 1, 4-0 in favor of Kaiser. 35 seconds remain in the second period. Kaiser trying to lock up another cradle. Nearly had the one at the end of the first period. Let's see if he can get it here. His legs are free, but as we look down, McGuire Bryant, he's not moving too much. Kaiser got to make a move. Coming into the weekend tournament, Caden Kaiser, 27-14 on the season. McGuire Bryant, 29-8. 14 seconds remain in the period. It looks like a stalemate was just called. So these guys going to go back towards the center of the mat as we have an update for you over on mat number 2. If Wright would take it away for me.
182-pound weight class. Now Hendricks up by 3 on Engel. 4-2. Excuse me, up by 2 now. 4-2 after the takedown and escape. Again, 18 seconds left in that first period.
Here we go, back to the action on mat number 1. 5 seconds remain. Kaiser has the lead. Nearly got thrown, but he's just going to belly him out at the end of period number 2. Heading into period number 3, it's going to be a decision made by McGuire Bryant. It's got to be an important one. And look at this. McGuire Bryant, remember him, right? He's a guy that chose to go top earlier.
Yes, I do.
As he was the one that chose to go top in the finals matchup. And looky right here, he's going to choose to go top in this one right here, the wrestleback. He believes in his top position. Let's see how it can get him. Is Kaiser going to try to build?
He's riding way too high now, Hank. He's got to get back around behind those behind those shoulders.
Yeah, Kaiser, I mean, when the norm is to go bottom, I think being a wrestler on bottom, it's kind of like, oh, okay, I wonder what he's going to throw at me. So so that's one thing. And then to wrestle a little high, I think it's really throwing Kaiser for a loop. He's struggling a little bit to keep up with him. But right now, Bryant doing a good job playing mind games, but you can't play mind games forever because you're down by 4.
Exactly. By the way now, Henrichs up by 6, 8-2 with 1:15 left to go in the second on Engel.
Engel was the one that was in the finals, keep in mind, who got his shoulder injured. You never want to see injuries, and especially in a finals matchup, to get first place, and now you're in a wrestleback with a hurt shoulder. It's tough. Here we go now. Looking down. 55 seconds remain. So they're going to call 4-0 is the score on mat number 1. make that 5-0. A legal lock, a full Nelson. It's going to go 55 seconds remain. 5-0 in the third period. Kaiser tries to rise, but he can't. McGuire trying to find a way. Trying to put him to his back. Sit back on him. Trying to pull him back down. See if he can do it. McGuire still high. He's just crowbarring him right now. Far body, far bottom, tight top, get him. Still 30 seconds remaining in the third period. 5-0, McGuire still just trying to pry the elbow. They're going to stop the action on there again, and looking like they're going to call for an illegal lock again.
Stalemate.
Is that a stalemate? 6-0 is McGuire going to let him up. McGuire trying to get him for a throw is going to get aggressive. He's going to throw him out. McGuire Bryant, senior from Boone, Iowa, 29-8 on the season. Kaiser, also a senior who's 27-14. 12 seconds remain. Reaching it back far. Asking for a stall. His arm gets dangerous. Jeez. Coming down to the wire. 7 seconds remain. 6-0. McGuire Bryant. Looks like this could be his final match. 5 seconds. Trying to hold on. Trying to flip him over. Is it enough? It's not. A win goes down for Kaiser. Kaiser gets the victory. McGuire Bryant going to end up in third. Let's go back to our final wrestle back of the day, our final match of the day, as it's over on mat number 2, right? What do you got for us?
Once again, 182-pound weight class right now. Angle still down to Henricks, 8-2. Minute and a half left to go here in the third period. Right now, Henricks just trying to keep the pace, trying to stay up on him.
So far, what we're looking at, a minute 25 seconds remain in the third period. The score, 8-2 so far.
Henricks has got to get lucky here, get a takedown, put him on his back if he wants to come back into this one.
Here we go. Shot moving in. Henricks, way to go. 8-2, and that was close to being a 2-point takedown, but no. As their head coaches over there for Ankeny High saying you don't need it, don't force it. 8-2. A minute remains in the third period. Here we go. What do you got for us? It's coming down to the wire. Henricks is up 8-2. Angle has to show a heart here. Angle from Boone, Iowa. He's a senior. As well as Henricks. Henricks, he's a junior. Who was 11-7 coming into the weekend tournament. Jane Angle, one heck of a season so far. He's looking to try to throw. Henricks sticking into him. 30 seconds remain. Remains 8-2. And he will get the takedown. Duck under. Way to go for Henricks. 20 seconds remain. 15. Here come the closing 10 seconds of the final match today. And there you have it. The final score, 12-3 in favor of Henricks out of Ankeny High. As Jaden Angle comes up short. Folks, what a day it's been. That's going to be the final wrestleback of the day. Had a lot of fun covering it today, but we're not saying goodbye just yet, as I want to break down all the first, second, and third place finishes in just a little bit. But first, we're going to throw it towards a short break right here on 92 Rock, yourfortdodge.com, and Alpha Media's Fort Dodge YouTube channel. Welcome back, wrestling fans, to the broadcast on 92 Rock, your FortDodge.com, and Alpha Media's FD, which is also Fort Dodge's YouTube channel. You're listening to Hank Ambrose and Wright Hillpiper on the call for the final time we go on air for today. It's been one heck of a ride today as we started the broadcast all the way back to about 11 a.m. and it's currently 6:25. No complaints. I've needed a day just to watch all of wrestling. At the beginning, I know the broadcast had a little bit of issues starting off with audio, but we eventually got it together. And all around, I'm really proud to say the work that my crews put in today. I just want to start off by thanking my crew for working so hard today. We got thank yous coming a little bit later on in the broadcast. But first off, I just want to start off and congratulate everyone that got first, second, and third place, because we got them written down right here. We're going to start at 106. Now, keep in mind, folks, everyone that got first and second move on to state wrestling. So without further ado, let's go one by one, right? Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to start us off with 106. So for your first place winner at the 106-pound weight class, it goes to Drew Ayala from Fort Dodge. Coming into this tournament, he was 37-2. Now following in his brother's footsteps, once again taking a trip to state as a sophomore. He gets first place. Joining alongside him, getting second place, we saw Truman Folkers from Ankeny High. Truman Folkers gets second place. And then getting third place was Gabe Cothran from Spencer, Iowa. Moving on, at the 113-pound weight class, we're going to see from, let's see here, it's going to go down to first place, going all the way down to, how can I not pronounce that? I had Max Bishop getting second place. I know that much for sure. Now, it's going to be Mahan. That's where we are. Mahan getting first place in the 113-pound weight class. Getting second place, Max Bishop for the Dodgers. And then getting third place was going down for Gavin Hellcamp out of Boone, Iowa. Now at the first place spot at the 120-pound weight class, it's going to go down for Trevor Anderson. Getting second place in the first wrestleback of the night, it was awarded to none other than Peyton Bright out of Ankeny Centennial, as he's going to move on. Getting third place now was Johnson. Johnson coming out of Spencer, Iowa. This was Levi Johnson out of the 120-pound weight class. Moving on to the 126-pound weight class, it went down to Coy Davidson, who got first place in the tournament, 126-pound weight class, first place in the district. Congratulations, Coy Davidson, and congratulations to Hanson. As Hanson, he comes from Ankeny High. Benjamin Hanson got second place. He'll move on to the state tournament as well. Third place went down to Cale Haran from Ankeny Centennial, making it just short of taking a trip to state. Moving forward at the 132-pound weight class, I had Solverson. Solverson got first place today. Solverson, he came from Boone, Iowa. Ty Solverson moving on. Getting second place was Weiner. Weiner, he comes from Ankeny Centennial. He was a part of a wrestleback as well, as Cale Weiner will move on. Getting third place, Carter Davis. Carter Davis got third place in the 132-pound weight class, and that's where he's going to end his season. Moving on to the 138-pound weight class, getting first place was Lucas Bruhl. Lucas Bruhl from Ankeny Centennial will move on to state alongside Demarion Ross. Demarion Ross moving on just like his sister as well, as his sister won, got first place in Iowa's girls state. Now Demarion trying to do the same thing as he got second place today at districts. And then getting third was Johnson, the other Johnson out of Spencer, Iowa. This was Cade Johnson. Moving up the list to the 145-pound weight class, getting first place was Jace Anderson. Jace Anderson from Ankeny High. Getting second place was Carter Bennett. Carter Bennett is out of Ankeny Centennial. And then getting third place was Schultz. Jackson Schultz out of Spencer, Iowa. Moving on to the 152-pound weight class. Getting first place was Carter Khalil. Getting second place goes down to Barrero. Now Barrero, what a day he had. With the wrestleback ever since the beginning, Edgar Barrero comes from Storm Lake, Iowa. He got second place today, and I believe he was the one Storm Lake wrestler to make it to the state tournament. Congratulations to you. Getting third place, Tegan Pfeiffer. And now for the 160-pound weight class, this was also a wrestleback. Getting first, however, not needing to get in the wrestleback, was Jackson Hellcamp, who's 5-1, the senior, heading into this district weekend. A guy that didn't wrestle a whole lot this year, but it doesn't matter. He's still going to state wrestling. And then getting second in the district tournament was Rudder. Cole Rudder out of Spencer, Iowa. He's going to be coming in, going to the state tournament as well, leaving at second place. And then getting third place at the 160-pound weight class, Alex Allen. Alex Allen getting third place from Lamar's, Iowa. Moving up my list to the 170-pound weight class, there was not a wrestleback. In the championship round, we saw it went down to Kenworthy. Xander Kenworthy ended up getting first place in the 170-pound weight class. Xander Kenworthy comes from Ankeny High, as we saw him go up against Dylan Postonic from Boone, Iowa. Postonic ends up getting second place. And then from there, moving on to 182, getting first place, we saw Ben Egley, Fort Dodge's own Ben Egley, the football star, the wrestling star, moving on, getting first place in the tournament. Getting second place out of a wrestleback was Heinrichs. Will Heinrichs, as he was the last match we saw wrestle today. Will Heinrichs moving on as he just beat out Jane Engel for that last spot of the night. Moving along to the 195-pound weight class. Getting first place was Jackson Hildebrand, as he comes from Denison Shellswig, as he was the only Denison wrestler to make it through, the only one to get first place. Congratulations to you as well. And now we also just saw Kaiser move on as he got second place just a moment ago from Ankeny Centennial. Caden Kaiser will move on. And then from Boone, Iowa, McGuire Bryant ended up getting third place. And then at the 220-pound weight class, getting first place, we saw Aiden Hoag from Lamar's, Iowa, the only wrestler from Lamar's that got a first place today. Getting second was Huckfeldt. Huckfeldt came all the way from Spencer, Iowa. Spencer had another great day of wrestling. Logan Huckfeldt moving on. And then Brevin Bennett from Boone, Iowa. He ended up getting second place. And then in the heavyweight, for our boys, the big boys, we saw Hector Garcia out of Boone, Iowa. He ended up getting first place. Keaton Nichols, Fort Dodge's very own, got second place. Both of those guys, they're going to be going on to state wrestling in Wells Fargo. And then coming up just short was Aiden Phillips. He was from Storm Lake, Iowa, as his season will end today. Well, I've had a wonderful day so far. Once again, you've listened to Hank Ambrose, right, Hill Piper, over on the coverage over at the Fort Dodge District Wrestling Weekend Tournament, right? What do you think, man? How was your day?
It was all right. I think I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah. A little bit long of a day, but I've had a lot of fun. A lot of anticipation has built up to this moment. I've brought it up on a lot of my broadcasts, and I'm really happy to say that I think it went fairly well. Before I go, I'd also like to give out my thank yous before I go. Right, thank you very much for joining me for Color, my man. I've had a lot of fun with you today.
Absolutely.
Alongside my other boys in the booth, I'd like to give a shout-out to Javier Sanchez, who produced the show for us today. Shout-out to Javi Sanchez. Did a great job running the graphics. Did a great job running the videos when I needed him to. Also, shout-out to Lincoln Clay. Lincoln Clay ran color for a little bit. He ran camera. He was a runner. He was a screamer. He was a shouter. Someone make a song out of him. Link Clay was a whole lot of fun today. Thank you, Link Clay, as well. Also, we got a little bit of a credit roll that we're about to roll into as well, but I've had a lot of fun. Before I go, thank you to everyone tuning in to the broadcast for all your support. It's been a blast. I know I've had a lot of people asking about the broadcast. Otherwise, we're just going to close out the broadcast with the final credit rolls. But until next time, this has been the Dodger District Wrestling Weekend right here on 92 Rock on yourfortdodge.com and Alpha Media's Fort Dodge's YouTube channel.